It is day 2 of alpha. And I believe that the lights are finally working again. So let's try this out. Come on, whisper me. Do it, bot. Didn't whisper me. What's going on here? Oh no. Whoops. Okay, let's go fix that. Something's trying to connect here to 7895, and that's not allowed anymore. How am I doing today? I'm doing well. Alright, stupid token interface. Where does this go? 7897. What? I don't even know what this stuff is. No, there's some other, there's a REST client somewhere. There it is. REST client 7895. Yeah, this needs to be changed to 80. There. We have fixed it. It is fixed. We run the fixer program now. Is there a CMD file here? No, but that's okay. Yeah, my wife is feeling better. She slept for pretty much all of yesterday. I don't actually know what was wrong. Start chatbot. Oh, yeah, this is something I gotta just do from over here. So, home, start chatbot. ISObot. Aha, I got it. Okay, now let's make sure it works. Sort of. Oh no, it worked. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. Nice! It's finally back up and running. Is it always on now? No. Nor will it probably ever always be on. The next phase where it'll always be on will probably be beta. So it's not even online yet. So there, lights are working. Finally. Alright, so yeah, today we're going to continue to go through more alpha feedback. Let's go do this. Hey Liquidor. And hey Super Ram. And Pro Sam. Pro Super Ram. Alright, so create all. We got a lot of stuff to do. Alright, I'm going to go through the process of putting this online. You guys will go through the process of hearing me put it online. So Tuesday, day 2 of alpha. To play. Adam is going to work through your feedback, fix bugs, tackle issues, take names, etc. Alright, so I did this yesterday. As far as putting the game online again, we need to just test something out really fast. Because I actually never tested this yesterday and I really should have. I need to make sure the bots still look okay. Yeah, they look fine. Okay. So we'll put Botland online again. We need to go to client package, bump this to 1.1, then commit. Bump client version to 0.1.1. Alright, cool. Why is this not finishing? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Next up, we connect to this machine, Dabina, and also we deploy. No, wait, no, darn it, no we don't. Okay, hang on, no, there's still, yeah, yes we do. And Perry. I just need to push the repos. I must have changed something. I must have. Yeah, I gotta wait for this thing to finish. This should go slightly faster because I compress the images. I need to do that in a proper way at some point. So yeah, we're gonna go through this whole alpha list. We're gonna try to build some things up. The other thing is, I guess part of changes. You know what? Let's go start that up. Because I did a few things yesterday, not a ton. So I don't care about that. Cool. Remove unnecessary periods from the battle log. I'm going to remove this from the list here. Move chips to make them easier to defend. Fix error message wording. I don't care about that. Double life value of all chips. So this is all balance changes. Give everyone Steamroller cosmetic set. Stop trying to download wall.png. This was resulting in a 404, even though, actually I don't need parentheses there. Hey Mantis. And yeah, Hideo, I saw that, thank you. Delete oldest replay when it maxed. Prevent exporting. Reorder shield and repair. Require players to place all defense bots. There we go. Alright, cool. So we can check this stuff in now. That's done. And that's done. Great. This should just automatically close. There we go. Alright, and now we can kick off this process. Which at some point I'm going to have to make much easier to do because this is pretty tedious and taking 10 minutes every day to just start up the game is not a good idea. Granted, once the game is online for large periods of time, taking 10 minutes to start it up isn't the worst thing in the world. But yeah, for right now it's pretty tedious. Also, I don't know why this is taking so long. There. Good. Good. And good. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So I just need to start up a game server. And we're pretty much good at that point. Data, not path. I may have dragged one to my... It's pretty funny. Using your analytics was the higher percentage desktop users. Let's find out. So, system, mobile. I'm not exactly sure how to check that. There's this view full report button. Let's take a look at that. I can't show you guys this, I think. Maybe I can. Yeah, maybe I can show you this page. So here are the stats from yesterday. We had 162 sessions for 130 users. Is there some way to... behavior maybe? No. Just want to see mobile versus desktop. I don't know where to do that. Well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. You have to text respond because I'm a university, so I can't listen. What kind of data are you collecting to help improve bot lines about that? Okay, so we want to paste this in. We want to get this. This is January 31st. This is no longer alpha launch. So in general, handle alpha feedback. Okay, hey Lepko. Below in the left menu, there's a mobile menu. You will be able to get an overview. Let me take a look. I see iOS and Android. So it says iOS is 6 sessions and Android is 2 sessions. So I guess we're left to take the other 154 sessions as desktop. service provider, screen resolution, operating system. Most people are doing this from Windows apparently. Browser, most people are doing this from Chrome. Oh, that's not really fair because I think I just broke it. But alright, well. Okay, so let's go start up a game server because all of this stuff should be online now, right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Use overview and not devices. I was on overview. But mobile isn't clickable over there. Anyway, this isn't super important to me right now, and as long as this is here, I can just look this up later. Like, okay, I'll show you guys. So, I clicked overview for audience. When it's in real time, I could see who's on desktop and who's not. But then that also shows like city that you're connecting from, and I don't want to show that on screen. Oh, mobile here? Oh, there's the drop down over here maybe? Okay, yeah. So it was right. It was 154 connected from desktop. So yeah, most of the people who connected. Okay, thanks guys. All right. Oh, hey, welcome back, Monatic. Yeah, how's it going? Thanks for resubbing. Oh, I typed welcome. Shows how much I'm paying attention. I was trying to respond to Lepko there. I think the lights are working. That was flashing purple. Okay, so we just need to format this. And the only other thing we need to do is make it be in the most important order. This is the least important. And then probably this. Yeah, the rest of these are all pretty important actually. Yeah, not bad for first day. I was working for quite some time yesterday. I know I stopped the stream about 10 minutes early, but I went on to work for another like 2.5 hours just doing stuff. The chip change messes up current defenses. Can't save and there's no alert, just a JS error. The can't save is coming from a chip change, Liquidor? No. That's not correct. It's because there's no game server online right now. That's why you can't save. Yeah. There's no error for that either because I just never did anything like that. I really shouldn't allow you to connect to the game until there's a game server online too. But yeah, you are right in that that's a bug and that I should do something about it. It's just a slightly different cause. I'll write this down somewhere. When a game server is not online, you can't save your defense or attack someone, but you don't get a nice error message. Hey Andoran, welcome back to you too. And yeah, Lepko, it's slightly less sketchy. And no, Liquidor, I know what that error is. That's actually totally fine and you can ignore that. So your old defense had a chip in what used to be a valid socket. It tries to place one and errors. That's okay. If you save your defense, you just won't have that chip anymore. So that part's actually working fine. There's no way for me when I change chip locations to have it automatically relocate it. I would need to code something in for that. No, that happens every once in a while. I think there's a problem with PhantomBot and recognizing who subscribers are. I still need to update it. That's another thing I'll do at some point. Okay, so do we finally have a game server online now? We don't, but we should. So let's SSH into it and figure out what's going on. Oh, there it goes. Now it's online. Okay, so now you should be able to save your defense. Thank you, Tubal and Bob. Alright, so I can connect. Yeah, nice. So unfortunately, none of you will ever be able to log in and see anything less than 17 hours ago here, because the game won't be online for 16 hours a day. But yeah. Alright, we're going to update my defense slightly. There we go. So yeah, Hideo, when the game is actually out though, you'd log in and you'd see a whole bunch of stuff going on. By the way, now replays will always get saved, and the ones that are oldest will get removed. So if someone does play against you, you will have the replay, unless it was a forfeit. Oh yeah, and I also wanted to check the download size here. It used to be 10.1 megabytes. Let's see what it is now. No, now it's 5.1 megabytes. Wow, that was significant. That probably means I'm not gzipping images. That's... Wow. Yeah, and Perry, this is why I think it's good for most people who aren't, here for 8 hours to check out the changelog. I try to put every important thing here. So another important thing, well, not super important, I guess, but every new account will get the Steamroller cosmetics by default. Every old account will just be able to buy it for 0. So you can go through and you can buy all the Steamroller stuff now if you want. And then you can go update your defense. So I can change this into Steamroller bot. There. Now my defense looks ridiculous. Okay, so it's really just alpha feedback, record metrics, clean up to-do list, yeah. This is 5.1 megabytes. Alright, there. So we can just delete all this stuff. This is all finished. Didn't get to play yesterday, but I'm doing my defense right now. Nice, Cosmic. Nice save on those images. How hard did you compress them? I just ran with whatever the defaults were. And I don't notice a difference in the images. That's kind of the goal. But I don't know what the quality thing was set to. Hey, Jay. So yeah, today I'll just be going through this list, tackling feedback. I would prioritize it, but I'm probably going to need to go through most things. So I'm going to do some very minor prioritization. Like fix the load times. The build you guys have has those fixed load times. We'll have to do this eventually. So I'll write this. So I'm not sure where to write all this stuff because this isn't super important. No, it is kind of important. Yeah, we'll do that today. When you're in Blockly and you convert it to JS, when you click prettify code, it doesn't work. The reason why is because converting it to JS does a prettification of it. So if you had this all messed up and you click prettify code, it does this. But prettify code only ever produces the same output every single time. So if you have this screwed up or you're missing spaces here or this has like a bunch of spaces there, prettify code is always going to get you to the same state. I don't think there's any way to change that. So yeah, the thing is when you convert, it changes it for you. Not a bug per se, something that could be improved. When upgrading your computer, everything gets reset and you don't even get a warning. So Hideo, that shouldn't happen actually. That should be a bug is what I'm saying. If that's what you're seeing. Let's try that out. Update users set experience equal to 28,000. Let's try this. Okay, so you're saying you're in this situation and everything gets reset when you hit upgrade. Oh, are you talking about the tile set? No, wait, that's probably not what you're talking about. This is odd and kind of annoys me. So hang on one sec before you. What was the thing I wanted to mention? Darn it, there was something really important right now. Oh no. Oh yeah, the window.alert thing. Yeah. Yeah, which is something I believe you mentioned yesterday. I just want to make sure that I. Yeah, so this was feedback. Get rid of window.alert everywhere. Okay, cool. All right, so this is odd and kind of annoys me. So when I want to work on my attack script, so I start an attack. Then I create my bot and scripts and stuff, and there's no way to save that unless I play the game. All I can do is click cancel, and then it dismisses it. It's kind of annoying when you want to work on your attack scripts. Yeah, Liquidor, there's one way. Yeah, I agree that this is annoying. There's one way to kind of get around this. So there's no such thing as attack or defense scripts, just attack/defense blueprints. So you could edit your defense and then make an attack script there, then save your defense to persist it on the server. Prettify code should make a little rainbow up here. I think that would be pretty cool. I actually want to write that down. Is the alpha only for subs? No, it's for everybody, try this. If you don't have bots in your defense, edit a defense, create a bot, create a script, place your bots, then you see you can upgrade. Every bot in the arena should... Oh, yeah. You're right. I don't think I've ever tried that. Okay, thank you, Hideo. And hey, Nate Goody. I guess it's kind of related to the fact that you can't practice without playing rated matches, can't test your attacks. I don't remember what the conclusion was. The conclusion is that eventually you'll be able to do this. Hey, VIP Toxic. You will be able to... Whoops, wrong button. In your defense, you'll have a test button here, and instead of just immediately testing, you'll have custom. This is how you'll test your own attacks. But I haven't coded that, and that probably won't be for a while. Thanks for the guft. I really appreciate that. You're welcome. Alright. So what's on my clipboard right now? Yeah, this. Yeah, this is a bug. Yeah, so upgrading shouldn't try to re-download your defense, possibly. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, we'll have to see. Alright, so I believe I took, what, one to-do item off of this task, and I put it on the roadmap. I feel like we should just tackle them as I'm taking them off. And also, I think I should put this over here. Hey, Digite. Oh, I did not take that off of my to-do list. What? What did this used to have on it? I need to Control-Z this a bunch of times now. No, I did take it. What? Was there something I was going to start to work on? Oh, it was this, yeah. Compress images. So doing this to just test things out did not take very long because I didn't do it in a way that's automated. Automating it is going to take probably at least an hour. But this was really good. Yeah, so I have analytics data actually. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Yeah. So take a look at this. There are 5 users on the site. 3 are looking at the game, 1 is looking at the main page, and 1 is looking at the store right now. I don't know who you guys are, and if I were to expand that page, it would show you the locations of where you guys are in the world, so I don't want to show you that. But pretty cool. And yeah, Mutated Nation, I'm guessing you're in Europe somewhere. Okay, so let's go back onto play.bot.land. I just want to make sure our replays, yeah, okay, here we go. So replays are working. Digi's attack was thwarted. That's right, Digi. Your attack was thwarted. Artillery, missiles, and shield. Oh, nice. So he killed one of my bots, and that's going to start to regenerate too. Yeah. Yep. Not an effective attack. But I think this is Digitate just botting the game or something. But still, that's pretty good. My defense was almost entirely intact. So my defense skill didn't go up. It was an unranked match. Stupid unranked matches. It's your bot, remember? Yeah. Alright, get rid of window.alert. Let's get rid of window.alert everywhere. This is kind of a polished thing, but I want to do it because I don't like how it looks right now. So let's just tackle these two things so that my to-do list doesn't get out of control. We'll start with the compressing images. I'm showing you the average of the scoring of the game. What? What does this mean? Okay, I don't think it changed a lot. Upload. ImageMin supports multiple image formats with multiple plugins, and PingQuant is one of them. Also available for Gulp or Webpack. So ImageMin for Webpack. I don't know how this works though, because I'm not. This is maybe not a good idea. Because I'm not running images through Webpack right now, I think. Hey, Echo. Hopefully over time you should see me be tanked right down and lose most if not all of my games. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I think right now that strategy will work because people haven't really been tinkering with their defenses too much. Which, by the way, even I wanted to change something. Oh, I think I did. It was that oscillation thing, right? Yeah. Did I ever type this into my OneNote? I did not. Yeah, swap locations. This needs to be done multiple times so that people don't get wise to what I'm doing. Location swaps happen multiple times so that people don't just wait for 30 turns before attacking me. Wait, have you been here for an hour? Did I already say hi to you? I wasn't even here for an hour. No, I look... Well, alright, fine. Hey, Echo, nonetheless. Okay, so minifying image, it's not really minifying, it's compressing images. I don't use Webpack for this, so for downloading images. And yeah, hey BioAim. Yeah, there's the how to play page there. Hey Kazoos. Is there a snow day for you today, Kazoos? Does your superintendent know about the snow day? I don't use Webpack for downloading images, so I'm thinking of just using PingQuant in the sprite sheet tool. Oh, weird. Okay, sorry, Echo. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, man. Yeah, you win this round. I scrolled up, I think, even to make sure that I didn't say hi to you, and I just didn't see your name the second time. There was not, but you got sick? Oh, man. Well, get well soon. Maybe go dunk your head in the snow outside. Okay, so part of what we need to do here is... Let me take a look. How do I generate these spreadsheets right now? sprite sheet packer. There's so this takes things from input and puts them into output. I guess I would need a temporary folder, and then I need to specify where this is going. Excuse me. Apparently muting my mic also shrinks the text in OneNote. Try this. And yeah, there's not a whole lot of snow around here. So if I were to do this, if I did this as part of sprite sheet packing, I would need to use a temporary directory for this. Or, yeah, because the individual sprites get put into a sprite sheet, then I need to compress the sprite sheet. Yeah, oh, this isn't so bad. Thanks, Beth, sir. The login page needs some margins on the input, very important. Yeah, I need to change a lot of the login page. It definitely does not look the greatest. Out of curiosity, what would that look like? Margin 2px. Oh, just margins between the elements? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is pretty good, right? I think this should be the login page. Yeah, I'll have to do that eventually. Oh, well, thanks, Tritus. And yeah, let me know if you continue to play it. Like, what do you like? What don't you like? I'm sure there are lots of bugs you'll run into. Not going to report this issue on GitHub because honestly, there are already multiple issues. Okay, no, that's fine. Repro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that today too. We'll take care of that because I think that's pretty annoying. There's just arbitrary margins everywhere. Fix the confirmation warning that shows when you have unsaved changes. There are tons of issues on this on GitHub. Also, I should probably just, look through GitHub for some issues too and see what people are reporting. We're going to put a link to this over here. So over the course of this week, I'm going to mostly just try to go through the bugs in this alpha feedback that I got, which is a lot. It'll probably take longer than this week. Also, what does this button do? Oh, interesting. Yeah. And then we'll probably shift gears to what's on my to-do list at some point. Yeah, it's happened a lot while attacking, definitely. More marquee elements, more blink elements, more fiery GIFs from the 90s. Okay, so let me see. I could run this as a separate tool, actually. Wonder if that's a good idea. You could just copy them to some temporary location and then overwrite them. But no, I think I'd want this all to be part of a single step. So right now I have atomcli.json. Let's go take a look at that. So botland, tools, sprite sheet packer. So we have path to GDX. God, what a stupid path. Why is that there? Why is it in my downloads folder of all places? Okay, I think we should move that so that I can delete my downloads folder. I don't know where else to put this though. Maybe like c/tools. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Okay, well we'll write that down here too. Change my GDX folder to be c/tools. So put pingquant in C tools. Add a command line option for path to pingquant. Hey, Patsy boy. Triggering the pop-up on. Yeah, I know, Hideo. An echo. I don't think I can do that. And then after packing sprite sheets, run ping quant on them. Create a temporary location. How do I do this actually? Yeah, I guess I'd have to create a temporary location. Or, yeah, create a temporary location that isn't input or output. That way garbage can be left there safely. There's an input out folder, output folder, and then I guess there's got to be a temporary folder. Yeah, we'll do that. Add a command line option for temporary folder. Okay. You also need a modem sound when you press login. You know, there's probably a place for that somewhere in Botland, but yeah, actually, you know what? I need to sound design. Are you a sound designer? Do you know a sound designer? Adam would like to get in touch with you or your friend. Botland needs well, send them a Twitch message if you know anyone. Alright. Yeah, what's the music and sound situation like? It's non-existent. I started trying to compose some music and then I'm like, you know, this is probably not a good idea for me to do. So I just went back to square one, which is I have no leads. What, Nate Goody? Interesting. Logan Hayes. Actually, you know what? This is the kind of thing I need to check on Reddit for this stuff. And no, Cosmic, the way that the AI works is I think it always spawns something like 13 bots, and you might only have something like 10 bots. So the goal is not to be able to beat the AI, it's just to see kind of how a real attack might work. Eventually that's gonna be fixed. Yeah, so I'll show you, even with my defense, I don't think it does very well against the AI. That's just going to have to be fixed. Let's take a look. So if I hit the test button here, yeah. So I don't expect pretty much anybody to be able to beat this. I got it down to 4 bots. Oh, my bad. I see what you're saying. Alright. Trita says, are you using an engine for this? If not, why? Completely clueless. I'm not really using an engine. I don't know if I made a command about that. Yeah. And the why is actually a little bit complex. So the short answer is the prototype that I made for this was in JavaScript and wasn't using an engine. And also I wanted to be able to publish to the web as a platform. And I don't think Unreal and Unity can do that reliably without requiring a plugin. Because I wanted to have the minimum possible effort to start playing Botland. So right now you go to play.bot.land, you've loaded the entire game within a couple of seconds, this will eventually be faster. You click register, you're done, you're playing the game. Like, that's it. I wanted it to be that simple. Most games that you play nowadays are like, you go to a site and there's a download link. And yeah, that's not that long, but it's still one more step you have to do. Copy, overwrite the originals with their temporary counterparts. Yeah. Okay, so let's start to work on this. I think the very first thing that we have to do is figure out, does this tool even work right now? So we switch to the spreadsheet packer, which we're already there. So title, testaroni. We'll just use tab number 15. That's not at all a ridiculous number. Let's do it this way. There. So tab number 9 is what we use for this. So we just need to run this. This takes a decent amount of time already. It's going to take even more time once I'm done with this. But we could just run it with, yeah, because it's got to write like 13 spreadsheets. I wonder if this has a way to compress it directly. Settings. JPEG quality. Only if output format is JPEG. What about ping quality? I'm guessing this doesn't do any compression. Texture compression. No, I don't think this is important. I think we'll go do this. Loading can maybe be done in the background. Yeah, that's gonna eventually be the case. Although granted, you shouldn't have to ever really type your password again, I hope. But still, I know what you mean. Alright, so let's go to c/tools. I don't even know what's in this directory. What is this? A bunch of stuff in here. So we'll move libgdx over to there, and we'll move pingquant over to there. Where is pingquant? There. Okay, so next, we relocate this. So this turns into c/tools. I think that's a better directory. Hey DJ, and yeah, no problem. I hope it helps. I mean, I know you said it helps, but then you'll get to the actual implementation, and I hope it's useful there. Alright, so this was all fine. So now we need path to pingquant. Out of curiosity, I know I don't need to do this, but I want to see how they capitalize this. They don't, so then we'll just only capitalize the first letter. So then the path to this is now this directory. Yeah, tools/pingquant. Cool, and then we need a temporary folder, temp folder. We'll just say images/temp. Hey, Jew. Leaving in 3 minutes. All right, Nate Goody. Oh, also, I have analytics up now. So this will actually let me track active users of Botland. Active users on Botland right now are 3. 2 are in the game, and 1 is at the main page. So this is really nice. I'm glad I set this up yesterday. Oh, and now there are 4. 2 at game, 2 at news. Cool. Cool. So let's get this stuff working. So in order to do this, we go to main. Yeah, read CLI options. It's just JSON. Okay, that's fine. And then run entire spreadsheet packer. We get that from spreadsheet packer. Alright, so we need 2 more things. One is path to pingquant folder. Path to pingquant folder? Yeah, I think that's what we do. Maybe we should just say it's a path that... Anyway, we can fix that later. Then we need a temp folder as well. So let's just do that, temp folder. Cool, so run texture packer just runs on that. In fact, we could produce this in a temporary folder at first and then go from temporary to output. Is that, yeah, that's a much better idea. No, wait, is that a much better idea? Maybe it's not. Let me see. Join that to the atlas. Output folder, output.json. Yeah, so this will go into our temp folder, I think. Did some research. I don't know if you remember, some people complained in the past about not being able to use it on Firefox. It's not an error, but only a warning. Botland is not failing due to that. I also found the unreachable code and it's totally expected. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna write this down over here. This might come in handy later. Alright, so run entire spreadsheet packer. This is just run the texture packer. Run texture packer. And that's what happens here. So first, oh wait, we have a function called run texture packer. Whoop, okay. Well, let's get rid of this then. So what does this do? This is something like form atlas. Yeah. So that'll be here. Dot then return form atlas JSON params. That's going to be here. Cool. And then we need to do return compress spreadsheets params. Yeah. There. Nice. Okay, so now we just need that function. Full game release next week. No. And yeah, hey Bloor. Yeah, the game is online if you want to check it out. A few people are playing right now. Apparently 5 people are playing right now. And yeah, see you, Nate Goody. Alright, so as far as compressing these goes, we'll have them all in the temporary folder. In fact, I should probably delete all of this and make sure that this is the case, because then it's just a matter of running pingquant. That's not here. That's not too bad. Okay, so let's try that out. We go to botland, images, and just delete output entirely. Well, that was probably a bad idea, but whatever, I've already done it. And then we run this, and we hope that it all works, and it should go into the temporary folder. Perfect, there's temp. So this is where the spreadsheets are getting emitted right now. And then, yeah. Ooh, 7 users active on botland now. One person was just editing their script. Alright, so nice. Then it takes the atlas and it outputs that. Right. Do it. Oh, it didn't work. So images slash output. Yeah, there's no output, but man, all right, fine. I gotta figure out what's going on there. So we don't want to run the texture packer then. We just want to run this. So let's do return promise.resolve. So this will fail immediately. Yup. Now we can figure out what's going on here. Do you think I could hack Botland and take it down? I mean, are you asking, do I think your skill level is such that you can do that? Or are you asking for permission to try to do that? How do I... Right now this is opening with Sublime Text 2. I wonder how to change that. Did I use this? Text cursor? There's no text editor that you set? Maybe there's a default for Windows that I have to change. It's probably the case. Kind of both, skill and perms. I'm not sure if you would be able to take it down, because it's running on AWS, and to take down their load balancers is probably almost impossible. I mean, as a single person, you could probably use a botnet and take almost anything down. But as far as taking the game offline, you'd have to find some way to crash things. So I'm not sure how that would work exactly. Man, this is ridiculous. Okay, hang on. I gotta go through all the file associations on Windows right now, and I just got to find JavaScript. There it is. It's opening with Sublime Text 2. We just need to change this. Oh my god, you can't change this. It says look for an app in the store. What is this UI? What is this? Look at this. .js. I click this and I expect to be able to change it to Sublime Text 3. I can click look for an app in the store. I don't want to do this. I want to use an app I have installed. What is this? Why can't I change this? I guess this is for... Yeah, no, I don't understand. Maybe there's some way to get Sublime to show up here. This is still pretty frustrating though. Just a reg edit this later or something. Or maybe I can just do this in the default control panel. Oh, so they just have multiple UIs for the same thing. Well, that's nice. So now we find JS. And how do I change this? Change program. Got it. Now we can choose more apps. I'm guessing it's in here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Wow, that sucks. That is really tedious. Okay, so that's done. Wait, is it? Why does it still say Sublime Text 2? No. What? I just changed it. You gotta be kidding me, right? Did I click the wrong thing? Sublime Text 3, enter, Sublime Text, open. Okay, I don't know. I must be going crazy. This is pretty obnoxious though. Alright, well let's try it out, maybe. Maybe that worked. Let's control click this now. Nope, there's Sublime Text 2. Happily opening. What a stupid thing. Any reason why you decided to upgrade to Sublime 3? Yeah, I wanted to fix my syntax highlighter, and I also wanted to start getting an in Sublime linter, which I haven't actually set up yet. Use open with on a file, then search, and then right click. Yeah, that's probably a better idea than what I'm doing, but still very, very annoying because I shouldn't have to do that. Also, I wonder if this is ever going to work. Where's Sublime Text 3? Doesn't even show up. Gotta do this again. Man, if that's the only way to fix this though, no, that still didn't work. Wait, it doesn't seem to... Oh, you know what? You know what this is? I think I know what this is. I think this is a bug because the executables have the same name. I think I ran into this actually when I used to work at Microsoft. Let's try this. So here's what we'll do. We'll change it so that we open JS files with anything, Notepad by default. There, and now we change it to Sublime Text 3, and now it's probably going to work. I'm pretty sure I ran into this a long time ago. Whoops, no, not, look it, there we go. Did that not work? Am I just a big dummy now? No, I think I'm a dummy. Alright, fine. Well, I can't get this. Try renaming the exe. I think that's what I need to do. Alright, so update default program for JS and JSON to be st3. You think it's comparing the string name and the executable? Yeah, actually, I think they were doing something like that. And yeah, Blur, I know it's been a long time. And JBugsy, it wasn't my job to fix that particular thing. Just change default to Notepad. That's what I did, and it didn't do anything. It still opened up Sublime Text 2. I don't even know how that happened. But I'm not going to do this again. I'll do that afterward. I'll try this out. Oh, the light's fixed? Yeah. No, I think that's what they're doing, Hideo. To be fair, I don't think a lot of people run into this sort of problem. It's only for different versions of a program that you'd really hit this. Like ChronoQuirk. Yeah, just use Notepad forever. Alright, well I wanted to see where this goes to. I guess I can. It's just going to be annoying because it'll open up in Sublime Text 2. So path to output file. How are we forming this? Write file sync. Oh, it can't find the folder, that's why. Oh, that's not very tough to fix. We just need the whole... Don't make the directory if it doesn't exist. But temp was created. I never made that folder, did I? Oh, Texture Packer probably creates it. Okay, so here we'll say just verify params. And part of this will be make sure the folders exist. We need that make dir p thing. Alright, see you Monetic Bind. And thanks. Thanks for resubbing too. Why in the first case would you even compare the string name? Come on, don't give them excuses. There was probably a time where that made sense. And no, SuperRAM, I know how I would open the file. I just wanted to make that the default. So here's the thing. Actually, dragging a file is not the easiest way. These things print out and I can just click them. So this is really helpful because it goes to the right line number too. So Spreadsheet Packer 222, I click this, I'm on line 222. Perfect. Except for not perfect because it's the wrong editor. OS highlight. Settings keys. Am I not understanding what you're trying to get me to go to? Oh, highlight. You know, this is actually kind of helpful. Should I use this? I'm gonna try this for a bit. Let's see how annoying this is. No, it's actually pretty annoying. I tried it for 3 seconds. That's enough for me. Okay, so now we click this, and now it opens the Sublime Text 2. Great. Keys and macros, Twitch formatted weird. It's actually kind of funny because somehow you got this. I don't know how that even happened. That's an alt code for me. I think Hyper would fix all of your issues. Wrong. Okay, so that make dir p, I think we have this somewhere. I'm just not sure where exactly. Here it is, in the cosmetics combiner. So we'll just go install this. This will be installed here. Do I actually have my own package JSON here? Yes, I do. So then we will install that, and then we'll go use it. So I'll put this. This is where we export this thing, right? Yeah, I'll put this here, and then we need to figure out how this gets used. Make dir sync. So I'll just copy this set of folders function. I wrote this a while ago. Hi, back to reality. Huh. Twitch escape HTML fail. Huh. Strange. Okay, so there's verify params. Here's where we're going to make sure the folders exist. Folders to create. We just get rid of this. Cool. So setup folders we're going to do with params.temp folder, params.input folder, and params.output folder. Actually, the input folder already has to exist, so we're not going to create that. Well, no, we will. No, we won't. I take that back. What am I actually working on? I'm working on a game called Botland. So you can check out a video of the game there, and you can actually play it right now if you want. Right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to make it so the images in Botland get downloaded faster. So I'm trying to compress them. Oh, check this out. I was attacked, and I have not been beaten by any of these people. Suckers. Liquidor couldn't beat me. He tried his strategy from before, but I made it better. Well, too bad, Liquidor. Too bad. Yeah, so this bot's actually going to regenerate. What's its life? 580? Oh, it's dead now. Well, whatever. Did anything else take damage? 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. This one, 1890. So when I start this match, this is actually going to regenerate up to full. Let's take a look. Yep. And that's the power of regeneration and why I didn't want the buff to be increased too much. Oh man, this is like the perfect defense. And look at this bot. This is probably going to heal the full 2 now, right? Yeah, 550, 590, 610. Oh, it died. Yeah, Alex, enough people do that for me where I don't feel like I need to do it. Well, how does it feel, Liquidor? How does it feel? Oh, that was bad. I need that thing to move still. Is this all JavaScript? Yeah, it is. Okay, then let's take a look at this. All right, nice. My win ratio is going up. In fact, maybe it's too high now. Maybe I'm unbeatable. Yeah, interesting. We'll have to see if this is unbeatable or not. I challenge you all to try to beat my defense. I do need to make the melee bot a little bit better, I think. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. Let's do that right now. So this will say init equals function has teleported equals false. So after it's teleported once, we're going to allow it to pursue enemies normally. So if exists closest enemy, put this here. This is exactly the strategy that I needed here. Except for I screwed up my JavaScript somehow. Where did I do this? Ah, there we go. You know how to win against me? You just can't find my defense? Well, wait until I've made it even better. Then see if you still know how to win against me. So has teleported equals true. If has teleported, pursue. So after teleporting, you don't want to just sit around. There we go. So we update that and we test this out. So it's this bot that we're trying to watch here. It should teleport if another bot is close enough to it. So it's got to be about, what, 5 tiles away actually? So it'll teleport there and then it'll know how to move after that. But it did die. Okay, that's fine though. We'll cancel that and we'll hit save. There. Perfect. You attack, see the defense, want to check the defender bots, open the bot, inspector by clicking. So far, so good. Then I started thinking about my attacking, press different numbers. The inspector, when I do that, automatically switches to my own. I'd like a lock the inspector checkbox. Double clicking on a bot. I'll have to write this in feedback. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about this exactly, but thank you, Hideo. Where is this? Here. All right, Alex, good. All right, so we've created these folders. Now all we need to do is hope that this worked. Sounds good. Underscore is not defined. Do we just not have underscore? I don't need to get this if I don't want. I'll just do it anyway. Cool. Then we run this. Hey, good, it worked. So all we have now is a single file and output. What we need to do is we need to turn all of, actually let's delete the atlas once we're done with that. We don't need that anymore. God, where did this go? Here. Also interesting, I don't know if you guys can see this or if this is cut out on the stream. Let me just zoom in over here. So git gutter now shows a little yellow line here. It never used to show in the minimap. That's because I modified all these lines. They're the dots that show up over here. They're now showing up in the minimap. That's actually probably just a Sublime Text 3 thing. They probably just included, whoa, what? Whoa, this is new. I don't even know what these buttons do. Why would there just be a box here? What could that possibly mean? Should I press it? Probably not. Hi, Mersham. Alright, what was I doing? Because that totally threw me off. I think I wanted to delete the Atlas file. Now delete the Atlas file. So Node.js delete file. I don't know how to do this. I like hardly ever actually use file system commands on here. I think you want fs.unlink. Asynchronous unlink. What is unlink? Delete a name and possibly the file it refers to. Alright, let's just try this because I don't know what this does. So we want the synchronous form of this. Do we have fs already? Yeah, fs.unlink path to Atlas. And that's it. Yeah. Cool. So let's try that out. And now what's going to happen is Atlas will just be removed. It's actually probably a bad idea, but I already wanted to try this, so let's try it. There. Yes, that does work. Okay, so that's how you delete things. Now we know. Hey, Blueberry King. Yeah, but it's weird that they don't have tooltips, Hideo, because I don't know what they do. Actually, I don't know if I want to even do this. Alright, so finally, there's one last thing we need to do, and that's compress sprite sheets. So we'll get rid of this, and we'll just go to compress sprite sheets. So this needs to run pingquant on all temp PNGs with the output set to the output folder. So let's try running it once, just from the command line myself, to see if I can even do this. Because I don't remember what the arguments are. So the path is now c tools pingquant exe. Cool. Then we taken a path. The path is going to be temp, so we'll take botland.png. And for the rest of it, I just don't know. So we'll have to look it up. There's no output folder that we can specify. Pingquant.-h. Okay, so c tools pingquant. Alright. Output file. Destination file path used instead of ext. Synonym -o. Okay, so we want to say an output file of output. And then are there any other things that I would specify here? Skip if larger, ext, speed. No, I think that's about it. Alright, let's try that out. Let's try this command line. So I just do this, and then we should see it in output with the same name. Perfect. And so the file size of this is 214. The file size of the old one was 491. So it did compress it, and if you want to see them side by side, why is this not opening? Oh god. I don't care. You won't see them side by side. That's it. So now we just have to run this. All right. So I need to figure out where we run some, here it is, a command line program. Promisified spawn. Sounds good to me. Yeah, let me take a look, Hideo. I think you're right, and I think it's probably cutting out matches. But, oh, you know what? It only happens once every hour, Hideo. That's why. Anyway, I'll look into this for you. I say for you, but it's not really for you. It's for everybody. Probably, actually, mostly for me. Okay, so here we are. We are on the overseer. We want to get the SQL command connect here. It's simple. And yeah, Wouter, I did talk to him. Okay, so select ID name from users where name like temp. So you are user number 9. Select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 9. You have 51 people you'd attacked, and let's select actually everything from there. So let's see, 1716. I have no idea what time that is in relation to now. So database says 1716. It's currently 9:55 for me. So I guess we add 8 hours to get to GMT. That's oh no, actually 17:55 in GMT. Yeah, so we just need to figure out when we last pruned this thing for you. So describe users. We have last prune time. Where is that? Last time pruning matches. So yours must be within the last like 59 minutes. So select this from users where ID equals 9. It's 17. Okay, yeah. So in exactly 4 minutes, Hideo, you should get rid of some of these users. Let me copy paste this and make sure it worked. So let's take a look. Like I said, it's 17:55. So in 4 minutes when you do this, it's going to get rid of all of, oh no, it'll be 4 minutes from now. So it'll actually get rid of all of these users. So you'll be able to play against these defenders again up to here. So let's find out who those people are. So we will put commas at the end of all of these lines, join them, put parentheses around it, and say select name from users where ID in this. So you will be able to play against these people. If I could copy paste this, there we go. But that's in 4 minutes. Or well, 3 minutes now probably. So yeah, I'll just paste all of this so that I don't need to keep it around in Sublime. Is there anything else I need here? No, that's about it. Hey G240 and hey Vito Gaming. Why don't you randomly generate 4-digit hex codes for each user's ID? It would help make it more secure. So it actually probably wouldn't make anything more secure, especially because 4-digit hex codes isn't that much entropy. But because you could still just guess someone's code, you'd have to make sure there aren't collisions too. If I were to do that, I'd just use UUIDs, which is actually a pretty good idea at some point. It'll take a long time to switch though. Hovering over a symbol will show a pop-up indicating where it's defined. This is controlled with a show definition setting. Oh, that's fine. That's not exactly what I was talking about. If you're referring to that thing in the gutter over here, I was referring to what are these buttons. When I hover over these, I have no idea what this is going to do when I click it. I don't know what any of these things are. I'm pretty sure I know what the arrows are. But what are these boxes? For all I know, this is just a symbol that doesn't render. And it's not even supposed to be a box. In fact, that's probably the case. But who knows what that's supposed to mean. Hey, Sparkles. What was the going live yesterday like for you in 4 words? Why am I only allowed to use this many words? I'll say it was pretty good. I was happy about it. Alright, so the command that we want to use is binquant. Path to this is params.path to the folder. Why does command even show up here? Oh, I don't need that. So the tools jar, we don't care about that. Class path, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we have the executable and then -o. We need the path to any input folder and the path to output folders. So let's do that. So const input folder, no, temp folder. Where's that path to temp folder? Is that what it's called? Seriously? Yeah, apparently. and then output folder. So we have -o, and this will be output dir and file. Then we have -- and then temp dir and file. And then we just call running on this command, promise I'd spawn. Good, good, and good. Yeah, okay, I think that should work. Hey, Molten Hard. Click it. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, Alex K, if I'm going to do a UUID on a smaller scale, I would just do a UUID. What's even funnier is that some symbols aren't not even the good one on Windows. You get a default one in the box when it can't render the correct one. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so now we just need to figure out what sprites we want to run this for. Compress sprite sheet. So I guess what this is going to do is just take in path to sprite sheet. No, just compress image. That's all we care about. Path to image. And then we want to know, this doesn't matter. This is just path to image. We want to know the output directory. And I think that's it. Yeah. We can get the rest of this from params. In fact, we could just take in params probably. Hey, the Chromium. Huh. Alright, so let's do this. All this stuff goes over to here. Path to image is now set. These are all there too. So now we just need to iterate over all of the ping files in this folder. So it'll be everything in temp folder. So let's see if we can list this. Node.js list files in directory. I'm sure I've done this before. Read dir or read dir sync. Yeah, let's just use read dir sync. It just takes in a path. Sounds pretty easy. What does it return? Array of file names excluding ... Perfect. So const files in hey Pawn. Files in temp folder equals read dir sync temp folder. And then all we want to do for right now is a for each files in temp folder, path to file. We could filter these to just PNGs. I just want to figure out what this contains. So let's take a look at that and then just comment the rest of this out. So we'll try running this now. Also, Hideo, you should finally be able to, yeah, it just pruned it. So you should be able to play against a bunch of people now. Let's take a look. Yeah, it took 15 people off the list. In fact, you must already know this because you played against users 11, 20, and 12. Are those over here? 11, 20, and 12. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I should have said select ID, name. So 11, you played against Pawn, Zilly, and Manduk. Yeah, nice. PR boy. I didn't see that. Alright, so path to file, we need to get this. It's not the full path to the file, but that'll do. So this is just file name. So now what we do is we generate a whole bunch of promises, right? Well, no, we first want to get just the pings. So const ping files only equals filter all the files in temp folder file name dot to lowercase. No, there's probably a better way to do this. I could just do it this way for right now. So now let's just print out the ping files. It should be exactly the same. Yeah, perfect. Okay, next we want to compress all of those images. So const promises equals an array. Promise equals this compress image. So we have a path to the image that is going to be, you know, let's do it this way. Path to image, image file name. Ooh, Rockstar, thanks for subbing. Welcome. Yeah, I think Wouter was right. I think a lot of the resubs happen at the end of the month, and I think there have been actually very few new subs. But I appreciate it. It's been pretty good the last couple days at least. Yeah, I don't need that left go. Alright, so compress image, we'll pass in the path to the image, which is temp folder, pass in the file name, and we'll pass in the rest of the params, and then we'll just push this, promises.push promise. Return promise. Hey, Numers. I am always right. Okay, Wouter. You hear about Emojily? I did not hear about this, no. And yeah, thanks. Thanks, Rockstar. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm pretty happy about how Alpha went yesterday. Right now there are, I just added in Google Analytics. Oh, which by the way, if you guys don't mind whitelisting Botland, that would be great. I'm not saying this for money's sake. I'm saying this because I have, how do I show you this without, yeah, okay, so check this out. I have this information. Okay, I can't drag this between my windows because it keeps trying to snap. There we go. So I have this information right now, and if I were to scroll to the right here, you'd see, no, I can't show you this, because if I scroll to the right, you'll also see the countries where people are connecting from. Oh, Type Theory, thank you too. Anyway, 5 people are using Botland right now, and I could actually tell you where they are on the game, which is nice. Welcome, Type Theory. Well, thanks to both of you for subscribing. That's strange, Alex K. Interesting what people come up with sometimes. Okay, so this is all up here, and we need to make sure this actually works at some point. So let's see what we got. So the output dir needs to be this. So we actually don't totally care here. Full input file path equals path.join path to image and image file name, and output full output file path equals path.join params.output folder and image file name. Perfect. So full input file, full output file. Let's just have it do this and return promise.resolve. So all it's going to say is that it's running a command. It's not going to actually run the command. So we'll be able to see if this works. So it's running pingquant-o, that's the output file, and that's the input file. Yeah, this looks correct. Okay, let's have it actually run the command now. And this should be everything. Console.log, done compressing sprite sheets. Okay, let's take a look. Although I think we need to have it overwrite. What is this? E no ent. That means it can't find pingquant. Oh god. Oh yeah, Alex K. I probably won't be able to watch that anytime soon. And what font is that? Hey Verenz. Yeah, it's the hack font. Yeah, I know. The hack command does not tell you about hack font. Is the Botland logo supposed to be so blurry, or is there a clearer version? The logo? Are you talking about the image behind here? This is intentionally blurry, yes. Is there a better one? No, but also this is the old version of Botland, so I really shouldn't be using this to begin with. That's coming from what used to be on Azure.bot.land. And so these are the old graphics, the old system, and everything. Hey Bobokin, welcome back. And Kahitar, hey to you too. Wouter, I'll try to get you something later. I don't know if it's our final logo, but I haven't even updated some of this stuff. I'm trying to put in more work than I've put in the last 16 months as of late, and I hope I don't burn out doing it, but we'll see how this goes. So yesterday I spent, I don't know, about actually over 10 hours working. I don't think it's a good idea to do that normally. Thankfully my wife was sleeping for most of the evening. Unfortunately it was because she was sick. But yeah, so I didn't feel like I was taking time from her, and that's what allowed me to work for longer. Using the image that you're using for the channel and everything related, that single bot. Oh, no, there's no higher resolution of that. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. I'm doing well. Okay, so this path is just never used. In fact, I don't know why I had this up here. Path to GDX. Oh, it's for the class path. I see. Okay, so path to, we could just say command equals. So this. Yeah, we can just say that for command. Botland exists, not overwriting. Yeah, so I was afraid of that. I think we can just say, yeah, force dash F. Force overwrite, specify output path. Stop parsing arguments. Nice. Hey, good dog. Okay, let's try this again now, and it should work. This should be everything. So it runs all these. It's done. And now if we take a look at the size of this folder, this is 4 megabytes. The size of the input folder, no, temp folder is 8. Okay, so we saved about 50%, and this is compressed automatically now. So now we should be able to run the entire tool if we want. This wasn't too bad. Yeah, this wasn't too bad. Let's try it out. So we just run this, and it did nothing. I don't know why that's the case. Oh, because of that. There we go. Yeah, so there. This should work. I totally tanked my account by doing that and spamming clicks, but it worked. I played versus every single expected player +1, which I guess is a new player. If you know what the +1 is, I could tell you when they signed up, but it's, yeah, that's probably what's expected. Ah, you failed to defeat Adam. That's right. Let's go watch. Let's all watch the downfall. Right here. Actually, you failed to defeat me twice. So let's watch the newest one. So you're using, okay, so Ju, I see you have EMP on these bots, but you're using them both at the same time. Unfortunately, EMP doesn't stack unless you're using it for different weapons. So you are actually stopping me from using something. I'm not sure what. But then your other bot tries to stop me as well. So you just need to stagger it. Oh, man. So I have an idea for a weapon in Botland that I think would be really, really interesting. You guys know how Zapper works? If not, I'll try to show you. Use different EMPs? Oh, I see. Okay, so you're disabling pretty much everything. But remember, it only works for 2 turns. So I'm waiting for something to just start using Zapper here. This is the easiest way to show you. I could just go write code for this myself. Fine, I'll just go do that. All right. So I connect over here. We just make something with Zapper. Where are you, Zapper? So it's supposed to be faster. There it is. Okay, so let's just put Zapper on the spot. And then let's just say to zap. Done. So that is Zapper. What I think would be a really cool weapon in Botland is if you could put this on an enemy. So you target an enemy with some projectile, and now it starts zapping all of the adjacent bots. I don't know if that would be really, really powerful or not, but I think it would help. It'd be one of the best AoE weapons, probably. Or something that spreads fire, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, that way you've got extra strategies against artillery. Because artillery might just be overpowered right now. Or at least when combined with missiles, maybe. Or maybe people just haven't found out how to beat me yet. I can't help but say that with a smug smile. Alright, let's go take a look at the rankings. I'm probably still not at the top of them anyway. But I'm getting there. No way is at the top right now. And I'm nowhere near the top of the attack leaderboards. I haven't been attacking people. So yeah, nice. Nice. Okay, and this totally worked. So we're also good on that front. So I am pretty happy about these changes. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we can go check this in. That went actually pretty smoothly, and I thought it would take about an hour. I think I really dragged out the task, but I think it did take about an hour. How about a nuke that kills every bot? So something like that's definitely overpowered, but I think there's a balance between how is hardware used as an attacker and how is it used as a defender. So for example, landmines are probably never going to be used by attackers, but they probably will be used by defenders once they're actually working in the game. They're not really working right now. Verify params. Okay, let's clean up a couple of things here. I don't think it's worth commenting most of this stuff. Yeah. But now this is the main function here. Verify the parameters, run texture packer, form the atlas, compress all the sprite sheets, and you're done. It's not too bad. Hey, folk. Serious question from a budding indie game dev. What's the plan if Botland fails, God forbid? Yeah, I mean, I guess this is technically one of the questions there. I can never find this that quickly. Yeah, when Botland's done, what will you do? So, if it fails, I think you'll just cease to see me on Twitch. I'll just disappear back into the corporate world. Also, I think there's a pretty good chance of that happening, Botland failing. But that's where we'll get some metrics from Alpha. And actually, there's 9 people playing right now. That's pretty good. How many are actually in the game? 4. 2 are editing scripts, 2 are on the news page. Still pretty good. It says 22% of them are mobile. So compress images using PingQuant. Nice. Yeah, really nice. I'm glad I did this work. Okay, so let's move on. We are going to continue here. So this is done. Done. And not overwrite the originals. This part's canceled. I just output to the output folder. Overwrite if necessary. Cool. Images are compressed. And we'll just be a full-time Hearthstone player. Man, I was playing some games over the last few days that were just ridiculous and would have been amazing to stream. And no, folk, I think these are pretty small comments. Well, so Bobokin, the other part of that I didn't really say is that here's what's going to happen, right? Alpha was yesterday. Beta is going to be in like April or May. And then release will be in something like July or August, who knows. So it's not like I release the game and on day 2 I'm like, well, there's only 100 people playing. That's it. It's a failure. It's that over the next month or 2, I would try to do marketing. So post-release, well, more marketing. I would also do pre-release marketing. So marketing, maybe some like really high impact features. And if it fails after that, so if after a couple of months, you know, Botland is pulling in next to no money, then yeah, then I have to cut my losses at some point. Yeah, Cuddles, I think most people right now, there's 10 people playing Botland right now, and 80% of them are on desktop. But part of that is because I don't have very good support for mobile. Hey, Syntonic. PR boy. Alright, so this bug has been bothering everybody. Fix the confirmation warning that shows when you have unsaved changes. And it shows up pretty much all the time. So I'm going to have to go fix this. I think there's already a bunch of bug reports on GitHub about this, but I also think I know how to repro it. So let's go try this out. I think we make a change to the defense. No, not even that. That doesn't trigger it. We make a change to this. So we just hit update. And then we hit save. And now when we try to cancel, it still shows up. Yeah. So repro number 1. Edit defense. Click update on any blueprint, even without making changes. Click save. Click cancel. The dialog shows up. Thanks, Albrena. How many people are working on Botland? So it's kind of hard for me to say right now. There's me as the dev. There's Jason as like the lead UX/designer, and then there are several contractors whose names I haven't shared here. I'm not sure how many there are right now. I think it's 3 who are doing artwork, and I think part of that is because the artwork for release is kind of coming to a close. So there's not as much going on there. And to be honest, with all the alpha preparation I've been doing, I haven't been in touch with any of these people over the last week. And I really need to do that. The rest are duplicates. Alright, so let's take a look at why this happens. Because it happens consistently. So we just hit cancel. Yeah, it's always going to happen. So I know where this comes from. It's here, and there is a... what is it? Unsaved changes. What does that dialog say? You have changes that will be lost. You have changes. Yeah. So cancel game is what does this. So we just need to put a breakpoint there. Hopefully there's just one place we can fix this. Cancel game. So it's this. So this is returning true and shouldn't be. And I think I know why that is. What? What's going on here? Why does show debugger not work? What? Yeah, what? Why isn't this working? How am I supposed to see the call stack? That's weird. Maybe? Yeah, that's weird. Alright, let's just try this again. I don't know what happened there. So it breaks in, and that's it. I can't... Have you guys ever had this happen before? Hide console drawer. Wow, weird. Also network conditions. I didn't even know about this. Okay, well, Chrome debugger not showing. Is this even an issue for anybody else on the entire internet? It's not even these. It's the actual buttons for debugging that aren't showing. Like the Chrome, what should I say? Call stack not showing? Restart Chrome? Okay. Well, I'm going to lose chat for a second. I have to restart everything to do with Chrome probably. So this is probably running in Chrome. Where else? There. So Chrome is now totally killed. Like I said, I can't see what chat's saying. Okay, chat loaded back up. Alright, so now let's try this out again. I've never seen that happen before though. Oh yeah, now it's working. Okay, well. Weird. So I guess let's try this out again. So we edit our defense, we make any change, even if it's superficial. We hit save and then we hit cancel and it goes into here. And it knows that we have changes. So let's see where it thinks we have changes. Blueprints 0, scripts 1. Okay. So now we need to do this again. And we need to see where it thinks we have a script change. 5-second window. You guys blew it. So old scripts 2 and 3. Oh, I know what this is. Okay, so the problem is that we're never resetting the is dirty flag on save. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going well. Alpha's online. 8 people are playing. Feels good. So when you save, where does saving happen? Save defense, export defense. Act like we just entered edit mode. This will prevent us from trying to delete scripts that we've already deleted, make updates that we've already committed, etc. Yeah, except for not really. What is this? Sure, Syntonic. I'll just keep leeching off of other people forever and ever. Alright, so clone workbench. Let's try to figure out where this is coming from. Isn't this supposed to... Huh. Do I play at play.bot.land? Yeah. So folk, there's the how to play doc here. I don't understand how placing bots works. Sometimes you need double click, sometimes only one click. Kahidar, that's a bug. There's a bug with registering clicks, something you'd think would be incredibly basic, but yet Hammer.js is screwing everything up for me. So yeah, sometimes it's just broken and sometimes it's not. I'm gonna have to look into that too. In fact, let's write this on here, see if there's anything else I can do. The click bug is bothering lots of people. Liquidator. Meanwhile, my defense is super strong. Look at this. Thwarted, thwarted, thwarted. The last person to beat me, what? Oh, actually, there are no replays where someone beat me. Yeah, come at me, bros. Syntonic, that would be pretty crazy. Maybe you should work on a game like that. And yeah, antimatter tape, it's a threshold issue, but the problem is that I should be able to stop it from happening. And it's just a very difficult thing to fix. Maybe I can try to detect, yeah, maybe a fix would be trying to detect whether you are definitely using a mouse. And if so, lower the thresholds or something? I'm not sure. But yeah. So clone workbench. We go over to here. So all this does is it clones every single script and puts it into the backup information. What? Total count of successful defenses. That's actually a pretty good idea. Did you already look at the throttle issue? So if you're talking about global throttle, no. If you're talking about matchmaking rate limiting, yes. It was lowered from 10 seconds to 2 seconds. So you shouldn't hit this anymore unless you're playing games faster than once every 2 seconds. And at that point, like, it's okay if you get rate limited. Because you have to wait, what, half a second? I don't think that's going to be a big deal. But yeah, the global throttling, that's still a problem. I got to figure out what's doing that. It's going to be an interesting bug to look into, but I don't think it's super important unless someone starts spamming the server again. And if they do that, there's a price to pay. There's no price to pay. Alright, so clone workbench. I got to figure out where this is done and exactly why. Yeah, backup information. When you're setting up for an attack, you can make all the changes you want to your blueprints, not necessarily updating the account server. Okay, so whenever we're saving to here, we can't have the is dirty flag set to true. Maybe this is a bad idea. And Patsy Boy, yeah, there are ways to beat the AI. It's just unlikely, that's all. Yeah, and in game there's a report bug button on every page. So if you go to edit your defense, it's at the upper right, or if you're in a replay or anything, or over here, it's there. It just opens up GitHub and it includes some information about your operating system and browser, and then your in-game ID. Hey, Trent. Welcome back. So ideally, I think what we should do here, when cloning scripts, we should set isDirty to false on the backups. When restoring from the clone scripts, no, actually, we wouldn't need to do anything there. Let's take a look. I don't want to do this. I don't think it's the best idea. Can I ask you a personal question? Yeah, sure. I can't tell you the likelihood of me answering it. All right, so let's try this again. Click this and this and this and this. Wait, something went wrong there. What was it? Oh, saving. Saving scripts needs to mark isDirty as false. Where do we save these? Keycode.x, trigger export defense. So I'll eventually call back into here and then save things off. Clone workbench. Act like we just entered edit mode. This will prevent us from trying to... Yeah, why didn't this break in? What is going on here? Or, what? It did break in? No, something's wrong. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, nope, not answering that. I also am curious why you're asking that. When we hit save, it should be breaking in, and it's not. Save defense, we call clone workbench. Clone workbench calls into here. Oh, that's restore, whoops. Put a debugger in the wrong spot. My bad. Even for my own standards, that's a weird question. I still crack up anytime someone manages to violate the 10 symbol limit rule. When I was setting this, I asked myself, who ever types more than 10 characters in a row like this? And it's happened, I think, 2 or 3 times. One time someone typed, oh. They got slapped by my bot. Okay, so this part we don't care about. It's here. We go and update this. We hit save. And then it gets triggered. Okay, yeah. So clone scripts, each one of these has an isDirty flag, and one of them is set to true and one set to false. Yeah, there it is. So we need to set them all to false. How can I check if someone already submitted a report for the bug? Folk, the only way to do that is the same way on any other repo. You just have to look through the bugs that exist. Sadly, there's no better way. Unfortunately, well, yeah, you'd have to do that, but you could, if you want, run it by me and I can tell you if I know about it, or I could just file it later. Or just file it anyway, and if we see it as a duplicate, we'll just mark it as a duplicate. Someone asked you that randomly at school? Couldn't they just poke you in the stomach and find out? That's a violation of personal space. Alright, so we want to update all of these for each clone script. Clone script. Wonder if there's a faster way to do this. I also wonder if that's even correct. Clone scripts 2. Yeah, isDirty. There it is. So we have Lodash here. Can I just say map clone scripts? No, I wouldn't do things this way. Let's look at the Lodash docs. Hey, man. I can't place bots in my defense, although I think I should be able to. Folk, that could be because of the clicking bug, that it's not registering your clicks. If you think it's anything else, definitely let me know. Because placing your bots shouldn't be... Like, it should be very obvious that you're placing them. So So for example, let's say I did not have these bots here, and I click one of my blueprints. It should be obvious that you're going to place them, and then as long as you don't see an X, like over here, then yeah, it should work. Oh yeah, Chromium, I gotta fix that. No rules, boys. No, there are rules. They're just located over here somewhere. EULA.pdf? Where is this thing? Okay, I'll have to fix that today. But thanks to Chromium for telling me that. G240, just, you should look it up. I think that's a better clarification than whatever I would say here. And it will result in fewer Twitch clips being made of me. Alright, so fix EULA link. So why is this happening for you every single time but not for me? Kahitar, it could be how you click. So I think if you were to keep the mouse perfectly steady and you were to just click, I think it would always work for you. I think what could be happening is that you might be used to clicking while dragging even like a couple of pixels, and then it doesn't count as a click anymore. It counts as a drag or something else. See, like if, that doesn't actually demonstrate this really, but if I kind of like move the mouse as I'm clicking, then yeah, it's a drag action. You can relocate bots to a tile where you couldn't place a bot before. Yeah. Even if you hold it perfectly still, it doesn't work. Kahidar, can you tell me some more information about what your browser is? I'm assuming you must be using a mouse, right? But still, what browser are you on? What version? That could be helpful. Oh, and by the way, if you want to find that information pretty easily, just click report bug and just copy paste this to me. Yeah, in fact, that's the easiest way to do it. Use my touchscreen to place bots because clicking didn't work properly. All right, well, we'll look into that today. I'm still trying to fix this thing. So let's go back to this. I believe there is set object path value. This is not for an array though. Whatever then. We'll just do it this way. There. This might fix that bug. Did you reach your limits of bots you can place? No, I think it's just the click bug that's happening. So you're on the same version that I'm on. Okay, thanks Kahitar. And yeah, G240, that is what it refers to, excuse me. A, true. A means you have full capabilities. It's very strange documentation. A is full, C is degraded, X is minimal, and there is no B. Okay, so I think I fixed the bug. Let's try it out. So we do the same thing we just did before. Click this, click this, click this, update, save, and hit cancel. Nice. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Oh, I know why. We need to set it even in the scripts that we have now. When you clone the workbench. So it's like mark that you have no changes anymore. This probably happens when you attack someone too. So cloning only modifies a clone script. Yeah, so then when we go to save this is when I need to do this. In fact, the only question here is, can I do this every time I clone all of the scripts, or can I only do it when I explicitly want to save? Let's take a look. Clone workbench. So this happens when you watch a replay. You don't actually have to clone it, but it makes it easy to reuse a cancel and exit button for editing. So it's always to save it, edit defense. Yeah, I think this is always to save it. Commence game, yep. Join game, yep. Export defense, yes. Okay, cool. Let's do that then. There's just one issue here. We need to set... This is done whenever you're saving all of your blueprints / scripts as being in a good state. So we also need to update is dirty flags. Which means, yeah, we need to clone these twice. Or save these in 2 locations. Yeah, I guess we could just save them in 2 locations. Yeah, no, Syntonic, that's one of the things I'm going to fix today. So if you have any suggestions for how to do that, just let me know. Because trust me, this is the point of alpha. It's bother people enough where I get a bunch of feedback and then I go fix the feedback. What's the command to see your Sublime plugins? It is aptly named Sublime. Oh, that link needs to change. All right, let me update that. So edit com Sublime. I think there are multiple things that get to this. But anyway, the new blog is at blog.bot.land. Does this link even work? Does this link even work? 404. How do I get to this Sublime post? Sublime environment. Question mark P equals 56. What? Also, why is this bot.land/blog? Can I do things this way? Yes, that works. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, but I feel like there are a bunch of these that link to the same thing. To-do does. So I guess we'll just update that too. You cannot overwrite a default command. What? What are you going on about, Botland bot? You cannot overwrite a default command. Where's that even coming from? Here, custom commands.edit.404. So this, if edit com command exists and it doesn't exist here, it's an alias, I think. I just don't know what it's an alias for. This is frustrating. Alright, let's take a look really fast. There should be aliases, and one of these is Sublime, I guess. Where is Sublime or To-Do or anything at all that makes any sense? To-Do plugins. Oh, God. There, finally. Okay, so back to work. Now I should have fixed this bug. Let's try it out. We connect, we do all the same steps I did before. It works. Perfect. If anything comes up organically, I don't mind changing it. Change blog in this. So for example, yeah, you found the monetization link there. that is something I should change. But yeah, I don't think it should be done during stream time. Okay, so I think I fixed the bug. Let's go take a look at all of the different repros of this and make sure that it doesn't happen anymore. So there's, yeah, unsaved changes. Hey, look at that. I wrote right here, this probably has to do with the isDirty flag. It does have to do with the isDirty flag. So let's find out where else I wrote this. Anywhere else? Warning. Nope. Okay, I think this is it. I made my first defense and I have Liquidor attacking me and I lost. So, Noomers, that won't happen in the real game. Hang on a second, let me copy paste something really fast here. Okay. Yeah, so that won't happen in the real game, and I'll show you why this is happening right now. There is this right here, which is all of the eligible players who you can find a match against. And unfortunately, I cannot get this to work unless I go restart all of this. Let's go try this out. So I connect to this again. Can I solve a Rubik's Cube? No, I can't. So, in HN, what's my favorite part of programming? I think anything is fine as long as I'm not doing it for too long. And I think too long is usually like 1 week plus. Then, yes, I do start to care a little bit more. So if I work on UI or tooling or backend or anything, the database, that's all fine. Then my patience tends to run out for the stuff I don't like after about a week. So, all right, Noomers, here are all the players who you can attack in botland right now. There are 58 of them. What Liquidor has done is he has attacked everybody in the game. So now anyone who makes an account will, if Liquidor finds another match, they're going to be paired with him. So that's why that's happening. In the future, the reason this won't happen is because imagine if this said that there are 5,800 players. Now Liquidor is only going to find people around his skill level. But since we don't have that many people playing botland right now, it's not as effective. Wow, yeah, that sucks, Syntonic. I had to do a check for that a while ago. It wasn't a Webpack issue though, it was an import issue. Because I had to import star from like utils.js. And it turns out the file was actually called utils.js. And on Windows it doesn't matter. And on Linux it did. Years. What's with those IDs? Yeah, so our good buddy Darkstorm yesterday created a whole bunch of accounts. I don't know if you can see from here all the way up to, yeah, you can see every once in a while there were real accounts in here. But yeah, a lot of these were created. They just keep going. He just made like 3,500 accounts. Alright, so we just need to go look at the bugs on GitHub and make sure I solved this one. How long is alpha going to be running? Today until the end of the stream. After today until like April or May, something like that. So every day that I stream, it should be running for the majority of the stream. And by the way, anyone who wants to play right now, just click that alpha doc. And yeah, Endorn, it actually did help for that. Sakalo, that's pretty good. Did I ban him? So I didn't. I don't think was trying to be malicious, but he didn't make it obvious that he was the one doing it. And I told him in the future, I don't mind if you guys test things. I don't mind if you test security issues or anything else. Just let me know that it's happening. Because in this particular case, it uncovered a bug. There's apparently, I was rate limiting people and I thought I was doing it by IP. And it turns out that it's global rate limiting. I need to figure out why that's the case. But because he was spamming the account server, no one was able to use Botland. So it was basically a denial of service attack. And I didn't know that someone was just testing something. Had I known, I could have just been like, okay, you can stop it now. And he would have stopped it. And then everything would have been fine. But instead, I just thought someone's being a jerk right now. So that's why you close. Why it's closed when you don't stream? No, it's closed when I don't stream because it costs money. And maybe that's what you were reading there. But that's actually one of the things on the FAQ. If you check that out, I just added that. Couple of things here. I'll call for IP shaming. No, I wouldn't do that. Alright, so let's go look through this. Deleting script, invalid hardware layout, updating new token. Oh, this I fixed. So, fixed in version 0.1.1. Rate limiting decreased from 10s to 2s. Okay, so there. Close one issue. Create a bot while in fight, win the fight. Exiting without prompt. Oh, I know what this is. Okay, yeah, let's test this out. So I need to attack someone and I need to win. Actually, I don't even think I need to win. I think the game just needs to end. So we have this. We'll just put down some bots. Cool. This probably won't do anything. Yeah, great. Oh, I'm supposed to create a bot though. Let's do that. There. And one more. And because I created one, when I click back to main menu, it used to pop up a dialog. So I think I just fixed this. So this is one of the bugs that this fixes. And then what else? Because I know this is very similar. Yeah, related to number 3. We'll have to get there. Which issue is this? 12? What's it called? You made changes prop. Yeah, so here's where I left off. Does not allow access to the store. Yeah, I know about this. Feature open a new window. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we can probably tackle that today. Placing a bot sometimes doesn't work. Yeah. This is issue number 9. Let's write this here. And this should have been up here. Yeah, so that's this issue too. Yep, got it. All right, well, I just fixed it. I just wanted to make sure that I had gotten all these to work. So attack someone, change this, play the match out into the last phase, click exit the main menu. Yeah, so this is a duplicate. So I am going to close this one and just use the bug that I'd had. It fixes all the other 99 bugs. Did it say because your defense is bad? No, it didn't say because it was bad. It said you lost due to unsuccessfully defending. Oh, you mean, oh, you're not talking about is the wording harsh. You're talking about is it harsh to have a penalty for that? Oh. I thought you were saying that the text literally said, like, your defense sucks, you're a loser, or something like that. And I thought, like, yeah, that's pretty harsh. But you're talking about the, minus 10 Botcoin. Is that part harsh? And the answer is yes, and that's intentional. So you need an incentive to defend in this game. And you can win up to 25 Botcoin per day right now. Or you could lose 10 Botcoin per day. Well, up to 10 Botcoin per day. So this is a pretty significant difference, especially when you consider that attacking only can get you 25 Botcoin per day. So you can double the Botcoin you get. You can double your income by just making a good defense. And your win ratio only needs to be greater than 33%. And if it's greater than 33%, then you will get some money. It might not be a lot. And if your win ratio is better than, I don't know what this works out to be, maybe 50, 60%, then you'll get the full amount. That's how I read it. Yeah, so we'll see how this works, Endorn. I will write down what you said here. Where's the feedback list? Here it is. So where's long-term feedback? Here it is. So Endorn notes on today that losing 10 Botcoin for unsuccessfully defending seems a bit harsh. Does the 33% include the unranked matches? To be honest, I'm not too sure right now. But it doesn't really matter, because if your defense is good, eventually you won't have many ranked matches played against you anyway. So you should be able, I don't know. Well, I'll have to look into that. To make sure that this doesn't include unranked matches. Alright, so issue number 12, this is a duplicate. Correct. Can I tag people? Yeah, correct Tadeo. This is indeed a duplicate of, and does number 3 just immediately turn it into number, is this a link? Oh, neat. So I can just click this now? Nice. That's the harsh part. Loading screen for Botland just found on Reddit. This is pretty weird looking to me. Oh, you can control these things. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do something like this. If I had a loading screen, it would be something that makes more sense for Botland, I think. He's figured out for me, same thing, the bots do when not telling them anything. Yes, Kahitar. However, it's not the same thing as telling them nothing. So if you do this, this is telling them don't do a single thing on your turn. But if you have no script, so if you delete the script entirely, that's saying figure it out for me. So just remember, there's a very big difference there. All right, well, I fixed this, so let's check it in. Honestly, this wasn't such a big change. So let's take a look. I'm gonna go so I can stream myself. All right, see you, Alex. Okay. So how did I write this before? I think I wrote fix GitHub issue or something like that. I need to look at my log and just see what my messaging usually is on this, because I don't remember. You missed number 4 in the issues to look at? Oh, thank you. Where is that? Yeah. This is a duplicate of number 3. Close. Okay. So next, we just need to search through the log and figure out how I did this before. It was relatively recently. Here it is. Fix GitHub issue. So I fixed number 3 here. The isDirty flag was not getting reset when we saved your scripts or blueprints. Well, when you save your script. So the you have unsaved changes dialog would pop up all the time. That should fix it. All right, so let's go close these bugs now. Issue number 3. So fix this. I hadn't ever set is dirty back to false for scripts, so it was always detecting that they'd changed when you tried to leave a mode. All right, close and comment. Nice. All right, cool. So we just got rid of 4 bugs from the list by only fixing one of them. So issues 18, that's pretty nice. And actually one of these I think was pretty easy to do, this one. Play game, login, click a link, open in a new tab, redirects you. Yeah. So let's go figure out how to do this, because this should be pretty fast. All this is saying is clicking these links or just open it in a new tab, and I don't think it's very hard to do that. We just go to the news page. No, it's not the news page. It's a news scroller. Yeah, this. Ahref. HTML Ahref. There's a target attribute, I think. I don't remember what this is. What? There is no target attribute? Target, yeah, it is target. Target equals blank, right? Open a new window or tab. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Yeah, so just blank. Target equals blank. Sounds good. So target equals blank. Whoops. Oh, wrong spot. There. That should fix that problem. And yeah, thanks Kesha and Skadog. Good and good. Cool. Yeah, so that fixes that. So let's write that down next. You know, despite having just done this, I already forgot what my format was for the last commit. I should really write that somewhere. GitHub commit style. Okay, so this particular one is issue number 10. Links now open in new tabs. News links now open in new tabs. Perfect. All right. Cool. So the rest of the issues are going to take longer than 2 seconds to fix. I mean, that was a really easy one, so we'll save that for later. Now, the next thing has been bothering everybody, including myself, for quite some time. I'm using window.alert everywhere, and that blocks input on the browser. Now, there's one place where I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this easily, and that's in here. This is not my code. So when you say something like, I want to pursue this enemy, and then you go to rename this, it does pop up a dialog. And during this time, clicking anything else does nothing. So that's a little bit frustrating, but that's okay. I think this only happens in full screen dialogues right now, so it's not a big deal. Hi, Daniel. Help with what? So how would I do this? I need some reusable component that could potentially have multiple options that blocks input to any other elements. Blockly is for noobs anyway. So the potentially having multiple options part should be fine. Let's try to replace a single window.alert somewhere with a better one. What's the easiest way to get a window.alert to show up? Here, I guess. By just having this thing fail, get user details from account server? Or is this done? So we can have it auto-authenticate, and then in get user details, we can just throw an error here. Throw new error, hello world. Kesha. You always gotta take it easy the first time you go back. I'd look at what's existing for this. You could save some time. There are tons of... Oh yeah, good idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Alright, well, bonus points to you, Hideo, for using common sense. Hey, Dazed Head. Just want to take a look at the game. Having fun attacking people. Wasn't there a top list somewhere? Yeah. Oh, and Hideo linked it in for you. I thought I had an automatic Twitch command to get information, so I typed help. Okay. If you're looking for commands in my chat, Daniel, they're listed there. I don't see them in the Sublime post. What do you use for now? Timestamp? Oh, I will give that to you. That's just something I wrote really quickly. It's this insert timestamp. And you can customize the format yourself using this. So I'll just paste this. Save this as insert timestamp.py. And then step 2 is in key bindings. User folder after you've gone to browse packages in Sublime. Yeah, so let's have this expire never. And there you go. Hey, Pickle. Yeah, and by the way, I made it a really unusual shortcut for that. So I actually have to hit N-O-W Control I. You could just make it be Control T or something like that if you want. All right, yeah, let's look into existing ones for this. Pretty sure is a package, yeah. React modal. Is there an example of this? There's a code example. I just want to see what the... Oh, demo. Good. Cool. We can see what this looks like. What? This isn't a demo. This is another example. They're not synonyms. Where do I see this pop up? Result. Trigger modal. Oh, cool. Okay. This is good. Now this is a demo, but it's listed as an example. Using set app element, what does that do? Properly hide your application from screen readers. Okay. On request close. Should close on overlay. Oh, I see. So that closing by clicking the overlay doesn't work. So what, that was here that this would have worked? Oh, clicking outside of the overlay makes it close. Yeah, we probably don't want that. Using inline styles. Sure. Using CSS classes. Sure. Using global style overrides. Just want to see if there's any interesting information from this. Okay, sounds pretty good. Tab result. Yeah, I realized that after a second of that. Alright, cool, so let's do that. So we are going to need to do it so that we got to a window.alert. Yeah, this is currently a window.alert. We're going to change this right now using this library here. So let's npm install away. Styler passed as an object with 2 keys, overlay and content. Oh, so you can have the, oh, I see. Okay. That's kind of nice. Okay, that's fine. this dot open modal, and open modal does what exactly? Let's just copy paste all of this probably. There, so now we can just go directly to open modal. Set state modal is open. When modal is open, we show this. Yeah, I don't want to have to do this on every page probably. The window.alerts can show up everywhere. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Although the modals that show up could be different. I could make a generic one and have main open it. But that would require every page still implementing this. Wait, Digitate, your bot died or you just couldn't place it there? There was this change to Blockly to support custom prompts. This actually got implemented? Oh, nice. What is this icon? As in literally, what is that thing on? Oh, it's a bunny with a monocle? Looks like some kind of robotic chicken. Or a turkey. Alright. Sorry, I don't even know why I just set this up. Yeah, I think I need to upgrade Blockly, and I'll have to take a look at this. So thanks for telling me about that, Lepko. And maybe that's worth considering today too. Consider upgrading Blockly to get this. To get rid of the window.alert style dialog. Lepko pointed out this commit. Hey Darkstorm, did you get my Twitch message? Maybe a small addition to the buttons in this is a keybind. Yeah, I think if you've ever used, I'll put that in Polish somewhere. If you've ever used the keyboard, we could detect that and then have this handle it. Okay, so let's get back to fixing window.alert everywhere. So this is where I should probably, I have this set up React, and this is where I have all the different pages. Component equals root. What is root? Container root? Oh, maybe I could put the modal in here. Casper, it's your dream come true. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to have this be customized though. Plus, this isn't connected to any of my anything in Redux. Okay, so I'd like to avoid having a modal tag in every single page. News, blueprints, game, edit script, etc. I could probably accomplish this by throwing it into the root component, but then I'd need to specify all customizations through Redux. I could also try to have my components inherit from another component with a modal in it. That's probably the best way to do things. Because the composable way right now, I mean, these are all going to have a window.alert style thing on them. And sometimes this pops up from unusual locations too. This is not, so, okay, even if I answered all these questions right now, there's still the matter of getting rid of these everywhere. Probably 90% of them will be really straightforward, and I'll just be able to replace it easily. And then the last 10% are going to be like, I'm calling this code from somewhere just because I know that I'm in a browser, and I'm not doing anything React aware. So I'll need to think about that too. So test this out, and then think about how this will work with my window.alerts that aren't coming from React. I would need to set some state in Redux that would do this. Yeah, which means, man, that means that I can't actually do things this way, where this is done by this dot state. Where's that? Modal is open. Yeah, this would need to come from React. That's where having a global one would be nice. Problem is, I can't have this be based on this dot state at all, since other JavaScript needs to be able to set the modal to visible. We also probably might want to queue. Hey, Root Killer. Just so you know, I'm adding a bunch of issues related to Safari. Not going to add that to every issue, but if you need help when dealing with these, just ping you. Okay. Wait, but are you filing them through the game? Because if you are, it should just tell me that you're doing this from Safari. Right? Yeah, that's fine. As long as this information shows up, then I don't think this will be too much of an issue. Are you allowed to place defender bots over the whole map? Yeah, you are. There's not very much of a reason for you to place them on the other side of the map, because you'd have a hard time defending your CPU that way, but nothing's stopping you from doing that. Digi's attack was thwarted. It'll always be thwarted because it's the same attack every single time. Do any of you notice a big difference now that chips have double the life that they had originally? Also, am I finally rank 1? Can I please just pass no way? My attack rank sucks. Hey, for real. Alpha's going pretty well, I think. We have 4 people playing right now. So not very many. But those are the active users. And hi, Happy Surge. And if you want help to test or debug or find the issue. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And yes, you're correct. I don't have a Mac. That may not be such a bad thing. Alternatively, I could have another component underneath root that is connected to React. Yeah, maybe that's the best idea. I want to test that out. Let's go try that. So we have container root. This is used from here. So what if right underneath root we put another... How do we do this? I actually don't know how to do this. Path equals slash. I'll need to look at React Router to see. Yeah, Endurn, a lot of that data is going to be made even smaller once I finally get to compressing all the replay stuff that happens. So Botland shouldn't be very network intensive. The initial load is pretty bad right now, I know that. But afterward, it's just sending very small amounts of data back and forth, except for replays. Replays are pretty large right now. I might be gzipping some of that, but probably not a lot of it. All right, so how do we do this? Is it even React Router that I'm thinking of? Yeah, here. I guess I don't necessarily... I guess I could just put this into root. I would definitely need to look into more of this. Route matching. Yeah, I'm not sure. Takes about 3 seconds to send over the replay, which isn't bad on mobile connections. Yeah, that's not too bad. And gzipping that should make it better. I think the web server itself might gzip it, but I'm not positive about that. How much? Let me take a look at something. Let's just get some random replay. Select journal from replays /G. Oh yeah, that was a mistake. Fine. Just close this. Oh great, it finished right as I said I'd close it. Alright, so select ID from replays. Select journal from replays where ID equals 29. Null. Okay, 33. Null. 32. Why are all of these null? Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's rip encoder. Yeah. Why am I not using Google? Lol beginner, haven't you been here for long enough to have seen the answer to that already? Alright. Okay, cool, Darkstorm. I'll read it after the stream. Okay, so I guess we just add this to root. I could try it out at least. Just not positive about this. So we have containers for something like the news page. And we export it by connecting it to Redux. So I guess I'd have some modal state somewhere. Alright, let's go make some reducers then. So we'll save this as new, no, not news, modal.js. Maybe a modal reducer, is that a good idea? How do we get information out of this? So let's say there is a script that's like, are you sure you want to save? You need to rename it, and it pops up an input. I guess we just combine the modal reducer into whatever needed that. Yeah, okay, let's try this. Hey Cowgo, and thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna test this out. We'll see whether this makes any sense. Modal actions from modal. Initial state is going to be something like show modal false. And let's just have some really simple modal text, hello world. Set modal is showing. Let's just do that for now. This should be fine. We just need to call these things differently. And same thing here. Okay, so now we need to go get modal actions, the only one of which we really need is this. So let's go set that. Set modal is showing. Show modal. Alright, and now we just call this from somewhere. Do I work while standing? Yeah, I am standing right now. Why can't you just include modal where you want to open it? So Lepko, I could do that. That's my fallback. I guess I didn't write why I want to do this. I feel like there'd be a lot of very similar code. But yeah, maybe that's the best way. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. So I don't know why I wanted to avoid it. I think it was because I thought I'd connect it via state and not Redux, and then I'd have tons of duplicated code. But now I'll just have some duplicated styles. Maybe, not even that. I'll just have some duplicated components, which is fine. Even then, no, this is not even worth writing. Easy points. In case anyone's curious what points are even for. When you follow, you get a link to control my lights. So you can see what Endurn just did there with flashbang red. And then you can also just buy that if you want. CMD challenge? print hello world. Did it work? Oh, that took forever. Print the current working directory. Yeah, I'm not going to do this. Okay, so let's add this to the login page, I believe. Containers/login. This is where we'll try this out for the first time. So we need to connect this to modal reducer. Oh, which we can't even do yet. We never combine the reducers. So let's search for salvage and just replace this with modal. Search again for salvage. Okay, that should work. Now we go over to here and we just get modal state is modal reducer. And we need how do I want to do this? This dot props dot modal state dot, I already forgot the name of it, show modal, and div hello world. Well, this is modal placeholder. I don't know where this is going to show up on the page, but it won't show up until we're able to click something. So I guess let's set this to true by default. Where did that even go? I can't find any of this. There it is. All right, cool. So let's try that out. This is only going to say, yep, there it is, modal placeholder. Perfect. So now what we need to do is replace that with a modal. Makes sense. It's a modal placeholder. All right, so let's go import this. This will be on the login page. Have you made a backup of Botland after working on it for 266 days? Yeah, I have. Every time I push, I'm backing up to Bitbucket. And then every once in a while, I'll back up to another extra couple of places. So I probably haven't done that extra backup in a little bit of time. I'll make sure to do that. Backup Botland code again. Backup Phantom Bot DB. And there's something else I need to back up to. Oh, my to-do list. Backup to-do list as well. Yeah, I use Git, but then it's still possible for Bitbucket to go offline and my computer to go offline. And in both of those cases, I mean, it's unlikely that they intersect at the same time. But in both of those cases, it'd be really bad, and I have a backup. So yeah, I think I'm okay with losing about a day of work. Losing 266 days is enough to make me not make Botland anymore. All right, so the app element allows you to specify the portion of your app that should be hidden via ARIA hidden to prevent assistive technologies such as screen readers. It can be specified in the following ways. So set app element. Okay, so the app element here is going to be the div containing the entire page, I suppose. So either specify an element or specify a tag of an element. Okay. Hey, Pecos. By the way, for anyone new to this stream right now, I'm working on a game called Botland. I'm going to just spew a bunch of links in the chat. So there's that. That's a video on what it is. There's a link to how to play it. And then you always have the today command to find out what I'm doing. So right now, one of the issues I'm tackling is that inside the game, there are a lot of things that can happen that pop up an alert, and they shouldn't really be an alert. So something like this, for example. Let's say I make a change, and whatever, I go click cancel. Wait, why did that happen? Hang on a second. Oh, right. Oh, I didn't actually make a change. That's why. Okay, now I hit cancel. It says, you have changes that will be lost. Are you sure you want to go back to the main menu? This is preventing me from using the rest of the app, and it's preventing anything from animating too. So this is a modal dialog that the browser is popping up. So I want to make this into a modal dialog that I pop up. That's what I'm working on now. There's, yeah, numerous. I think that's just bound to happen though. The same thing happens to me. when I'm watching from a device or my computer. Okay, so I don't know about the styles yet. Let's just get the modal in here. We can have a button that opens the modal. I'll do that maybe. And maybe there should be something else that just sets this. All right. So here's the modal. Is open is this. On after open. After open modal. What does that do? References are now synced and can be accessed. refs.subtitle.style. Where's subtitle coming? Okay, fine. On request close. What does that do? Ah, I see. So on request close needs to be something that is hooked up to my store. So we need bound modal actions. So let's put this here. And when this happens, when we get a request close, we're going to say this dot bound modal actions dot, what's it called? Modal actions. No, actions modal. Set modal is showing. There it is. And we'll set it to false. I'm very much alive. Man, it's times like this that I wish I had a say command for Botland bot so I could say I'm not Mr. Destructoid and have it seem like the bot's saying that, but I never set that up. Okay, and then what else? Style is custom styles. Let's just copy paste their styles for right now. I don't wanna deal with styles just yet. And then what else? Content label is example modal. Okay, there. Let's try this. We have a syntax error somewhere, so let's fix that first. That's not even the right build process. Here it is. Line 140. Oh, I need to close the modal tag. They throw everything in a modal. Oh, right, because there's a bunch of other HTML that goes in there. And then there's a close button for it. Oh, and refs of the modal. I see how this works. So once this is mounted. All right, let's try that. Yeah, Parentalhan. You've tried Vue.js? I have not tried it. And hey, Mimiron. It's going pretty well. We've got 7 people playing Botland. Oh, check it out. So if we click close, it doesn't do anything. Perfect. Error, hello world. Oh, right, yeah. That's the error that's supposed to be showing up. But then, so why isn't this close button doing anything? Close modal. Oh, that's why. We need to code close modal. All it does is sets the state. So then why is there... Oh, because you can click outside of the modal. Except for I never did that. So I guess we just do this on request close. Whoops, this here. Yeah, my bad. I just named the function wrong. Can you link me the selecting and editing multiple lines plugin? That's just part of Sublime. And hey, Bright Array. I have been doing pretty well. How about you? Yeah, so if you just go super ram to sublimetext.com, this tells you right here, Control D is what you can use by default. So there are a bunch of shortcuts. So test, 2, test. So by default, Control D is just add another cursor to what you already have selected. So if you press it a couple of times, you'll select something like this, and you can change them all to test 2 if you want. Control K, Control D is skip what's under the cursor. So let's say you want to change just the ones that say test 2 and you have test selected. So you could skip this, and pick this one, and then change them to just test. There's a better way to have done that. You could have just selected test 2. And then there's things like Control Alt up and down, and that lets you add cursors vertically, and there's a way to split lines into cursors, but you can look through the key bindings for that stuff. Okay, so this should now close. Let's take a look. Nope, because this doesn't work for some reason. Modal actions is taken from modal. Set modal is showing. Huh, what's the problem there? I'm guessing this doesn't exist. This is undefined. Well, would you look at that? We don't have this at all. I refer to something different. Hey, Rami. Oh yeah, you borked it. Oh, cool. So there, the modal's working. I mean, I still have the window.alert popping up. I need to fix that, of course. But yeah, it says hello, and you can click this. Cool. And yeah, you can post a link, Mimiron. All right, so what would we need to do to turn this into a real thing? We need to pipe messages into here, which means we need some way of showing this thing. Also, I guess I could make some like standard content for this. Is this React? Yeah, this is React. Oh yeah, Brighter Ray, I remember that. I ended up doing, so the game is live if you want to check it out. And you can kind of just see what I did. But if you go to the store, as you scroll down, it lazily loads these other images. So you see them kind of pop into view like that. And yeah, the first time you go to the cosmetics tab, it's just a little bit slow. Every time after that, I cache it. So in general, lazy loading is really all I did to fix it. So yeah, the first time you'll see a little bit of lag. Yeah. And then scrolling down, it just loads in all the images, then they're all cached. So it's pretty fast switching back to it after that. That's it. That's all I did. Is the middle input block, is this for emails? Yeah, it is. So eventually you will type this in, but for right now emails aren't even used. So I just force it to be some random number, basically. There's a number at the end of it. Okay, so let me think about this. What would we want on the modals? Maybe a title. Actually, I could always style these differently later. Right? What does it look like right now? Yeah, it says hello, and there's a close button. Oh, I really don't want to deal with styling yet. I want to just have, I think, a title, maybe a message, and a set of buttons. But the buttons might need to do different things depending on what's showing. Okay, so think of how I would code an "Are you sure?" dialogue with yes/no options. Oh man, Rami, what's wrong? Also for this, I was thinking the modal itself can be connected to, okay, so the modal itself would have to be one of my components that happens to include a modal, so that I can connect it to Redux and have it set the output state. There would also need to be a callback when that happens. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. It's just a matter of coding it. And hey, Philip. Yeah. How long have I been coding for? That's one of the questions I haven't been answering critical, but it's been quite a long time. I have a function that almost tells you what you want to know, but not quite. Quick question to answer on GitHub. The speed control being global, do you plan on changing that or leave it like this in release? No, the UI will eventually change so that it's much more obvious what's going on. So when you're attacking someone, where does this go? Yeah, here. So when you're attacking someone, you'll see a speed here. I think this will be different from the speed we have in defenses and different from the replay. Oh, you'd already done that? Oh, my bad. Did I not see it? Oh, nice. Wow, Rami, good job. He won't say when because he knew from birth. Yeah, I know. I need to type the full command name just to make myself feel good. So, alright, I think this isn't too bad. So, this is still a lot of steps that we need to do. So, make a component of my own that wraps modal that contains a title, some text, and a button configuration. When a button is clicked in the modal or it is closed, have it call back with a response, either closed, button 1, button 2, etc. Actually, button 0, button 2, etc. Yeah, okay. Alright, what else? What else did I want here? Oh yeah, hook up my component to React. No, hook this up to React. Or Redux, what am I talking about? It's always React. And then call it from the login screen. So test this out on the login screen with real data. Alright, and by the way, in case you guys are curious, still having trouble converting my Bitcoin to points. Yeah, what'd you say, G24? You were, oh, you're not on this list. Okay, never mind. But Alex is there, yeah, number 163. Nice. How do you type those wrong encoding characters so quickly? Wrong encoding characters. Oh, that? These boxes? This is a plugin for plain tasks. I think that's what you're talking about, right? The plugin just has a shortcut for typing these. Hey, Cabothunk. Okay, let's try this out. So I'm going to make a modal wrapper, I suppose. Let me think about this. Let's take a look at any other component that I've written. No, this would have to be a container. It's going to connect to Redux. So let's look at the smallest container, the news container. And let's just kind of take a look at what this would be. This would be something like modal wrapper. And in render, I would have return modal with some buttons or text. Yeah, I think this is what we'll do. Okay, so then let's save this. We'll say this is modal.js. Or should I call it modal wrapper? Oh God. Naming. What do I go with here? Yeah, probably just modal. Yeah, okay. Well, thankfully that's what I named it. Can you check when I followed? Yeah, you guys can check actually. Yeah, 70 days ago. Wow. It's a good amount of time. Alright, so class modal. And connect this, but only probably to the modal state. State.modal reducer. So delete all of these. We'll get rid of the render function almost entirely. Yeah, let's leave just the div probably. And then get rid of this. Styles, I'm not even going to keep this stuff, I think. So we'll just keep that there for now. And then delete everything that's not in the constructor. Then we need bound modal actions. So we'll use that here, modal. Get rid of those. Go back to landing nav on line 10. Landing nav is going to get replaced with modal. This is lowercase. These are deleted. Alright, not too bad. My custom modal wrapped with content that I need, so I don't write duplicate code. Bravo. Self-documenting. Has anybody newer been banned from the streamer chat? I mean, I don't try to publicize bans, but the answer is yes. Okay, modal state. So we got that. So then we need to use this from login and try to replace everything else. Okay, so then let's close out of all these other windows. Yeah. So now this modal that we use is going to be from here. And the modal that we were using we'll need to copy paste over there. And this one's going to need to be past new things. Yeah. So I don't think this even needs to be in a div or anything. We would probably need to set a different element for the whole anti-screen reader thing. How would we do that? It can just be a selector. Or maybe we set that somewhere else. Let's look at their GitHub. I closed it. So app element is here. Where do they pass that in? Wait, what? They don't pass it in? Or, oh, I selected it with a space. No, that still doesn't matter. Oh, you have to set it. It's telling you how to do it in a comment. They don't actually do it though. Okay, fine. 100-day follow birthday. I don't celebrate those. So is open is going to be here. That's fine. After open, we don't actually do anything here. In fact, I don't even probably want to specify that. And then binding these. So I'll bind these in the constructor. This dot bound close modal equals this dot close modal dot bind this. You already ordered the champagne. Too bad. All right, custom styles. Let's copy paste that for right now. Anything else we need to know here? Nope. That's pretty much it. We just need to tab this in sanely. There. Okay, and then close modal needs to actually do something. So we can get rid of that now. Okay, let's try this out. So now we're going to get rid of all of this. There. How you broke your keyboard? I track. Yeah, it's just the keyboard. All right, here. So now we can refresh the page. We need to get rid of the window.alert that I'd had there. Oh, this doesn't even build, does it? Cannot read property show modal of undefined. Oh, whoops, I forgot to include, oh man. Yeah, the whole React modal thing, this. But now it can't have the same name. This has to be React modal. There we go. Now this whole with router, this isn't needed. In fact, yeah, let's just keep that. I'm gonna need to lint this before I check in. Restriata. All right, nice. So does a close button work? Yes. So now we need a title text configuration. So I guess there's going to be something like a launch modal or something. It's not just going to be show modal. We could have that. We could have set details. Yeah. So we'll say title, text, and then buttons. What would the buttons be? It also needs to be a callback. Also, if we're calling set details, it's so that we can show it. Thanks, Hideo. Hey, Jacqueline. You know, I have a picture I want to show you guys. We went out the other night to a painting place, and I am not a painter. So I was also really frustrated that night for some reason. I think I was just stressed out about alpha. Anyway, we had a painting that we were supposed to do, and I started out trying to do it, and it looked really bad because, like I said, I'm not a painter. That's why we had the Adamart emote. So I just took a bunch of paint and started drawing colored squares over it, and then I eventually drew this. Oh, I can't show you this without... Oh, yes, I can. Okay, so I'll show you this just on my phone for right now. But I painted Adamart. I even wrote art at the top. So now you have it. At some point, I'll probably show you on an actual computer, not just on a sucky webcam. So title, text, and buttons. I want to figure out how the buttons are going to work here. So how would I like to call set modal details? Something like login failed, you could not log in, and maybe we specify here just okay. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I like that. Button text. Majestic art. I know, it's pretty great. Button text array, maybe? Button text? Button text, yeah, sure. Okay, so in setting the details, we'll put this here, except for it's not like that, it's gotta be capitalized, which means I forgot to put a type in here. Set modal details. And we have three properties: title, text, and button text. There. So title, text, button text. All right, nice. Now we need to render that stuff. So here is going to be the title. This.props.modal state.title. In fact, we can just get the modal state here. Const modal state equals this.props.modal state. Alright, so we can just use this now. So we have the title, we need some text here. Let's just put it in a div, I suppose. I'm not really going to worry about how this looks right now. And then we have some buttons. We're not even going to render the buttons for right now. So let's try that out. Perfect. It's actually not perfect at all. I need a call set on this. So if I set this to false, which is what it should be. Oh yeah, the other thing is we want to say show modal true. I feel like you implicitly want to show the dialog whenever you set its details. Okay, now for calling it client main replay action. These should be modal actions. So instead of that window.alert that I have that's saying whatever it's saying, what is it saying? The account server appears to be offline. This is where we'll say this. We'll say modal actions dot set modal details. Say something like could error, I don't know, error, whatever this string is, and buttons will just say something like okay. Yeah. There we go. Let's try that out. What about button click callbacks? Yeah, I'm going to set that up just after this. The callback, I think, will be just a single callback you pass in, and you know how many buttons you set, so you know how to handle it. Something along those lines, but I'll see if that works. That's what I'm thinking, at least. So error, the account server appears to be offline, try again later. So there are no buttons yet. We'll have to add those. I would add an optional string style to the arguments. You can specify a specific style. And this could just append the string as a CSS class. You can have multiple. Yeah. I think I'll worry about the styling later, but you bring up a good point, which is that I'm going to want probably some optional parameters here. So I should probably just make this a params setting. Oh, cool. Yeah, nice. I like it, Walter. Wait, what's going on in Botland right now? We only have 4 active users right now. Yeah, Digitay keeps attacking me and spamming my replay log. 56 seconds ago. The same attack every single time. The same loss every single time. So Digitay, what is your win ratio right now? I can't imagine it's that good. So let's find out your win ratio. I reset this yesterday, so whatever this is just from today. Digitay has a 2.3 win ratio. That actually is pretty good. Huh. But the person with the best win ratio is 3D Extended with a 17 win ratio. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, so I'm hoping these are lowered from yesterday at least, but still most everyone has a higher than 1 win ratio. Some people don't. And a couple of people only lost, but. And then defenses, wow. Liquidor's defense is going crazy apparently. Where's mine? Where am I on this list? Why am I not here? Adam. Oh, I have no losses, so it says null. And same thing with why not NAUK knock. Turn those into win percent. Yeah, I could do something like that. This isn't supposed to be anything super detailed yet. What's the SSH program called? It's just SSH. I use SSH AWS because this specifies the user for me. So this just calls an SSH-I, whatever my key is, and then whatever the username is, like admin or something at some IP address. So this is just a shortcut function. But yeah, I'm using just SSH. If you're wondering what's the command that I'm using, or command prompt, I guess it's conemu. All right, so here we'll pass in params. I don't really like doing things this way because I feel like it makes you have to search even farther to figure out what's going on here. So this would be, well, I guess we could do it this way. Oh, we can't do it this way. Not unless we do this and put this in its own set of curly braces. Const params equals to action.params. And then here's where we put this stuff. I got half of my defense strategy written and then had to go back to work. No save as draft. Yeah. I don't know if that'll ever happen. I'll save as draft. Okay, so now we need to render the buttons correctly. So let's go do that. So here we'll say map modal state dot buttons button text. So we'll return a button, and then one of them could be a close button, but this is where button text would go. And then on click is going to be something like clicked button. And then we need to know its index. Index. Give it up, Digi. You'll never defeat me. what? I don't even know what each thing does. Resfriado, I have a hardware list somewhere, although that's not that helpful, but I can at least link you that. Can you tell your keyboard to shut up? Is it? Okay, so people who've been here for more than 20 hours, is my keyboard louder than normal lately? Because I got a comment yesterday, and I got a comment today too. And previously I'd gotten 0 comments. But hi, Relaxo Man. And hey, clowns. Thwarted is such a fun word. Yeah. Yeah. Index. So what we have to do is say onClick equals this dot clicked button index. So then this takes in the index, and we'll just say that you clicked it for right now. So console.log, you clicked button number. Okay, you think it has gotten louder. Huh. Is it hard to learn or start learning programming? I don't think so, but I am definitely biased. But you can check out what I made here. That PDF might get you started at least a little bit. Not that loud. I like hearing key presses a little. Well, is my voice louder than normal too? I think I might have just turned up all of my sound. Best quote, NA. Is your mic directional? I'm not totally sure. You can look up the mic there. It's probably not. That's useful. Nice one. Yeah. Voice is the same, but the keyboard got louder. Huh, because I haven't done anything that would change the balance. I've always been sitting at the same position. The keyboard's always been just beneath the microphone. The microphone's always pointing up. That isn't proportional. The keyboard's louder, voice is the same. I wonder if I'm just mashing my keys more. Hi, Daneless. Alright, let's try this. And we need some way to trigger exits out of here too. Oh man, Digitay just keeps attacking. Digitay, you should probably tone that down. In fact, actually, what are you attempting to do with your bot? What are you hoping to accomplish? We need a stress meter. You know, some speedrunners have heart rate monitors. So this is done. I haven't done this yet. Test it out and then lint everything. Okay, let's try that. And that definitely didn't work. Which probably means there's a build bug. Yes, there is. And that is an extra parenthesis? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, mute Data Nation. Huh. Well, that broke. What happened here, though? It's trying to show this, but oh, right, params. Of course. So this goes here, and then we have to say title is this, text is this, and button text is this. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, Digitay already made a bot to play. I just don't know what the bot's supposed to accomplish. Like, sure, it's playing a bunch of games, and I guess maybe it's to try to prove that defenses are too easy to beat right now. But I want to figure out exactly what the hypothesis is because it is kind of spamming right now. Is it okay to accept a job offer from a company A while you're still interviewing with company B and then switch to B if they accept you? I mean, you can do it. I would say that's probably not proper etiquette. But you could also just tell company A, oh, I haven't finished my interviews yet. Okay, yeah, so clicking the button does nothing other than log that you clicked button number 0. So in most cases, you'll probably want just a default handler of closing it. And in that case, I should set this here. So if you specify nothing. Set modal detail. Callback. Params.callback. So only if the callback is defined. If the callback isn't defined, then clicking every button will close it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's try that. So if this dot callback with null, I suppose. Yeah, that's probably good. And this dot callback with index, and then callback is going to be turn value or like click option if how do we do this? I'll have to think about this. Do you mean a bot like an actual app? Well, I'm not sure what it is he's doing exactly. I have a feeling it's just sending REST API calls instead of botting the UI. But yeah, I do mean that. No, right, Darkstorm. What I'm trying to figure out is what's the purpose of it. So let's say I wrote a bot to, I don't know, like spam Twitch chat with Kappa, Kipo, or something like that. Like my purpose for this is probably to just fill the chat and maybe degrade the experience for other people or something like that, right? So what I'm asking is like, is Digitay's bot's purpose to test a particular thing? Is it just to see if he can do it? Because at this point I'd like to shut it down. What are points? Points are only used for a couple of things. They're used for controlling the lights in the background and also getting onto my lunch screen. Hey, good, my bot's working. Make a bot to automatically attack people while you can be AFK? No, sure, but like, okay, so in a real game, a game that's actually been released, that would be your goal so that you don't have to be present so you can still get rewards. But Digitay's already won 25 times. There are no more rewards. So at that point, like, what are you doing? Is it trying to raise your matchmaking rating? Is it like, I just want to figure it out so that I can tell him to stop it. But I don't think he's here anymore. Besides the test, now that I've finally set up a basic defense, I think this is very annoying. My whole replay history is Digitay and can't see the other real matches. Well, so that's mostly a problem of Digitay just botting right now. I think in the real game, he wouldn't have found you that many times. He'd hit the rate limit for the day, and then that'd be it, and you'd see him show up like once. But I will write down the feedback. I just don't think there's anything I can realistically do about it right now. Excuse me. Okay, let's write down the feedback here. What if he's trying to attack everyone and collect their scripts? You can't collect their scripts though. And yeah, Digitay made a Botland bot. But I don't want to allow that sort of thing right now. I don't mind it for testing. So if this .props .modal state, let's say this callback .props .modal state .callback. So if it exists, which it probably, well, if it's a function, if is function callback, then just callback return value. Else this .close modal, or well, set to false, I suppose. So it's up to them to handle what happens when you close this. Is that a good idea? I feel like it's not a good idea. I feel like everything should close this. Yeah, I think it should be closed no matter what. So we'll just do this. No matter what, close the modal at this point. Yeah. Yeah, Hideo, that's what I'm saying, but I don't think Digitay is here right now. Is there documentation available for all functions? Not the way you'd want it to be, but it's sort of there. I'll link you what I have, Boss Nomad. This is not complete, and honestly, you probably just shouldn't even trust this. If you want to get... Let me show you the best way to get what functions are, even though you won't necessarily know what they do. Yeah, this is pretty frustrating. Can you see if he's So if you want, you can edit a script and in Blockly just drag any of these things into the canvas and then click convert to JS, and you'll at least see how it's called and kind of what it does. But yeah, it won't tell you exactly how it works. You'll just know how to call it. So if that's your goal, oh, and by the way, before you do that, when you hit convert to JS, it's going to override whatever you had here. So if you were typing out some long text or something like that and you hit convert to JS, it'll overwrite it. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, Control Z doesn't help you in that case. Sol Combinator says, how do you manage to track if the bots are in range of each other? Is it like a grid and each bot has a range, and then each move you check if the other bot is like 3 squares away? So I wrote a function that just does a search of all the surrounding tiles. It's not the smartest way of doing things. I think using some sort of binary space partitioning or a quad tree would be better. But I haven't done that yet. Not sure it's completed, but I made a small list. Yeah, but so Rami, I think what most people would want to know is, when does something like this return true? And not just how do I call it? So something like, by the way, most APIs in Botland, the very first thing they're going to check is, do you have the corresponding hardware? So in this particular case, the hardware is shield. If you don't have that equipped, this will always return false. If not, always return false. And then 2 would be something like, is it on cooldown? If so, or I don't know what you call it. If it's on cooldown, is it ready? Or if it's off cooldown, is it ready? I don't know what the terminology is there. But anyway, can it be used, or is it on cooldown? And then 3 is, are the arguments correct? E.g., you shouldn't be able to shield an enemy. You probably can right now, but that's actually a different point. Maybe add a warning. Yeah, that's something I should write down. Oh, Syntonic. Yeah, I'll just write that for now. Okay, so now let's try this out. So most times we don't care what the response is. So if we click OK, it should just close this. Hey, this actually worked pretty well, right? It says error, the account server appears to be offline, try again later. Click OK, and you're back to 2 bots kissing. Their tails almost form a heart. It's beautiful. All right. So I think that's fine. Let's have the index of the button, which I guess he'll know if you pass it in. Test this out on the login screen with real data. I mean, I guess I did that. I don't know about these styles. I don't know where I'm going to want to pass these in exactly. I feel like I should just check this in and then make a fix for the rest of this later. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Let's lint it, and then let's check it in, and then let's start to use it everywhere. And while doing this, we'll learn what the problems are with that code. Is it weird to check in just a class and I'm not using it first? I don't know. Also, on cooldown means not ready. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, so pregame header, news scroller, landing app, battle log, none of those things are used. With router styles, unexpected console statement, and missing semicolon. From here. So now it should lint. I still never set up linting for Sublime. I have to do that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And the unreachable code is something I'll fix later. Alright, so that needs to be saved. This I'm not going to check in at all. This I'm not going to check in at all. Just this in the new files. Yep, and I think some comments are in order. Wrapper around React modal so that I can connect it with Redux, to Redux. How can I delete a task without deleting the text? Like getting rid of a checkbox I don't want anymore? Are you saying you just want to do this? Because I just do exactly what I did. Home, delete, delete. Or maybe, do you want to cancel a task? Is that what you're saying? Oh, wait a second. Oh, you're saying this is a checkbox and you want to mark it as not finished. In that case, you just mark it as done again. So I changed my shortcut to Alt-D. I don't know what it is by default, but you can always change it to whatever you want. So just press that a second time. Plain tasks, yeah, Alt-D is what I did. I'll paste this in the chat whether you want this or not. That way I don't have to find it again. Okay, yeah, so like I said, comments are in order. Wrap around this so I can connect it to Redux. Yep. Sounds pretty good. Content label, I guess it's just modal, botland modal. Also, I don't know why there are double quotes here. I'm missing my fat whale status on my coins and my unlocks. Well, if you read through the change log, one of the things you would have seen is that in the store, there are 3 free items: Steamroller Head, Steamroller Torso, and Steamroller Foot. So everyone can buy as many of those as you want. Please don't spam the page. You can't sell them, so there's no point in buying more than one. Oh, thanks. Well, if you really wanted to, you could make a macro that did home delete delete, but even then, that wouldn't always do what you wanted it to do. Yeah. Okay, so that had been commented. Now we need to comment this. So this is a Boolean. If true, the modal is actually showing. I just want type information at the very least. This is the body text of the modal. It probably shouldn't be text. It should probably just be HTML. But I don't need to worry about that just yet. So this is an array of strings. Buttons will be created with the text specified here. If this is defined, then this is what will be called when someone closes your modal or clicks a button on the modal. If the modal is closed, e.g. by clicking the background behind the modal, then you'll get null passed to the modal. Otherwise, you'll get the index of the button that was clicked. There we go. What is a modal? So modal dialogues are just something that prevents you from using the rest of the application when they're clicked. So I'll give you a good example right here. So I can't use the rest of the application. This dialog popped up. Another good example is if you type something like hello and you close this, Notepad stops working. You have to use this dialog before you can do anything else there. Excuse excuse me, pass null to the callback. Oh man, you mean this? This is intentional, and this is intentional. So I'm not sure if you're pointing out something you think is an error. If so, definitely let me know. But oh, pass to the that's what you mean. Pass to the callback. Yeah, thanks. All right, gotcha. Yeah, thanks. It was a comment problem. Okay, and for this, I'm gonna say see the reducer for details on the params. Good, Mimiron. Bless you. I was actually just coughing, but thank you nonetheless. All right, so let's lint this one more time. And while we're doing that, we will also take a look and just make sure that all of this looks good. So yes, that's fine. Yeah, we put a comment where I think it matters at least. The rest of this, it's gonna change. Also, we don't need a ref to that. That doesn't need to exist. Yeah. And that, perfect, cool. So we are all set. So add foundation for modal dialogues. I haven't actually replaced any instances of window.alert. I just wanted a baseline for this class in case I make changes. Yeah. Okay, so as far as using this goes, so we linted the code. Now we need to replace this everywhere. So this is the real task. So here's one. This is now fixed. We probably have a bunch. Let's just search the code for all of them right now. How many do we have? What in the world just happened? Oh, 37. So we have 37 of these. 37 exist at the time of starting. Actually, that's not true. I already replaced one, right? So I guess it's technically there were 38. Yeah, so 38 existed at the time of starting. And we can say, how do you mark that you've started this? Started? Yeah. Well, here goes. How many of these can we get through? Like I said, I think about 90% of them are going to be pretty easy to do. But as we get through this, we're going to notice some patterns and we're going to want to refactor some code. And also, I won't be able to finish it all anyway because I'm getting really hungry. So I'm going to need to take my lunch break in probably about like 20 minutes. I wonder if the Botcoin reward will cause issue or not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That might be a difficult one. Oh, man. All right. So we have throw new error here. Also, something might try launching a modal when the modal is already open. That could cause an issue to the point where we'd want this to queue them up. Check selling hardware first, fastest alert. Oh, I'm going to need to check all of them, Darkstorm. 12 p.m. hungry? That's a normal time to be hungry by. It's 12:23 right now for me. Yeah, what do I do about modals that try to pop up when one is already up? I could try to write a queue for them, but for now I think I'll just log an error. So if you try, how do we even do this? I guess if you try setting the details when it's already open, that's probably going to be cause for error. So let's do that. We'll say if state dot is showing, show modal. Throw new error. Tried showing a modal. Don't throw an error though. Maybe just log an error. We don't even have logger here. Require logger. Where is it? Here. Logger dot error, new error. Tried showing a modal while one is already up. There. In Spain, the normal lunchtime is 2 to 3 p.m. How do you make it from breakfast to 2 to 3 p.m. without getting hungry? I was hungry like 10 minutes ago, and that's what makes me think that I should take a break in about 15 minutes. I don't think I could make it another like hour and a half. Hey, Shabak. GTX 1050 or 1050 Ti? I don't know what you should buy, but I just got the Ti, and I like it. It's way better than my old graphics card. Yeah, queuing will probably lead to problems with who is supposed to handle them. So we have this one showing up right now. Error, the account server appears to be offline. And this isn't producing any errors, is it? Ah, there are errors. This, I screwed that up. Does it say what property is causing this? See, modal, yeah. Okay, so container modal. It's probably just here. I think I just need a key. Key equals modal button number index. There. Also, let's not have this span so many. Let's do it like this. There. Why'd you get the TI version? I don't actually really know. I think people suggested which one I should buy, and that was one of them. I probably looked at price and everything. This was like, actually, when was this? I can tell you exactly when it was. It was on the 9th, so I have since forgotten everything. That was 22 days ago. Can you now play Hearthstone and watch YouTube? Yeah. And that was the issue. Good memory, Hideo. Yep, everything is now totally fine. Here are the work days: breakfast 7 a.m., start work at 8, snack at 10 or 11, finish work at 3. Wait, what? You guys work for 7 hours? Wait, what? Breakfast at 7 a.m., snack at 10 or 11, lunch or dinner at 7? And so my schedule is breakfast at 8:20, lunch at about 12:30, dinner almost as soon as I get done with the stream. I'll eat something at least. Snack at like 5 p.m. and then dinner at like 7 p.m. or something. Although last night it was 11 p.m. But yeah, wow. And right, Chabak, I don't actually know. I can't answer that. Okay, so that one's working fine. I think the issue is that other things can happen during this time. Let's save this for now. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, so one window.alert was removed. Let's go take a look at this one. What is this coming from? Get user details from account server. Oh, I see. This used to be something different. We need to get diff current file. Yeah, this used to just be a different message. Okay, so no matter what, we're going to dispatch this. But if we have a message, we're going to include that in the message. So const message equals this. Otherwise this. And then we can just get rid of that and do that. Cool. Yeah, except for I'm missing something. What am I missing? Unexpected token somewhere. So what? Why is there a missing line there? 553. Oh, weird. What? What happened here? This should have been here. I don't know how that got removed. I can't really show you the setup. Like, it'd be kind of frustrating to do that. because I haven't really connected my phone to my computer, so taking a picture like that wouldn't really work. And if I took my webcam off of the computer, the cord is really small, so I wouldn't be able to show you the whole setup. So yeah, you can look at the specs there. Alright, so same thing here, on watch replay. If there's any problem watching a replay, we just window.alert a message. Okay, let's try to figure this out. So we're going to click attack, Adam 3. We just need to remember Adam 3. Now we go log in as Adam 3, which we can't even do because this thing auto logs us in. Alright, we go log in as Adam 3, and then we should see that there was a forfeit, and something's going to pop up. God, I logged in as Adam. There we go. So this should be a forfeit, and it didn't pop anything up, actually. That's... What? Oh, I think I know what happened. I was probably already playing a match. Huh, interesting. Okay, well, Adam 5, we'll just remember that. Oh, no. Forfeiting isn't working, that's why. What? 500, what's going on there? What is this? Out of range experience earned today at row 1. What? That's weird. Okay, let's take a look in the database and try to find out how that happened. So users, I know I set experience to like 80,000 or something this morning. I wonder if that had to do with this. Where's experience? Where are you at? Aha, here it is. Experience earned today is set to reasonable values. And total experience is set to 28,000. Why is this out of range value for column? Experience earned today. I don't know if I put some sort of restriction on this. Not nullable, unsigned, default to 0. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. We gotta figure this out. We gotta figure out where this is coming from. Update experience values. Okay, let's just put some more information in there. Update experience value. New experience value. Something here is screwing up. It's probably that there's a negative number somehow. I'm just not sure how. Yeah, Mimrat, you're right. So we click forfeit. And what printed out? Other than a million errors. Experience earned today, negative 20,000. Well, that makes sense. Because I set experience to 28,000. I really shouldn't have done that, huh? Yep. Yeah, that's a problem. I wonder what I should do about this. So problem, experience earned today is negative because I manually edited the database to give everyone 28K experience. So it thinks I earned, I don't even know how that's getting computed. That's even harsher. Yes, I agree with that. So there's an update experience function which takes in the experience that you have and then experience earned today, which is set to what? 0, I guess. Or, yeah, 0. And the experience that you had is set to 28,000. So then what is this thing doing? Update experience values. experience earned. Earnable by winning or the max experience earnable? Let's just print out these values too. There. Okay. So max experience earnable is set to negative 20,000. That's the problem. So where's that? The minimum of experience earnable today and the amount needed to level up. Oh, whoops. So the problem is that I set, okay, I see. This is crystallizing now. Remember when Botland had chat? Yeah. So the issue is, not finishing a sentence here, don't expect that. So the cause is I set my experience higher than what I needed to level up. So it thinks I need negative in order to level up. Because I set it to 28,000, but I think I needed, what, 8,000 to level up. That's why. So that's why it's exactly 20,000. 1,000 is needed. I have 28,000. So it thinks it's negative 20,000 to the next level. All right, so we got to fix that. So we'll just do it this way. We'll say clamp, what's the, no, we'll just do this. Say math.max, 0, comma that. So the only way we want to prevent, wait a second, amount needed to level up is just going to be negative. Maybe that's what we're supposed to clamp. Experience earnable today is just, no, we need it. We want to prevent this from being negative. The only way that could reasonably happen is if I manually edited the database, as if someone manually edited the database to grant a bunch of extra experience to a player, or if the required amounts per level changed drastically. Yeah. I think this will fix it. Let me think about this for another second. What's the name of the keyboard? Well, actually, someone else will put it in the chat, probably. Not going to cause a bunch of spam. Nope, no one did it. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Yeah, so this could happen one other way. Let's say you have 1,000 experience and you're level 1. To get to level 2, you need 2,000. Then I produce a balance patch that makes it so you only require 800. That's going to screw everything up. Now, when I do this balance patch, I should be updating everyone in the database. Wouldn't it have been better when you modified the database to actually have a script and a bunch of queries manually editing the values if necessary too? That's how that should be done in prod instead of allowing a bunch of impossible edges in the code, isn't it? Yes, but let's say I forget to do that or I do it wrong. I shouldn't have this user be unable to get experience and like play the game. So this is preventing the user from forfeiting a match. It's not their fault that that happens. You know what we can do then? Let's do kind of a combination here. We'll say this. If this is less than 0, then logger.error new error to do. I'll fill that in. And then we'll do the math.max bit here. There. How did the launch of Alpha go? It went pretty well actually. And in fact, there are 8 active players right now. So people are still playing Botland, and if anyone else wants to join, be my guest. How does the bot work? Oh, you have to type exclamation point keyboard, Kahitar. Is that targeted at me? No, that was targeted at anybody. Okay, so then this parenthesis goes away. All right, let's try that. So now this will log an error that just says to do, and then we won't get any of these other errors. So let's try that out. So error to do, and we don't get any of the other errors. Perfect. And then new experience values also probably looks pretty good. Yeah. Won't that always set it to 0? Yeah, you're right. That's a good point, Hamza. Yeah, it wouldn't have always set it to 0 up here, but then I moved it and I didn't think about it for a little bit. Okay, so we need to log this for a particular player, which we won't even have at this point. And one of these is negative, so this shouldn't be the case unless a balance patch was released that changes the amount, that changes experience values or requirements, or someone manually edited the database for a particular user. Unfortunately, we don't have user information here, so I guess the only other thing we can really do is just say the computer level. This user's ID is unknown here. Well, it doesn't have to be unknown. I just won't write that. When are you going to leave your servers running during the night? My wife wants to play. You know, that's actually a good question. Maybe there should be a day sometime when I do try to leave it on for longer. So the thing is, I have a 750-hour limit until I have to start paying like way more money. And I stream for 4 days a week for 8 hours a day. So it's 32 hours a week, which times the number of servers I have, which is what? Matchmaker, account server, game server, overseer. So times 4 times 4. So this is how many hours per month I currently use. Hours per month, like roughly that much used right now. So if once a week I kept it on for an extra 16 hours, then I would add an extra 64 hours to that, and it would still be fine. So yeah, there could be 1 day a week where I leave it running all night. This looks kind of hacky to me. This. So remember that this can only happen if I make an update to the game where I forgot to do the right thing. And I think in that case, it's good to have an error that prints out, and then we fix the situation. And then we know to do the right thing in the future. So I agree with your statement, although I agree that waffles are tasty. Hideo, I agree with your statement that the right way is to update someone's experience or the requirements for it. Then also run a query to fix any problems that might happen. So let's say, like, oh, you have 28,000 experience and you need only 8,000, then fix it right there by setting it to 8,000. Like, something like that should happen. But if it doesn't, I don't want it to just break the game for them. Yeah, if anyone, did someone ask in Discord if Digite is there? Because I do want him to stop this bot. Why is my EXP not going up? You're only allowed to get 4,000 a day. 4,000 a day. Oh my god. What's wrong with me talking today? All right, let's go to the alpha feedback because I don't think this is clear to people. So I need to make it clear. Or you don't know yet, but it's possible under certain cases to get negative experience and you'll never see it, or it'll be luck to see this error. Wait, if it's possible to get negative though, then the error will print out. Oh, I didn't see that, Hideo. Thank you. Yeah, 4,000 a day. It's at 12,000. It has been for a while. Yeah, so you got 4,000 yesterday and you got 4,000 today, and you start with 4,000. So that's why you're at 12,000. But yeah, I need to make this a little bit clearer. Make it clearer when you hit your experience cap for the day. Should probably be on the main page. Should probably just be on the main page. Clicking register button fast says username is already taken. Oh, cool, Kaitai. Nice bug. Kaitai, if you want to, you can file that bug yourself by just clicking report bug anywhere on the page and just write out all these things. If not, I don't mind filing it, but if you do file it, just let me know so that I can remove it from here, because then it's already being tracked somewhere else. Oh, can someone show me the Discord server from the real stream? Wait, what? Are you saying you want... No, I don't understand. Oh, apparently I answered your question. Cool. Okay, great. So yeah, this bug was getting in the way of this, and I just tested it, and I think everything works fine. We'll try it one more time. We just need to attack someone and forfeit, and it should be fine. So we attack, and we hit forfeit, and it works. No, wait. Did it work? Something is wrong here. Something's amiss. Does this only get called if the match was ranked? Update experience. Where is this called from? No, this gets called no matter what. Oh God, what's going on? I screwed something up. Is this C? No, this is JavaScript. Pretty sure I should have seen an error there. If we logged these things beforehand, internal data amount need to level up. And amount there. Are one of these negative or what? That text indentation doesn't look nice. Yeah, whenever they're really long strings, I don't necessarily like it, but I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, that worked that time. Weird that it didn't work every time. Right? Because it should work every time. It doesn't. Amount needed to level up was 0 here. What is going on? Oh, oh God. All right, I think I know what's happening. When I attack someone, my experience doesn't go up. So it doesn't matter who I am, it matters who I'm attacking. So I attack some people. Adam has the correct level, so they don't have this problem. But whoever I attacked first, Adam 3, I think, does have this problem. Okay, so that's why this doesn't always show up. So it's not something I just introduced right now. Yeah, so this is fine. And experience earned today. Sure. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay. So we want to prevent this from being negative. The only way that it could reasonably happen is if someone manually added the database. Okay. This occurred when I'd set everyone to have tons of experience just for testing. And yeah. Think about advertising your hosting company to get more time for the servers, like sponsors of the game. I mean, the hosting company is Amazon. I don't think they want my small time advertising. That's a huge font size. Yeah, but it lets you guys read the screen. And yeah, Philip, I could do that. What I find frustrating about that is, let's say you, well, actually, I find really all of this frustrating. Because let's say you wrote a line like this. Let's just get some lorem ipsum text. Lorem ipsum, yeah. So let's say you had a lorem ipsum and you're like, oh, I want to make this really long string be correct with console.log. So you do something like this, right? You stop it maybe about here because you have the ruler, and then you do this, and so on and so forth. Well, let's say then you add a word here, test, and you're like, no, now I need to fix every other line. So it's slightly easier to fix every other line when it's like this than it is when they're concatenated strings. That's it. It's pretty minor. Okay, we need to check this in. So we don't care about this. We do care about this. And all these other changes don't matter. So fix bug. Fix potential issue around experience. To be honest, this should never happen unless I'm not being careful with updating the database. But there was a bug where I'd set everyone's experience to 28,000, which meant they were far above what they needed for the next level. And that caused, I'll just say which caused, what was it? Amount needed to level up to be negative. So we tried saving a signed variable to an unsigned column in the database. Yeah, I could temporarily block Digitay's IP. I am going to just talk to him. How's the alpha going thus far? It's going pretty well. We've had several moderately active users today, and I can show you some of the statistics I have. So, whoa. Yeah, this is thanks to Digitay. There have been 1,600 games played today. But it's Digitay's bot who's just repeatedly playing games. Yeah, some ID might be able to do something about that. Man, this thing keeps closing. I don't like that. I'll try to show you something else. I actually have not looked at this today. Let's take a look. Sorry, I gotta do this off screen. Okay, so let's take a look at who unlocked what hardware. Select star from hardware unlock history. Yeah, so 42 people have unlocked hardware here. And we could see order by hardware ID. We can see what people are unlocking. 4 is, I think, cloaking. Yeah, 4 is cloaking. I think 7 is regen. One person bought whatever 5 is. What is that? Zapper? Oh, cool. So one person in the game has access to Zapper. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff here. You should ban him until tomorrow's broadcast so we can get some replays at least. Okay, I'll go do that. Then I think I need to get lunch. This has actually been longer than I expected. I'm so hungry. Alright, so I gotta do this off screen because this shows IP addresses. Botland access logs. Huh, the logs aren't loading for some reason. Oh, that just took a really long time. Okay. So let me just load up one of these logs and see if Digitay's there. What is it going to be called? Matchmake? Well, I think I found his IP address, because this thing is certainly spamming the account server. But I don't know for sure that this is him. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure which one of these is him, because I only have what API they're requesting. There are actually a couple of people who've done a lot of these. I'll wait for him to come back for now. How many requests per second? I don't know how many he's making. I have these logs and I can see timestamps in it. Maybe I'll just check another log. Maybe one of these other ones will have also similar IPs here. Well, whoever this is seems to be doing something throughout the entire day. Matchmake players. Matchmake players. No, something's wrong here though. All they're calling into is matchmake players. I'm not sure. Also see numerous. Alright, yeah, I'll have to look into this later. It's too bad. It's just too bad. Alright, well, BRB lunch actually works today. Hey, Bother. Bad timing. Ban his ID. I don't think it's that easy for me to ban his ID, actually. Maybe it is. Maybe I could just prevent him from getting a new token or something. Yeah, actually, I probably could just ban him that easily. Alright, well, let me write where I left off here. So, where I left off, I was trying to forfeit a match to see what would happen when I tried watching a bad replay. But I got sidetracked by an account server bug. Yeah, sure, Bother. Hey, Grill Artist. Changed his password. No, I could just ban him. Alright, well anyway, I'm going to go get lunch. For those of you who want to try out Botland while I'm gone, you totally can. I'll be back in about half an hour, and then I'll be back for 3.5 hours. Is anyone seeing the closed ending constant as defined in the Ultra Killer bot doesn't do anything? Let me take a quick look at that. No, this does something, Pawn. What it's saying is, don't try to use EMP or cloak until you can find an enemy. So basically, don't waste your cloaking when you're just walking around somewhere. Wait until you can find an enemy and then cloak. And actually, there's a pursue here too, right? So no, that should be fine. Anyway, we got a lot of people on the BRB lunch list today. So you guys will see your names cascade from the top of the screen. Converted to JS. Okay, I will have to take a look at this when I get back. Read this. Alright, I'll see you guys after lunch. Take care. Hello. Where are we at? Okay, I'm gonna push lunch messages off screen. Stuck at the moment. It just keeps repairing. Yeah, so in the future you can speed this up by just pressing plus a whole bunch of times. Yeah, I want to talk about this in a sec. There's a bunch of spam in the logs. Yeah, I almost banned the wrong person. All right. Yeah, so hey everyone. Sorry. Just running through this stuff. So hang on. All right, coughing complete. Now, let's talk about some things. One, Digite, I don't know if you're here. I'll mention this anyway, but the problem was that it was filling up everybody's battle log, and also I still don't totally understand what you mean by this. Testing consistency. See how people adjusted. Like, I think this isn't really necessary to do for right now. But yeah, in the future, yeah, I have your IP address. I can just ban this, but yeah. Hey, Tinway. No problem. What's the best way to make private methods in JS? So the only real way you can do this is by kind of hiding them in a closure. And I'll link you to something that'll teach you about this. Yeah. So this is inside of a closure. So it's visible to all of these functions, but it's not visible outside of here. In general, you typically don't want to do this, by the way. And hey, JSHD. Thanks for subbing. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you type anything in here before. And you totally don't have to type anything. Chrome is acting up weird? Wow, weird, Calic. But yeah, so Tinway, I think in general, consider why you'd want to make something private, and most people just end up marking methods as with an underscore if it's like get balance or something like that. Maybe they'll do it like this even. And this indicates that it's supposed to be private, but it isn't actually private. Oh, a long time ago. Well, welcome back. Okay, so is anyone else seeing? So convert it to JS. I want to see what it was that Pawn was talking about here. So convert to JS. I don't understand this. Yeah. Oh, you are here, Pawn. Yeah, so what are you talking about with this? Has anyone else seen the closest enemy constant as defined in Ultra Killer doesn't do anything? Convert it to JS. Oh, it's not closest enemy, it's any direction. Oh. Yeah, you are correct. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this used to be defined in another function, and then I took out that other function, I think. Yes, I did. Yeah, whoops. I don't even know why I took out the other function. This used to be two things, and I just got rid of one of them. You know what probably happened if I had to guess? I probably had an API in here at some point that lets you just move in a particular direction, and then I took out the API, and then I forgot to update this. But yeah, that's a good point. So I will write this down. Isn't used in the Ultra Killer script, but it's still at the bottom. I think Ultra Killer itself is really not used for much anymore. I could rename it to Figure It Out and have it be the expanded version of the function. Yeah, okay. So why is everyone always saying make everything private unless you really want to make it public and even then make it private? Or is this just a C++ thing? So in languages that natively and easily support having private and public, yes, the reason why to make everything private is because you want to make sure you're only exposing as much of an interface as you want. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is if anyone else is consuming your API, it makes it much easier for them to know what's going on. And the second is it manages what controls what responsibility. So for example, in C and C++, you have a concept of a struct where you might just have like X and Y. Anything can come in and modify these. I guess in C and C++, you'd have to say what types they are. But in X and Y, anyone can modify these. So maybe you want Y to always be like X plus 2. So maybe you want Y, maybe if you want this to always be true, there's no way you can guarantee this in this struct without adding methods to it and making these private and then encapsulating how you change them. So yeah, in general, it's still a good idea, but in JavaScript, I think it's different because you are using more memory for a closure to make them private the way you'd expect in other languages. Just to say to the other programmer in my company that I'm using a private method. Yeah, Tinwy, you can just mark it as private or put an underscore or something in it. Really just see what the rest of your company is doing when it comes to that. I interpreted enemy direction as it was supposed to be a global variable we had access to, and it wasn't working. Didn't realize it was a regular variable. Yeah, yeah. And previously been defined means back in time. So if you'd somehow go back 2 months, you would have found where it used to do something. But yeah, Pawn, that's a good observation. By the way, Badr, you asked via Whisper if I'm using free AWS. Yes, I am. And how do I feel about it? I think it's good. I like it. And do I think it's worth using? Yeah. I will say this. I'm on the free tier, but I'm not exactly paying $0. I'm paying like $1 a month, which is basically free because I'm using DNS. And you have to pay for some particular thing there. Also, this is the first time no one's playing Botland right now. Let's go take a look at what's going on. I'll go play Botland. Or this thing just isn't refreshing. It should show me one user. Liquidor beat me. But yeah, Digi's attack was thwarted. Atombot's attack was thwarted. So what's my defense skill? 1336. Let's see how Liquidor beat me. How did you do it, Liquidor? I see. All your bots stop moving when one of them can fire artillery. Or no, they only ever move left. Is that one? I think the cloaking is too powerful for me. So this is going to slowly heal a little bit. If I had a repair bot in here, that would actually probably be really good. And this bot can't actually teleport to where yours are. I should make it patrol around a little bit. You know, it should teleport. I guess it just needs to coincide with your cloaking times. Oh, Liquidor. Why'd you do this? Oh, now you ended up winning with 2 bots. Ah. That's sad for me. Yeah. Just barely won. Barely. In addition to the chip dragging issue I mentioned a couple days ago to make the chip toggleable like bots and placed like bots. Yeah. I do think I need to do this. Now I can blame you from 2 months ago for all my losses to Digitech. I would make it defensive if I got my script somewhere. Attacking is so easy. Yeah, I wanted to... I've got to keep making balance changes. I want to make them pretty much every day until attackers don't have such a high win ratio. And I think there's only so much we can do with chips. I really think at this point it's limiting how many bots the attacker has or increasing the amount of bots that the defender has. Yeah, well, Liquidor, I could change a couple of things to try to make my defense better. So this bot basically does nothing unless... Oh, you know what? I never updated this. Let me update this script. There. Okay, so I need to have this bot every once in a while move 1 tile up or 1 tile down. So if we haven't teleported, has acted equals false. Let's do this. And if any of these exist, okay, so and number of turns equals 0. So here's what we'll do. And here we can say has acted equals true. So num turns plus plus. If at the bottom of all of this, if num turns equals, so if it's been 20 turns and we haven't acted yet, then I'm gonna just either move up or move down. So if percent chance 50 and can move up, move up. If percent chance 50 and can move down, move down. And if that still hasn't happened, we'll run these 2 more times. Because it's possible that we can only move up. So we're going to do this. And then the same thing, if we still haven't acted at turn 25, then we'll try 1 more time. Okay, I'm gonna do this. This is going to be my script. Who has any idea if this is a good script or not? But it should help against what Liquidor tried to do against us. Most people in top 10 are foreign dudes. The good time when Hideo had 10 counts. Preserve drawing buffer. And I don't know. Syntonic. Okay, so this should... Let's test this out. So this bot won't do anything until it teleports to something. That's still kind of working as intended. It might move up or down once. Yeah, there. So it moved down. And that way it can try to find a bot. Perfect. Okay, so let's save that. Yeah, I have been coughing a lot today. I'm just waiting for everyone to do a top fauna defense and I'll strike with the new easy to win strategy. Wait, what is the easy solution here? The other strategy that works pretty well? Because what I'm trying to fix is it's a very minor change. I just made this bot move up or down because it did nothing against you in your last attack. But if it had only moved up, you would have been wiped out. I would have destroyed you. I would have wrecked you. But I didn't. Defense is too boring. I like defending. I think it's really, this is the constant evolution of your defense and seeing how people beat it and how you can try to do something about it. I think that's a really fun part of the game. I think attacking is nice, but it depends on more people playing the game. So like, okay, missiles, lasers, and shield. I see this and I just think, all right, I'll use my typical reflect bot. And there. And this is what makes me think reflect might be a little too powerful right now. Of course, I need to make my cheese bot at some point. I'm still going to end up losing this, aren't I? Oh, no, thank goodness. Okay. I thought that was a little bit too close for comfort. Yeah, there we go. You've won 10 games today. No, I haven't. Probably means in the last 24 hours. Wait, Syntonic, why did you look into any of this, though? If you ever want to export your canvas as an image. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Hey, it's pawn. Repair, artillery, shield, melee. This is interesting. Okay, so the bots that you have that can attack can't attack at a range of 3. Did you destroy all the content from previous versions, or is it possible to get my code back? Kaitai, I could get your code back, probably, but it's not easy to do. Let's take a look. So select ID name where name like Kai. Here you are, you're 198. So then we say select from script where user ID equals 198. So here are all of your scripts. The problem is that they're compressed blobs of code. So I need to do a whole lot to get this out of there as a decompressed blob. Pawn has a good defense, good luck, except one minor big flaw. Don't reveal script. Oh no, I was only going to get Kaitai's for Kaitai. Because I have a canvas object that I want to convert to an image. Wait, what, Syntonic? Are you saying in Botland you want to do that? Also, hey Skynet. Or are you saying you have this on your own? I'm just curious about how this all came out. Also, I never checked this in, did I? Wow. I gotta stop leaving commit messages just open like that. Okay, first of all, we gotta get this. Oops. Yeah, sorry, Tim. So, Kaitai, how would I get this? Maybe, oh, you know what I could do? We can, oh, this is gonna be tough. We could copy this all into the database under my user account and then just fetch them. Oh, it's not that easy to do this though, is it? Oh, I see Syntonic, okay. And Motorfama, which keyboard? This one? The Sculpt? So what happens if I say copy row? What is this? Darn it, question marks. How do you copy the blobs? Open value in editor? Oh, this is how. Oh, wait a second, I can just save this. Oh, maybe that's what we'll do. So you had Blockly in a couple of these. Kaitai, do you mind if I just get you your JavaScript? Let's see how this works. We're gonna try saving this. I don't know what this is gonna do. So test.zip. Yeah, okay. Just making sure Motorfama. I already did add it to my note. Sorry. So test.zip. Now we unzip this. That's not gonna work, is it? What is this? Is this somehow the script? Oh my god, it is. It did work. Oh man. Okay, so I can get you your scripts, Kaitai, but I need to go through this process every single time. Okay, so here is your easy script. Yeah, let's just keep going through this. Test2.zip. Test3.zip. I should really say what I'm doing at some point. Test4.zip. I don't know if there's an easier way for me to do this because I need to figure out what the database credentials are for this. Test6.zip. Take screenshots? Oh, I don't. Kaitai asked for me to restore these, so I don't care if you guys see these. Normally I'd try to protect this data, but nope, not this time because I'm doing a bunch of work for it. Test4, Test5, and Test6. There we go. What is this working first time? Oh, come on. This is what your test2 script was? Figure it out? I'm not giving you that. Okay, test3 has something important in it. What's test3? Test3 is melee def. Okay, so there's melee def. Now let's open up test4. What is test4? Easy skipped laser. Easy skipped laser. How do you spell laser? You spelled it with an S. Good. Good job. Hopefully that's... Are these the same? Melee def and easy script laser? A defense script for any basic defense bot. A defense script for any basic defense bot. But you changed 1 to 3 in these. Yeah, okay, I got them both then. Alright, so test5. Test5 I'm not giving you. I don't care. It looks too small. You can figure it out yourself. And test6 I'll give you. And test6 is called repair shield. Which, by the way, you should update this with find entities now. Okay, there. So here are all your scripts, Kaitai. It feels. And nice, Orange Ray. Congratulations. What's the obsession with your keyboard? No, this is through the advertising thing, unless you're talking about what's chat's obsession with it. But no, Tinwy, it's not a mechanical keyboard. It's a rubber dome keyboard. Easy skip to laser. Okay, so at some point, document how I got Kaitai's script. Alright, see you, Liquidor. Yeah, I'm going to try to tackle Pawn's bots. Oh yeah, I know what I was going to do. I was going to use my EMP bots and just totally shut them down. Where's EMP? Oh no, do I not have my EMP bots? No. EMP. Oh, here it is. Save off this killer EMP script. Yeah. Killer EMP script. Attack bot. Yeah, perfect. But how many bots can I place? Only 3. Alright. Oh, I don't have EMP though. Okay, here's where we go buy. Oh, I don't have enough money for EMP. Okay, no, I don't care. I'm cheating. Screw you guys. I'm giving myself 3 bot coin. I'm allowing this because 1, you can't do anything about it, and 2, because I could have played 3 matches before this. So update users, set bot coin equal 50 where ID equals 1. There. So now I have 50 bot coin. None of you saw anything right now, and I'm gonna buy EMP. Got it. Now to beat Pawn. Alright, so we go back into the attack. I just make a new bot, using these totally valid parts that I already owned. Oh, it's the best. So what do these even have? EMP and lasers? Balance ruined. No, come on. Hey, Jack. Okay, so let's go with melee as well. And then we don't have repair. And we can't afford it because we only have 0 bot coin. Excuse me. But what can we get? We can get thrusters. Maybe lasers are a better choice. Oh, also, what are we EMPing here? Artillery? Oh, that's wrong. We need to change this. So yeah, we'll go with lasers. And we don't have a passive enough thing here. You can't seriously be writing code in OneNote? Oh, these are just scripts that I wanted to save in Botland. The code is written in a code editor. I'm just saving it here because if I ever wipe out the database, I want to get it back at some point. And this is already synced with everything, so it should be fine. All right, so now let's give myself these cosmetic items. And now I need to make the script. So let's copy paste this into Botland. And we need to EMP artillery. It's very important that we stop his artillery from working. And then finally, we say if... No, this is just EMP and lasers. Yeah. Okay, so if can shield. And we'll put this here. Okay. So now we create the script. And we test this out. I don't think this is going to work actually totally correctly. We're going to put these bots... Yeah, let's put them here. So we'll do this. There. Okay. Whoa, whoops. No. Stop that. Oh, darn it. All right, let's slow it down this time. All right, so the EMP artillery. I think I need them to be clumped up a little bit more than that. But yeah, in general, this strategy is working. Oh, that's it. I win. Take that, pawn. Take that. 2 phases. Anti-pawn bots. Feels good. All right, you know what? Just for that, for everyone. Oh, 3D Extended beat my defense. What? How are you people doing this? Reflect, melee, and shield. Oh, yeah, that's right. This strategy is actually pretty good against me, I think. Yeah, I'm basically just shooting myself repeatedly. Oh, if a few more had survived, regeneration would have healed them a lot faster. But this ended up getting what? About actually like 120 life back. Yeah, 3D Extended pretty handily defeated me. All right. Somehow I managed to kill him in this phase. Oh, because he's not even attacking me. He's attacking the CPU. Yep, and then that's it. I lose. Good job, 3D Extended. Oh, 3 extra bots. It's a shame. It's a shame. So are mine still a thing with this new design? They only kind of work. So they only work in the phase that you lay them. They don't work in a future phase, even though they're supposed to. So I just suggest you don't buy them. Anyway, I'm going to attack 2 more times, and then I will uncheat the game, okay? So what is this? Reflect, shield, lasers, missiles, melee. God, I never know what to do against these bots. I'm going to just go with my own reflect and lasers. Wow, that didn't work. Why am I so bad at figuring out how to beat these? This is exactly how Louis beat me. Okay, this isn't going to work. I think I need cloaking for these defenses. I think that would make me unstoppable. Yeah, I just lost. All right, fine. You know what? I'm done with this. This game sucks. I'm going to just shut it down. Adam's going to have negative bot coin. You should BM and only put one at the end. Okay, so this is done. Alright, I think we're in pretty good shape then. I can get back to what I was doing before this. So we'll just close out all this stuff. Yeah, these things are done. A giveaway is fair? How would I do one for every bot coin that I hacked into the game? 1, 2, and 3. What happened to that third one? Oh, my bot's just being slow. There we go. Alright, great. Let's get back to work. So where I left off, I was trying to forfeit a match to see what would happen if I tried watching a bad replay. So let's go do this for real. I log in as Adam, and I see this, and I click it, and it says there is no associated replay data. Great. So we got that working. So now all we need to do is go replace that. There is no associated. Here it is. Okay, so we need to do set modal details here. So there is no associated replay data, blah, blah, blah. So error, I guess. Is it safe to just do this? I don't think this will work exactly, right? This used to do a window.alert, but I think it returned the window.alert. Yes, it did. Okay, so we need to do this slightly differently now. We need to return this. Okay, hey, Mr. Balrog. Is this your balance for cheating bot coins? So, okay, like I said, I'm going to try not to cheat in the future. That was pretty innocuous cheating. All right, I gave myself 3 bot coin. I could have just won 3 matches, but I didn't because I was playing, or I was making the game instead of playing it. So this is your fault, guys, for wanting more development time. Yeah, see how that works? Yeah, so then this isn't set up correctly because this needs to be on the news page that this works. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So let's add that there. So container news. So we need to take that. We need to take this. And we need to go use it. Wait, we don't even need the modal state here, apparently. But we might. But we shouldn't use it if we're not going to need it yet. And then here we'll put the modal dialog. Okay. When's the next Botland convention? No idea, JBugsy. Oh, cool, there it goes. Error, there's no associated replay, despite there being a replay button. I know it's a bug, because the attacker forfeited before even playing a single phase. Yeah. So this is decent. I feel like this needs a border, definitely. And we also need to make it have a maximum width. So let's say width 50 pixels. Yeah. So let's just up this until it's a pretty reasonable size. 400 is pretty good. So yeah, we'll set that. Modal.js. Width 400. Hey, Born to be Reborn. And alright, see you, Alex. So we set a width, and we also want to set a border. Border 1px solid black. And how do we get a shadow effect that Syntonic thinks I don't know how to do? Drop shadow. Box shadow, look at that. Now I do know how to do it. Whoop. What just happened? Ooh, look at that. Look at that dialogue. That's beautiful. What does this button do? Whoa. Neat. red. Oh. Inset. Ooh, no, ugly. Okay, well, let's just copy paste whatever I had. Hey, 3D Extended. I saw how you beat me on Botland. I just want to say good job. So these are React custom styles. I actually want to type it this way. So let's get that box shadow, and then let's get the border. Border 1px solid black. This should look pretty good. Yeah, there we go. I don't like how error is just kind of floating there. I kind of want it to be higher up. But what is there, a margin on the top of this? Where's that coming from? Padding of 20. We could just set padding top to 0. That's not exactly what I wanted. Kind of is. Padding top of 0. And then what? Does this itself have some other padding on it? No padding. Oh, it has a margin. So we can set the margin top of this to nothing if we wanted to. I don't think that's a good idea at that point. I think it should have some. Yeah, let's just change the padding. Where is the padding set on this thing? Hey again, Hideo. Huh. Where does this padding come from? Top, left, right, bottom, margin, transform, width, border, box, shadow. Oh, it probably comes from modal itself. We'll just set padding top to 0. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, this is reasonable. Yeah, cool. Okay, there. Okay, well, time to get through the rest of them. So these has Defender placed all available bots. In-game is going to need to know about modal as well. So we'll do the same thing that we just did on the news page. We'll take modal here. We'll use it from here. And we don't really need a state yet, so let's just not use that. Hey, nifty nugget. And yeah, the game's online if you want to check it out. 3 people are currently active. Okay, so now in the arena, we can do the same thing that we did there. So we're going to have a message here no matter what. So let's do this. Let message equals null. And here we'll say message equals this. Message equals this. And then we'll show this. Oops. Hey, hang on a second. Okay, I thought I heard a noise. Title error. Yeah, I can fix the wording on all this stuff later. Just want to see if this part works. Did I used to do... No. Okay, great. Let's try that out now. Sweet alert? Is that the name of a thing? Huh. It does look pretty cool. But I am using a React component for this. And this has to be asynchronous. Where is this? Replacement for prompt. Yeah. There is Sweet Alert React. Interesting. He fled from nowhere. And nice, James. Yeah, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. Huh. Sweet Alert React. How do they do this? Interesting. This does look better than what I would probably have ended up doing. I wonder if I should drop that in. This .state.show. Yeah, this is really just styling at that point. I can just style my React box differently. But thank you for telling me about that at least, Motorfama. So Motorfama told me about Sweet Alert and React Sweet Alert, which may be better looking than React Modal. How do you feel about this one? What do you mean? I think it looks fine. Did you just make that bot? Because if so, that's apparently all you've been buying are cosmetic items. Alright, so now Arena. This is when you haven't placed enough bots or you've placed too many bots. So let's go edit our defense. And we'll try to not place enough bots and we'll try to save it. And it broke. Perfect. Oh, and that broke too. Well, that's too bad. Alright, let's try that again. Modal actions not defined. That makes sense. Okay. So we'll try that again. I'll remove the bot and hit save. You need to place 10 bots before you can save your defense. Okay, so the problem here is that when this page is taking up less space. Why is this still on top? I think this is a z-index thing, right? Yeah, this has a z-index of 2, so this just needs a higher z-index. We can give this the highest z-index. 3. That doesn't work apparently. Why doesn't that work? Oh, come on. Where do we need to put this? There we go. Yeah, so this thing needs a higher z-index. When do you plan on making shaders? Looking forward to seeing it. Not for a long time, 3D Extended. Probably not until at least March. Should updating a blueprint component in the defense remove all bots from the defense? If you delete it, it should. So for example, if you see how I have these ladybug bots? If I go delete that blueprint, whoops, if I delete the blueprint, then it does remove all the ladybug bots. Same thing with this. There, I have no blueprint, so I have no bots. If that's what you're talking about, that's intended. If there's something else you're doing, then you should file a bug. Shouldn't you just say CSS and media less than something? Yeah, I should bother. But that's polish. This is functionality for right now, which is you can't even see the dialogue in the right spot. So if I try to save this, like that shouldn't happen. So I just got to figure out how to fix that. We can look at React Modal. Had a defense, which was not even what I thought, and editing and only replacing a hardware part removed all my bots from the arena. Yeah, if you can figure out the repro, that would be good. I'm not sure what happened there. So there's overlay and there's content. I think it's overlay that I need to modify. I want to add something custom to it, not remove what they have. Let's try something briefly here. Let's set z index to 5 and just see what happens. Yeah, there, perfect. Okay. Now, as far as making the entire page look like that, I think we should probably change that. It's super annoying. I'm trying to right-click the page, but that counts as closing the dialog. All right, so here, I think this should be slightly more opaque. Oops. Or slightly less. Wait, yeah, slightly more opaque. Why is this? What? What's going on here? Oh, right. Oh, man. That took me entirely too long to figure out what was happening. Yeah, I don't want to set this to whatever number it was. I think 0.6 is probably fine to let you know that, hey, you have to pay attention to what's on the screen right now. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Alternatively, we could also darken the screen if we wanted to by just lowering these numbers. I could say something like that. The problem is I think it's... Let me take a look, actually. Let's lower those even more. What looks better, lighter or darker? God, I'm not a designer. We'll just save this for later. I don't know why I'm even messing around with this. Yeah, darker probably looks better. I just said I'll save it for later, and I'm still messing around with it. Yeah. And Kahitar, the reason they're not in the game yet is because they weren't finished. So hang on, let me type this in, then I can show you what I had. So RGB will say 0.6. So it's a slightly darker background. My defense got wiped again. Basically, I went to edit it, changed the hardware piece, removed all my bots from the arena. F5 to avoid saving that. Edited my defense again. It was empty, but I never pressed save. Weird. Yeah, Hideo, that's super strange. Let's take a look. Serialized defense from users where ID equals 9. According to this, you have bots in your defense. I wonder if you just don't own them. Blueprint ID 9. Let's see what blueprints you own. Select ID from blueprints where user ID equals 9. 9, 22, and 23. You own 9, 22, and 23. Maybe there's a problem with that blueprint? Or what? No, well, Kahidar, I'll come back to this in a second. Let me figure out what's going wrong with Hideo's thing right now. Select star from block is where ID equals 9. So this is what you're trying to use. Lasers, no cosmetics. Is attack is set to 0. This is when you're editing your defense. Yeah, is temporary is 0. User ID 9 and no script. I'm saying you should see bots, yeah. 0 bots placed out of 8. Yeah, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, maybe that's the problem? 0 placed out of 8. Hang on, what's your computer level? Your computer level 3. At level 3, you're allowed to place 9, and you have 9. Okay, wait, you said this is temp.js, right? Oh, it's not temp.js. Oh, it is. It says you're level 3, though. Wait, what capital R? Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was doing. Oh man, that's a really obnoxious change I just made, because that definitely didn't work. It's background RGBA. Yeah. I don't even know what I was doing there. Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally understand. Let's just make sure that that works correctly. I would have noticed it as soon as I had done this. Yeah, that looks good now. All right. So Hideo, I think the best thing for me to do is log in as your account. Do you have a password I can use, or should I reset it and log in by myself? You don't have to paste it in the chat. But I want to see if this shows up for me too. So play.bot.land. So temp.js, and I would need to know your password. Or like I said, I could get access to your account in another way. Okay. He pasted the password in. Alright, so we are logged in as Hideo. And yeah, this is what your bots look like to me. Huh. What browser are you in? Because this looks totally fine. Temp.js, we got all your bots. You're in Chrome and you're seeing nothing show up. That's weird. Can you take a video? Gonna try to delete cache? Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Try that. Because that's the only thing I can think of. If you're on Chrome and the database shows it and I'm able to load it and I'm using the same URL you're using, then the only thing it could be is a caching problem at that point. Unless operating system is causing it to handle something differently, which I really doubt. Okay, well, we fixed another one of these things. So yeah, you just click OK or click anywhere. It's a pretty fancy dialogue. I like it. Now, unfortunately, keyboard shortcuts still work, and they'll cut you out of this thing. So I think I need to write a handler that makes sure it's getting done somewhere else. Deleted cache and it worked. Okay. Huh. Is caching the defense intended? It's not caching the defense that's the problem. It's caching an old script, very likely, that is what's causing this to happen. And there's only one script that it downloads, which is bundle.min.js. All right, zcapilara, and yeah, thanks for pointing that out. What caused the cache to be z-synced? Yeah, that's a good question. Well, Hideo, if you ever run into problems like that again, before deleting the cache, try to see if you're downloading the newest HTML. Alright, so yeah, there's going to be a problem here. Keyboard shortcuts are still being handled underneath the modal. I wonder if SweetAlert does anything about that. I don't know how it would. Unless it knows how to handle it. Actually, let's just look at their GitHub. Also, is it just me or is everything really, really hard to read on this page? Like these buttons, for example. And this. Why do they do this? Where's their GitHub? Alright, I want to see if they have on key down anywhere. So it looks like this is the same code 3 times. Dev, lib, and dist. Good job, Jarman. You have no idea what you're doing. You should check out the how to play page. So I think the best thing to do is just watch this video and you'll learn how the game works. But if you don't feel like doing that, then you can read through all this and look at the pictures that I have there. I wonder if I can intercept all keyboard keys when the modal is mounted. Let's try that. Yeah, on key down. So where do I do this? Window dot star on key down. It doesn't exist anywhere. What, is it not called on key down? What is it called? Key? Key down, not on key down. Yeah, there. Okay, so let's do this. So in modal, we'll try to add our own one. So bound key down handler. This dot on key down dot bind this. So on key down is going to take in some event, and we'll just say console.log hello for now. And then component did mount. We add this. Component will unmount. We put the same thing. And there. So let's try that. We need to do event.stop propagation. Is it prevent propagation or stop? I think it's stop. Stop propagation. And prevent default, yeah. Prevent default doesn't really matter too much here, but we can still do that. Prevent default. Is the game able to handle a stalemate? What's the best thing for a player to do in that scenario? It is able to handle a stalemate, and the best thing for you to do while watching that is to just hit the plus button a bunch of times. So let's say I attack someone and I make a bot that does nothing. So I'm going to put a bot down here, and I'm going to give it a script that does absolutely nothing. So we're going to hit commence, and oh, it looks like this bot is going to find me somehow. Oh, I know what's happening. Atom 5 has a... Oh, God. This is stupid. We need to validate Atom 5's account. And now Atom 5 will be able to log in. I think I have infinite loops in here. No, I don't. What did happen then? Something went very wrong here. Oh, good job, Jarmahen. Knows when to show which effect. I could try writing the shader, or at least start with it. Yeah, I'll write this down, but I don't think I'm probably going to get to it. But yeah, I'll write it down for right now. So what happened here? I attacked someone, and I tried to set up a bot that did nothing. Whoops. I just clicked something on Twitch. I don't know what it was. So I hit commands. Anyway, you'll see, okay, here's the progress of the match, and it's going up very slowly. Like, you can just speed it up by pressing the plus button. And then even if there's a stalemate, which surprisingly there was no stalemate. I gotta make this do nothing. There. There, so here's a stalemate. This is going incredibly slowly. You just had to hit the plus button. Oh wait, no, this is actually broken. What is going on? Why is F12 not working? I think something's broken here. I'm not sure what. Yeah, I think something's broken. What if I made this bot just move around? Oh, I never accounted for this. This is a very weird bug. So when bots are doing something... Okay, yeah, this is a very weird bug. I have to write this down. So when both the defender and the attacker are doing literally nothing, i.e. not even moving, replays don't have any actions emitted to them. So you sit around for a really long time before they end. I should, at the very least, I could emit a waste turn command or something that lets the percentage indicator go up. Wow, I never thought of that. I now have a defense on my second account. I don't even know how. If this is a very new thing, Hideo, it'd be very interesting if there was any more information. Because I should have disabled accidentally saving defenses. And Jarmahan, as far as attacking you goes, you have a skill level in the game, just like everybody else. So the only way to attack you is if someone near your skill level finds you. So you actually aren't even registering on here. Yeah. You would need to... Wait, why aren't you registering though? Maybe you lost your first attack? Because there are a bunch of people with a 700 rating, so maybe yours went down. Oh, it's because Jarmahan's not your name. There you are. Yeah. So yeah, your rating is 700 as a defender. So the people who are 700 as an attacker are going to be the ones most likely to face you, which is not many of them. I think that bug is what's happening to me. I can't increase speed with plus, so I had to wait the progress out. Well, so Demail, increasing the speed with plus is still working. It's just that the progress indicator doesn't indicate any progress at that point. No, Jarman. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is figure out, can we stop propagation completely? Oh, yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying, Motor Follow. You're saying why F12 stopped working. Well, let's try this now. This should be removed at least, though, right? So if I click Edit Defense and I remove a bot and I hit Save, now, are we stopping? Yeah, we're stopping F12 correctly, and then we're never unstopping it, apparently. That's very weird. Component will unmount. I guess it's not unmounting, it's just not showing. Oh. Whoops. Maybe something different then. I'm also using Firefox and Ubuntu and having a lot of other weird interface bugs. Yeah, the interface bugs are mostly caused by Firefox. And I am going to fix those at some point. But we are trying to tackle some more important issues before I get to that. But hey, this is pretty good. I'm enjoying today so far, at least. I know I'm making very little progress. Did you see my previous suggestion regarding the event handling? No, I did not. I don't know how I keep missing your messages. You're wrapping the modal, so when rendering it, why not just set that in Redux and in your keyboard handler if the Redux state for that is true? You don't handle keyboard? So you're saying have all my keyboard handlers go through Redux. That makes probably a lot more sense than what I'm doing. Yeah. I made the random movement script and the bot isn't randomly moving. Jarman, can you give me some more details on this? And Hideo, I'm going to write this down in refactor. Have all keyboard handling go through Redux as it's most closely tied with the UI state. Well, I'll say consider having. It may not make sense to do this, but it would prevent me from having to work around handling keyboard keys while the modal is open. Oh, didn't press the test button, yeah. You should implement a method to clone the attributes from defense and stuff like that, so maybe you can rebuild bugs more easily. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot that I had to clone for that. What I did, at least, is I can watch anyone's replays, and I actually technically could log in under anyone's account because I can reset your password in the database. I don't know what your passwords are, but I don't need to because I have control of the database and I can just set it to something. And actually, that's how I got into someone's account when I needed to, when I didn't have a way in otherwise. I figured out what the hash of password is, And then I just copy pasted that and put it in the database for that person, and then I could log in with password. Worked out great. Oh yeah, so Kaitar, I never got back to this. I'm sorry. So the other defenses, we have computer in the game right now, and then we have desert and we have jungle. And so desert was never colorized. So if I put this in the game, oh man, I gotta fix that. If I put this in the game, you'll see what it looks like. Like you've got some kind of sandy stuff and some cacti, but I'm colorizing this by just tinting it brown. So it doesn't look very good. And then jungle is kind of there. You can also use an approach like this, React hotkeys. Oh man, this stuff's crazy. Yeah, I'll just have to look at this later. And for now, I'm probably going to do something completely different. Yeah, so here's what the jungle one looks like right here. And so like these are kind of there, but not really. Every time you come back into the defense, so take a look, there's a dirt pile at the 2 upper left ones. If I come back in, now there's somewhere else. And I come back in again, and now there's 1 at the upper left. So I've got to eventually save all of that information. I just haven't gotten around to doing that. How long will this be up for? This is going to be up for the next 2.5 hours, and then again tomorrow for 8 hours, and again on Friday for 8 hours. So it's only online while I'm streaming, and I stream for 8 hours when I stream. You're not launching it on Steam? That's why you're using passwords? I'm kind of new here. No, Stark, so I am probably going to eventually launch it on Steam. For now, it's just self-published, and there's tons of information you can find out, but I'll link you to the FAQ for right now at least. I think this might mention something about passwords or security or something like that. I wrote this somewhere. Anyway, yeah, so on AWS though, the way you log into the game right now is you use a username and password. And when it's on Steam, you're probably still going to have to do the same thing. It'll probably just be an Electron app. I'm not going to link it with Steam authentication probably. Maybe I do that, who knows. Okay, so for right now, we need to get back to this. Keyboard shortcuts are not being handled correctly. So, like I said, I'm going to kind of hack my way around this. Whenever you close this thing, so here we add the handler, but this should only be handled actually when it's viewing. After open, so we put that there. And component will on mount is actually one of the places. The other thing we could do is right before it closes, on request close modal. Why do I have a feeling that this callback is going to get triggered twice? I need to make sure about this. That's the last phase, by the way. Yeah, this is going to be prevented eventually. So let's say you're allowed 5 bots total and only 2 per phase. You place 1 bot. After that, you'll be, in phase 1, you'll be forced to place 2 in phase 2 and 2 in phase 3. So this is the important part. Right now, you're not forced to do that. So it's possible for you to place 1 bot and then 1 bot and then 1 bot and just never use the last 2 that you have. And yeah, that's a problem. All right, see you, Kaitai. Okay, so I think I have a hunch right now that I'm going to do this the bad way for right now. I have a hunch that close modal is being called twice. Or that the callback. Once when you press a button, and once when the dialog closes. That's a feature to show dominance. Yeah, eventually it could actually be a feature. It could be something where if you win without using as many bots as you had to, you get more rewards or something. I don't know. Alright, yeah, see you, Kaitar. I gotta set that back to what it used to be. Computer. So, what were we gonna test here? This. Yeah, so what happens when I close this? I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem to be capturing the keys anymore. No, it's not. No. Why isn't it? After open modal is what's supposed to do this. Let's say this. Added key handler. So this would say removed key handler. Hey, Spearman. Converting enemy bots would probably be too powerful in this game, I think. Okay, so did we add a keyboard handler? Removed, and added. I don't think this is correct. In fact, I'm positive it's not correct. Yeah, because the keyboard's still being handled underneath all of this. Idea proposal with super chip. What a great suggestion that I've never heard before. Man, why isn't this working? I wonder if we say here, set keyboard handling enabled is enabled. I guess I could set this in state if I needed to, but it doesn't need to affect rendering. So if it's currently enabled and not is enabled, then we want to remove this. I guess we can just combine it like this. Otherwise, if is enabled and not, then we want to add it. And then in the cases where I used to do this, we just set this here. So set it to false, false, and true. Setting key handling enabled equals is enabled. Great. Let's try that. My goal here was just to intercept keyboard shortcuts for a bit. I don't think I'm gonna ever get this to work this way. That's too bad. After open modal isn't called with a bound function. Yeah, I think it's going to be frustrating to get rid of all of these. It will look kind of nice when it's done. Alternatively, I could use that sweet alert thing and just not do it the React way, but I don't think that's the best thing to do. Currently not able to play on Chromium Linux due to the uniform error that I mentioned yesterday. I did see this yesterday, but I didn't know it was stopping you from playing altogether. Oh, crazy. Wonder why that's happening. But yeah, I'll try to take a look into that today if I get some time. I think it's going to be tough. But thanks, Perry. Hey, Cuddles. What is this resolution? Yeah, it's a gigantic resolution. Alright, so we still have keyboard. Oh, what? What happened with F12? Oh, interesting. Now it's set to false, so now F12 works. And we try showing this again. And now F12 doesn't work. Okay, so it's, I think, order of where this is set. We need to probably just listen in capturing mode. HTML, or no, JavaScript, add event listener. There's another argument to this. use capture. So capturing phase. Bubbling guarantees that click on 3 will trigger on click first on the innermost element 3. What's the default for this? False is the default. So let's just set it to true and find out what happens. I know this is like the worst way of doing things. Alright, does this work any better? Aha! It does work better. Now we close that, and now, nope, it still doesn't work. But that was just a minor mistake at the end there. I think we just need to figure out how this closes, and React Modal should tell us that. So what events do they have here? Where's their documentation? I guess we just had to look at this. So close modal. There's on request close. Oh, we could just do this here. When I click the dialog instead of, no, it doesn't even do that. Hey Hayes, can I define and call functions from within my script? Yes, you can, and there's no hoisting, but JavaScript also wouldn't hoist it because there's no var. Var is what causes hoisting, right? No, actually, yeah, you should be able to do what you're trying to do. So if you do something like this, let me make a really simple example here. I'll just log in as this person, fine. So we'll do this. We'll say, oh, my cutoff shortcuts. Oh God, this hurts so much. All right, so let's make a function here, which is called foo, and here we'll say foo equals function move right. So if this works, you'd expect it to move right. So let's try it. Yeah, it's moving right. Okay, and just to verify that that's really the thing that it's doing, we'll make it move left. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So this is working the way you want it to. It's not exactly hoisting that's happening here. What's happening is it's converting your code into a completely different format that is saying, like, you have your update function and you're calling foo, and then you have your foo function that does move left. Well, what's actually happening is it's converting your code to something like bot12345.update equals function check time foo, or bot12345.foo, and then bot12345.foo equals function check time executor.move left. So this is what's happening. You type this, it converts it to this. So this is to prevent you from writing infinite loops. I insert these at the beginning of function calls and at the beginning of loops, just like how V8 Engine does it. And then these things are to prevent you from calling functions you shouldn't, and this is to allow you to call built-in functions. Yeah, and Pawn, that's not generally supposed to be like common knowledge, I suppose. Matchmaker, fasten your seatbelt. You know, one thing that is actually going pretty well is that the game hasn't just totally crashed since I started alpha, so that's pretty nice. Alright, so set keyboard handling to false. That is still not being done. It looks like it's being done, but it's not. How is that happening? Remove event listener. Does this have a third argument for where to remove it? Oh, use capture. It does. Oh, well, that answers that. Challenge accepted. Alright, see you, pawn. And I only cheated a tiny bit. Let those be the only words you remember from this stream. Just remember those words. Alright, so we get rid of that. We do this. So now keyboard shortcuts stop working. We click OK, and keyboard shortcuts go back to working. Alright, so that's what I wanted. I just kind of still screwed this up. So we want... How's this going to work? We want OK to work, and space and tab and all those. And Haze, let me see. No, it worked. It probably just picked a random color that was really close to what it was already set to. And it's already set to the minimum brightness. But random color, let me... Where is random? Here it is, 10. So, yep. That picked another random color that was just really close to white. If I press this enough times, you'll eventually see some different ones. There was green, pink, blue. Yeah, you just got unlucky. Totally, my tests are mostly to provide feedback for balancing around Glitco, so not something you have to deal with. It's bothering me, and I think I'm the only one doing that. Alright. So this, I want to see how many times this callback would have been called. And calling, callback. Alright, let's see when this happens. Oh, you just wanted to see cool colors? Okay, hey goggles. And I actually don't want to prevent default on a lot of these things. In fact, probably on none of these things. I probably just want to mark that it was handled. So let's click here again and do this. So I start this dialog up and I click outside of it. What does it do? Calling close modal, calling callback. Okay, cool. I do the same thing and I click OK. Calling clicked button, calling callback. So everything converges on callback. That's exactly what I want. And that's what is evidenced here too. I just need to make sure of that. So then this should be working totally fine, and I should have just fixed everything, and now we just stop this prevent default. How do I start a mission? Step 1, click the missions tab. Step 2, code everything for missions and let me integrate it into the Botland code base. And then that's it. You'll have started a mission. So just like, 10, 20 days of ramp up on the code base, and then just code the feature for me. Okay, so can we tab? Yes, we can. So I should be able to press that button with the space bar and then start controlling the game again, and then open that back up and hit escape. Wait, so escape doesn't do anything. But this is finally working. Finally. So if we try saving from here, it shouldn't do anything. Perfect. So now we just get rid of that console.log hello. Stop anything else from handling the keyboard shortcut. However, don't prevent default because we still want you to be able to tab between controls on the modal dialog and press space/enter. Issue 31, very interesting. What is that? Oh yeah, I need to prevent you from saving during... Yeah. Yeah, this is something I'm gonna have to fix. Good job on this stuff, guys. Oh, nice, Haze. Cool. Oh, look, it's me. Yeah, Yeah, thank you for filing that bug. So I think I've fixed a bunch of these things so far. And yet I probably still have, what, 35 of these left because of how I'm doing this. But hey, there's one more that's done. So yeah, if you try saving your defense when you don't have enough, you need to place 10 bots before you can save your defense. You click OK, everything's good. You place your 10 bots, and you'd be able to save it. Successfully saved. So let's go get successfully saved to not be part of that. In fact, you know what? Let's try to tackle at least the most important window.alert calls, or anything that's easy enough to do. We'll try to tackle some of those things. There's a ton of them coming from there. We're going to just ignore all of those for now. So this one, you need to type a valid email address in order to reset your password. Let's go try that out. So I click reset password. What's reset? Forgot or change? I don't know, whatever. Let's click forgot. Yep. So let's go fix that. So modal actions. We don't even have that. Client name, copy paste. So we need bound modal actions. Oh. Modal, and then window.alert. So we do this dot bound modal actions dot set modal details. Cool. Just copy paste this to here. And done. So let's try that out now. Whoop, syntax error. Where's that? Here. Cool. All right, now let's try that out. So now we click forgot password. You need to type a valid email address in order to reset your password. So I click outside of here, and nice. Okay, so let's try change password. TT, change password. Error changing. Either you never verified your email address, blah, blah, blah. Error changing. Yeah, so this happens in a couple places, and this would be on the login screen. Maybe you could override the window.alert with a custom one. I could have, but like I said, I don't think that's really the React way of doing things, because that's what Sweet Alert does, and that probably would have just been a drop-in replacement for all of this. And yeah, it wouldn't have been, maybe that's a better way of doing things for now. It would definitely have been faster, because yeah, that's what they have here, and they have a component for this. I just not using it. Hi, Sire. And hey, Saxo. Okay. So error changing password. All right, so that's the change password one at least. So that should be done now too. No, it didn't work. Why didn't that work? Do I already have message here? I think it was just taking time to build. All right, so we hit change password. Oh man, what? There are two of these for some reason. No, that's a different one though. This just didn't. Strange. Where did this even come from? Reset password. I don't think this will ever happen. And what's this from? On watch replay. There should be some way to do this. Error.message. What about this? Commence game. Yep, that should also be done. Cool. Forfeiting a game. Same thing. What's this? Join game. Yep. All these were pretty much already set up. You were added to the queue, but you have no way of knowing when a game was created due to an internal error. This is old pusher stuff. Great. successfully saved your defense. Saved your defense to the account server. Well, that one was bothering me for a while. So we're finally done with that. Is Notepad++ a good editor for Python? Yeah, sure. And then this one could not save. Any other ones? Problem in cell item. I don't really care about this. Problem in open salvage. Problem in buy item. Is that everything yet? Register new account. What kind of errors even show up here? I don't know. Your password has been changed. Success. Your password has been changed. These just never stop, do they? Generate and get rewards. Oh yeah, this is the thing that pops up at the very beginning. This might get in the way because this can happen right before an error. I should almost be done with this. Authenticate to account server. These are for any issues over here. And it's just error.message. So we change this back to error and this to error.message. There might be some issues showing some of these. I don't think many of them are going to be that important. Oh, we could say problem in purchase salvage pack here. That's fine. Rewards, congrats, you've lost. Actually, you're right. That's. What should I say instead? Yeah, maybe we'll just change the title dynamically as well. Let title equals null. Title equals bummer. Title equals rewards. There. Thanks for activating your account. I don't even think this is possible for you guys to do. But either way, let's do it this way. Let message equals null. Here we'll just say message equals this. Message equals this. And then we'll show something with that message. Set modal. So either thanks for activating your account. Yeah, so we'll have to set the title here too. Best site for learning some language? That I would say depends on what language you want to learn. I don't think there's one site for just learning anything. And if you're looking for something like that, there are sites like Udemy that you can look into. So title equals success or activated. And here the title could just be error. Sent an email. How many more of these do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Just 4 more. Then I'm done. Sick of doing this. So this is going to be sent an email to. I would copy paste this, but I have something on my clipboard that I don't want to have to keep getting back. I could just I guess copy paste the thing on my clipboard into another window and then not be an idiot. And then this would be error, and the message would be here. Cool. So we just have 2 more left to do here. So this is another success one. Oh, this one has to block though. Doesn't have to actually. Okay, what else? This is the last one. So error changing password, blah, blah, blah. In fact, we should probably just make button text be okay by default. And yeah, I've never liked clipboard managers. I usually like doing things explicitly. And in this case, just using another buffer is what I should have done. Hey, Jath. How's it going? Okay, well, let's try this out. So let's just go through some of the window.alerts that we had. So if we try saving our defense, we now see this nice dialog, which you can close out by clicking anywhere. And if somehow you were testing and hit save, the game would still run in the background. So this is kind of nice. So let's say there was ever an alert where I was like, hey, the server's shutting down in 5 minutes. Then I can do this without blocking you guys from playing your game still. Because what, Jath? Oh, school is picking up. Oh, left me hanging there. All right, nice. So what else? How can we get some errors to show up? I don't know. Selling an item, right? Yeah, that's one way. Oh, right, and that doesn't work because I never did that. So time to go get that to work. Let's close out of all these other things. In game, we'll put that over here. And get rid of these things. Yeah, cool. Okay, so the store page is what needs to change. We just need to copy paste a bunch of stuff from over here. It's actually very little, not even a bunch of stuff. There. That's it, just 2 lines. And now it should work. And if there's any other container where I didn't do this, then I'll need to fix that too. Is this dialog temporary? Because it really could use enter before the OK button. Yeah, the styling is temporary. The dialog itself is, it just needs to be styled differently. Like you're saying there should be another space here? Because yeah, I definitely could do that. Padding top 10 pixels. Whoops, not padding top, margin top. Yeah, I could just do something like this. I'm not going to fix the styling just yet, but if I wanted to, I could fix that in just one spot. I also probably want to put the button on the right side, not on the left side. There's some align items. There's align self? What is that? Oh, justify content. There's some way to do this. And I don't know how. So I'm just not going to do it right now. We could probably put that in a div. And then that'll work. But yeah, hey Kvax. Is it in a flex container? It's not. I can do that eventually. I wasn't really planning on fixing the styling of this. There's a... God, what is it? I thought it was align items. I guess I could just set the margin on this to the auto. The auto. Nah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll fix this later. Float left, right 0. Yeah. I'll work on this later. But yeah, right 0 would probably work. I need to set this on... I need to set this on this div though. So I need to make the div only be the size of the children, and I think a flex box is probably best for that. So I'll do it later. Okay, so bad request. What if we try buying an item that we don't have the money for? Actually, I have like infinite money, so I can't do it on this account. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. But let's try Adam7, who should not have infinite money. Hey, cool. Rewards. You earned 25 Botcoin due to successfully defending over the last day. Nice. Now, let's try buying an item that we don't have money for. So first of all, this one. Problem. Hardware already owned. Cool. And now this. Not enough Botcoin. 0. Cool. So what else? We have other containers, I think. I just need to make sure that I got them all. Game is done. Store is done. Blueprints is not done. Blueprints doesn't even exist. What am I talking about? Edit blueprints isn't done, though. Yeah, let's go do that. We'll just add this everywhere because it has to be everywhere. And then edit script. Render. And then is there anything else? What have I not gotten here? News, store, blueprints, edit, blueprint, login. Those are all done. Queue I don't think exists anymore. No WebGL is a page that doesn't need any modals. Edit script in game. Yeah, so all these are done now. So we probably still have some window.alerts in the code base. I only have 10. How hard would it be for me to just fix this stuff? Your passwords do not match. Your passwords do not match. Can't be that hard, right? I might as well just do them now. So let's try this. Test 2. Your passwords do not match. Yeah, let's go fix it. All right, there's that. And now we just need to call this instead of window.alert. Return this.boundModalAction.setModalDetails. We just take this. Oh, what am I doing? There. Cool. Same thing with wherever else this is brought up. Your passwords do not match. I think this is when you're changing your password. Yeah. Problem is this doesn't exist now. So we need to go get that. Here. Okay, we'll need to test almost all of these. I never coded the filter. You know, this is just so meaningless that I think I'm going to leave it as window.alert. But what this is referring to is when you log in, when you log in and you go to try to find hardware by filtering it, you type something here, it says I never coded the filter. I'm just going to leave that because that's unfinished code to begin with. So I might as well just leave it unfinished. Now this is peculiar. I guess this means it couldn't fetch it from the account server. In which case, wouldn't the account server have told you some issue here? Fetch script. Where does that come from? Account client fetch script. Catch throw response. Fine. Guess I'll do this too. All right. So bound modal action dot set modal detail. There. All right. How many more? 6 more. That's it. Then I'm done with this. What's this? This doesn't matter. Oh, so it's only 4 more. Yeah, just 4 more of these. That's not bad. And 3 of them are in-game, so we can do that last. Hey, Jupiter. We're not alert. We have modal actions. This shouldn't be too bad. So both of these are errors, right? Error and error, yeah. So we just take the message and instead of window.alerting that, we window.alert it here. And we are down to the final part, the end boss of this refactor. God, my eyes are twitching on their own right now. Did I miss the rewards one? No, I don't think there's anything really that special to do there. Where is that? Here. Yeah. So when you try to log in, it'll say either you lost money or you gained money. By the way, we are 48 minutes from midnight GMT. That's when you get your rewards in Botland. So if you want to still get them for today, you can log in now. All right, 3 more. 3 left to do. Alert. Start new script. For now, click the edit button at the top. Sorry that this doesn't work. What? Okay. I don't even know what this is referring to, but we might as well just copy paste everything. Oh no, title isn't going to exist for half of these things, is it? Also, this is totally wrong. This needs to be this.bound modal actions. Oh, which we don't even have. Hooray. Well, that sounded like a temporary thing, Hideo. Although that's just an excuse for me for right now. I should just fix it at some point. Okay, so here's one more, and we need to do set modal details again. We'll get rid of this. So return, you do not have a script on this blueprint. Blah, 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 blah. And the one final one, could not edit script, try again in a bit. There. Why do you do that at GMT rather than wherever they are? Or is it just because you're using +0 time zone and haven't changed it? I think that doing anything based on the user's time zone is potentially dangerous because their time zone can change. So what happens if you sign up for an account and you're living in the US and then you move to Europe? Like, that's probably not going to happen very frequently, so we could say allow to change time zone once every 6 months or something like that. But I just don't think it's worth it. I think if you ever do a game based on regions, so for example, a lot of games have like a US West, US East regions, then you set it to the time zone of the region, not where the player is. But I don't have regions in Botland right now, so I'm not going to worry about any of that stuff. So yeah, it's like 4 o'clock in the middle of the day for me. That's when Botland days reset. So that's weird, but just get used to it. Or I fix it. One or the other. Alright, so before I continue on, let's try to find some very quick bugs by just inspecting the code, and then I'll try to trigger almost all of these window.alerts. It'll definitely take some time. Oh, surely it makes more sense to use your time zone than over in the UK. Yeah, maybe. Actually, you know what's nice, Tarius Python, is by not using my own time zone, I can test this while I'm streaming. Because 4 o'clock is like right toward the end of my stream usually. But if it was midnight, I don't think I've ever streamed beyond like 9 p.m. or something. Okay, so we're going to look for any quick problems that we might come across. Message error. Okay, that's fine. Good. 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 Yep, all this is fine so far. Sell item, open salvage, buy item. And I'm just making sure the word matches what it's representing. So error when it's an error, success when it's successful. So far, we're pretty good on this stuff. Yep. Yeah, good. Oh, this is mind-numbing. Okay, so far so good. Let's put an exclamation point there. So I have made one valid change so far. Yep. Okay, so that's that file. Now the rest of these are pretty simple, because they only have 1 or 2 changes each. Message, couldn't edit script, add the modal there. Darius Python. What's the first programming language I learned? It was some variant of BASIC. And yeah, October to April, you're right, Darius Python. Okay, so we really should test these out. I'm very tempted to just say I'm not going to test any of them and you guys test them. But that's a bad idea. Let's at least try to get some of the big ones here. So let's look through this. Anything that's important. So has placed all available bots, or anything that's easy enough to test. So like this, I just remove a bot and try to save. Cool, that worked. Looks good, so let's move on now. So this one, on watch replay, there is no associated replay data. This was when I log in as Adam, I believe. It's this one. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's done. Next up, this is in, whoops, no, that's the same thing. And watching replay, this is for a real error. It's gonna be hard to trigger that. Same thing with forfeit game. Same thing with actually a lot of these, like failing to join a game. It might be possible if we were to wipe out the entire database. Let's try this. Let's delete the whole database. Drop database botland. Let's recreate it. And then let's try to attack a player when there are no players. So we need to, actually there's 2 ways we can do this. One is to just click attack here. 500, yeah. And, oh cool, we got the rate limit thing too. Okay, nice. So I fixed a couple of those. And then the other thing we need to do is restart the matchmaker. And then try it again. Yep. Cool. Well, that's nice. Hey, EOJ. Well, alpha release was yesterday. I think it went pretty well. I wasn't expecting too much because it's not like, you know, there's a million new features or something. You guys had probably played the game just a week before alpha launched anyway. But it's been nice, and it's been nice trying to see how people play the game and kind of what's going on. One of the things that I wanted to do every day was try to adjust the balance a little bit. So you can see attackers still have really high ratings. There's 7 who have more than 1,400. And defenders, there's no one above 1,400. So that's still a problem. Attackers are winning too many of their matches. Let's actually take a look at the win ratios. So win ratios for attackers. Whoops, this is the wrong database. And yeah, we'll look into that. Oh, definitely, EOJ. Yeah, it's fun to see that. Let me close out of these things. Okay, so here goes. Gotta do this on my other screen for a sec. There, so we just copy paste this into here. So Liquidor has a crazy win ratio. And like, this would be okay in the real game. It's fine if a couple people are outliers. But what's not fine is you can see the majority of the attackers have a 1 win ratio or better. And then a couple people played 1 match and lost it. I don't think you really count any of these people. And then a few people, a couple of these people probably don't count either. Like, Jew couldn't have actually lost that many matches because he's played this game way too much. So yeah, the win ratios are still way too high for attackers. And the win ratios for defenders are almost all less than 1. I mean, look at this. This is abysmal. And there are a few people who've got actually decent win ratios. And these are interesting defenses because these are things to really learn from. Actually, really everyone who's got above like a 3 win ratio. Like, look at this. 25 wins to 7 losses. We're all just forfeiting unranked matches. Well, yeah, that could be true. I gotta not count forfeits. Also, people aren't max level, so no max bots and max chips. Yeah, but Casper, the win ratio shouldn't change based on your computer level. So that's actually another thing that I need to keep track of is what is your computer level at this time. And even then, yeah, these stats aren't great. I need to improve the stat taking. Yeah. I'll write that down for metrics collection. I don't have a metrics collection thing. Okay, so after having alpha out for a couple of days, I need these stats for balancing. Figure out how many people are losing or winning ranked games only at particular computer levels. This is only valid if you don't count forfeits. Well, or you at least know if they're forfeiting. If you don't count forfeits, and also if I've already implemented the you must place all attacker bots feature. Hey Zancro. Zancro, earlier you were stuck in a game that was going really slowly. You can just press the plus key to speed things up. So let's say you wrote a defense even, and you're like, hey, I want to test this out, and it's just going too slowly for you. Just hit plus a couple times. It'll speed things up. Or alternatively, you can hit minus and like really tell what's going on here. So yeah, you can do either one of those. What's your words per minute? Boy, do I have the video for you. Okay, so we tested that. Let's keep going. This is impossible. Let's keep going. Export defense, that was tested. An error could not save your defense. So I don't know about the error could save your defense. We could test that by closing the game server down. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so let's try that now. We press X. You need to place 8 bots. Aha, perfect. Nice. So this stuff is working. And now we can just start this up again, and now it should save it successfully. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. Success. Okay, this drop shadow is gray. I don't like that. It probably looks fine on other pages. Like maybe here. No, it still looks bad. Let's fix that. Just make it darker. Darius, you're gonna be disappointed. It's mostly just a joke. Yeah, that looks better. Explain in 3 emojis or less. So sell item. I think most of this is fine. Open salvage. I never even coded this. So we should test it. Did I just hit function lock? So debug main.open salvage. Perfect. Yeah. Because I disabled it for alpha, so that's what you'd expect to see. Working with it for 3 months now on my game. For the most part, it's quite amazing. Oh, goody, OJ. I like how you adjust the color but not the size. Look, you guys know I'm not an artist. So we should try all the registration things. The rest of these don't matter so much. Yeah, I've tested enough of this where I was just copy pasting code anyway. I'm pretty sure it's going to be working. And if not, you'll just find where it's broken. We'll fix it then. So try a couple of these. We try registering Adam, even though it already exists. Username already taken. We try when our passwords don't match. Your password did not match. We try forgot password. Yep, cool. Change password to something that doesn't match. Yep. Oh, OK doesn't work there. We should have this have the focus by default. Never thought of that. Also, what if my password's wrong? Give this the focus. How do we do that? HTML give focus to element. Just call dot focus on something? Oh, that's easy. So the first button is the one that we'll try to give the focus to. Does that make sense? No, how about this? If there's only one button, let's do it then. If there's only one button, give it the focus. No. Just always give the first button the focus. So we need to get that. We need to make a ref. That means ref equals now let's just do this here. Modal button number 0. Okay. Oh, button autofocus? Oh, that sounds way better. Allows a form field. This isn't a form though. Let's try it anyway because it would be a lot easier to do that. Button autofocus. And then get rid of whatever I was typing up here. Yeah. Let's try that. So previously you tried typing the wrong password and you hit enter and it didn't do anything here. Now let's try it. No, it still doesn't do anything. Yeah, alright, well whatever. That was worth a shot. So now we'll just get that ref. First button equals this dot refs dot whatever this is called. Number 0. If it's not nil, first button, then first button dot focus. Okay, let's try it. It's still not working. Okay, what's going on? Does this not exist? First button does exist. Why does focusing it not work? And this is a function. It's auto capital focus if you're in JSX. Ugh. Also, this is technically not what I want. I need to set it only if it's the first one, which I can do very easily, but let's try this now. Whoops. What gives this the focus? I can tab to it and then hit enter. It just doesn't have the focus by default. I don't understand why. It's strange. Can I say equals true here? That shouldn't be necessary. I don't know what's going on. Focus doesn't work, autofocus doesn't work. Just for laughs, let's put a button up here and just say autofocus. If this has the focus, I'm gonna be annoyed. No, it still doesn't. I don't know where the focus is. Yeah, I don't understand this. Because even my code to do this didn't work. And the button existed. I just broke in and I saw that. Well, try button ref equals input and focus. Yeah. I can get rid of this up here. I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, it's still not doing this. It's very bizarre. Huh. Is there anything else I'm missing here? Maybe? No, I don't think so. Yeah, weird. Even Stack Overflow says this. Yeah, I don't understand this either. I wonder if it has to do with... No, I don't know. Did the form below still have the focus? Yeah, maybe, actually. It's a good question. Let's put this just in the middle of nowhere. Oh, it only autofocuses if something doesn't have the focus. But then wouldn't dot focus still work when I call that? So let's take a look. Yeah, this does have the focus still. Oh, in fact, I know what's going on now. It's re-rendering the login page, and the login page is stealing the focus. All right, well, good call, Hideo. So, if we wanted to be super hacky about this, I could do this. I could say process.next tick. But I'm not going to keep that there. I just want to see what it does. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that actually is relatively tricky. Because it's re-rendering the login page, and the login page must have something that gives it focus. Autofocus. Yeah, there it is. Autofocus equals true. Well, whatever. It's still okay for me to do this. Let's just do it this way. Note, sometimes other React components will have autofocus set, and then this may get the focus stolen from it. No, thank you, Hideo. But yeah, so in the cases where we're not already in a form, this should work totally fine. Although in the cases where you're not in a form, you probably wouldn't have your hands on the keyboard. So let's say you go to the store and you try to sell an item you don't have, you can press enter on this dialog now, or space, which might be nice because, well, no, I was going to say it's not actually that nice because you can always just click outside of it anyway. Whatever, it's a convenience feature. It's done. So now we just need to check this in. That took way longer than I thought, but it has been a long time coming, so I'm glad we did it. And then for the next hour and a half, we'll just work on some other stuff. So this has been done. The only window.alerts that are left are not necessary to fix. I looked through this code a million times. I just want to take a quick look and make sure there's nothing I'm checking in that I shouldn't be. Yeah, I think everything's fine. There are a couple of references left, but they're unused or they're in a dev2. All right, so fix EULA link. Let's take this easy one. First, let's figure out where the EULA is even located. bot.land/ I already don't know. So let's load up FileZilla. Got to do this off screen. Sorry, guys. There it is. bot.land/eula slash, actually that's it. So we just need to relocate it to there. So somewhere in the code I have botland.net. We just need to replace that. Yeah. So it's just bot.land/eula. Same thing here. bot.land/eula. To be honest, this should just be a constant somewhere. Yeah, let's do that. There's no reason I should do things this way. So constants. EULA and privacy policy URL. That way I only have to change this in one place in the future. So let's go back and fix that. So this will be client constants.eula. Same thing here. Oh, what is this stuff? Pseudo money? Oh God. I don't think that's mattered in a long time. Hey Digia, Alpha's going pretty well. I'm just fixing up some minor stuff now. Let's take a look and see if that worked. Why can I not refresh this page? Oh, that's probably why. Cool. And unregister. Cool. Yeah, it's working. Wait, right? Is that the right URL? Yeah, bot.land. Yeah, okay, great. Thought I was going crazy for a second. Alright, so checking this in. Is it even worth linting this? Probably not. Alright. Fix link to EULA and privacy policy. I don't think there's anything else to write on that. It's pretty straightforward what that stuff is. How long has the Kappa clause been on your desk? Yeah, you know, there's a bunch of people who are like, I only just saw that. It's now been there for a week and a half, a couple weeks. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe it's been longer than that. Okay, clicks not registering. While this is a giant and very pressing bug, I kind of want to not do that. Well, fine, let's take a look. The problem is I have no real repro for this, so testing it isn't even that easy. It's not really happening for me. Attempt to place a bot seems to take a couple of clicks. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder, this is such a beehive of issues. This has been going on for a very long time. I don't know exactly how I'm going to fix it, and I've tried before. I don't have a repro for it. Let's try again though. I keep coming to the same conclusions though. I've debugged Hammer.js. I mean, does Hammer.js have any issues on this yet? Where's their GitHub? Oh, they have a million issues. So what's happening for players is they try clicking a bot, let's say to place it, and they just can't, and sometimes they need to click multiple times. Yeah, if clicking takes too long, it won't work. So it just needs to be as quick of a click as possible. Still my CodePen, it was pretty useful for debugging outside of botland and adjusting values. Wait, what's this? Consider adding confetti when a team wins? Oh man, super sweet. But this is done in the canvas. I would need to do this in WebGL. Still, that's pretty cool. All right, but that's not at all important right now. No, I don't think I have that anymore, Hideo. Yeah. I'll look through the old ones too. Oh, hey, I do have it. Yeah, in case you're curious about this. So what I'm wondering about, since this isn't happening for me, but I'm pretty sure the cause is just that clicks aren't registering quickly enough. I wonder if there's some way for me to try to get it to happen on my machine. Because what this could be is that these are on machines where the rendering performance is worse. Still, how do I end up fixing this? What do I do? Let's say someone's running into this issue where clicking isn't working. I could have them enable some mode where I do more logging for them. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure this issue only comes down to they're just taking too long between clicking and letting go. So like if I move my mouse over here, you guys can see. So if I click rapidly, it places a bot. If I click and hold, whoops, okay, I screwed that up, hang on. If I click and hold and then let go, it doesn't place the bot. Now actually, as far as placing bots goes, no, I actually can't do that. Wait, Casper, you still get that bug? And it's, if you try clicking more rapidly, like between mouse down and mouse up, does it fix it? Because yeah, if you take a little bit too long, it'll look like nothing's working. And I could adjust these values, it's the difference between a press and a tap. It's just such a very subtle thing. We could increase the press time, I guess. All the time, and I spam click. It'll take 10 seconds sometimes to get to place. Yeah. Alright, well, the solution I think is to increase this press time. We just set it to something longer. I don't know what, 150 maybe? So if I change it here too to 150, and then I try it again. Maybe even 150, maybe I should double it. Sometimes it'll place, but I was spamming, so it re-picked it up, and I had to go through that again, and I get it to place. Yeah, oh man, I know it's frustrating. This is frustrating for me too. I wonder if there's some research that's been done on what makes sense to most users as far as tap and press go. Hammer.js press time. Has anyone talked about what this should be? Wait, what is this? That brings back other issues when moving the mouse at the same time. Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's set the press time to something ridiculously large. Well, 3 times the size it used to be. I want to see what happens here. So clicking is working. Now to drag it, I have to wait 300 milliseconds before it finally picks it up. which yes, this is too long, definitely. But I wonder what is a reasonable value for this, and what kinds of issues would this leave us with? Because dragging the arena around still works very fine. It's just pressing on this. Still, has someone know what the defaults are for some other platform, like all of iOS, for example? Press and tap. Okay, I don't know. Is Google giving any better results for this stuff? Tips and tricks. Dragging and dropping from the left side is not affected at all. Yeah, because that doesn't ever involve press. It just involves tap and pan, I think. You use 200 milliseconds on your phone keyboard for a long press. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's set this to 200. Maybe this is it, and maybe we'll just see these complaints disappear. And that'll be that. But when it's 100, it's causing complaints. Maybe change the approach and let it count as a click if it ends on the tile it started, and let it count as a drag if it ends on another tile. So the problem is there's this concept of press and drag to move a bot around. But let me make this a little bit more obvious over here. I need to buy something from the store for this. So there. I'll make two different bots here so that this is a little bit easier to tell. So I have a bot that I'm going to place when I click. So if I just click, then it overwrites the bot that's there. This is nice because it lets you very quickly edit things. Well, I also might want to drag the bot that's under the cursor and then maybe place bots around it. So I don't think I can necessarily do it where the mouse is exactly. And while all that's happening, you also need to be able to pan the arena around. So there's a lot of different things here. Press and drag is affected as well. Well, so dragging from over here still works fine. I don't know. I think this might just be all I need to do. Maybe I just increase this time. Both the EULA and the privacy policies of 404. I think you're talking about on play.bot.land. I just fixed that on my local version. So yeah, this. Oh wait. Oh, I think also that did resolve. That was weird. You're saying this stuff doesn't resolve, huh? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good job, Motor Follow. Okay. Well, I'll have to do that after the stream. Make sure EULA and privacy policy are actually at bot.land/EULA. Well, actually, maybe I could do it now. Specific to stuff inside the arena, I think. Well, I kind of want to just make this change, and then if it works, then great. If not, then we try again. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I have an index.html, but I don't have the EULA and the privacy policy. Okay, where are these even located on my hard drive? That is a good question. And oh, weird. They're not even in my... What happened with this? How long has this been gone for? That's weird. Why would I have deleted them? Yeah, Casper, I think just if you're around tomorrow, if you try playing the game and it feels like it's fixed, then I know it was this value at least. Alright, see you, DeMail, and thanks. Where did the EULA go? Okay, I don't have these at all. I don't know where they were supposed to be. We'll just need to look into that at some point. Close out all this stuff. Okay, so there's been a problem for quite a long time on Botland when it comes to differentiating between taps and presses. One thing that's for sure is that when this value is 100, it's too low, and some people have a really hard time just performing a tap operation. They most frequently complain about not being able to place / move bots. So 100 is an unacceptable lower bound, which means we need something higher than that. Let's just start it at 200 and see if this fixes it. I also want to see how natural it feels as a computer user. So previously it was set to 100, now we have to wait twice as long to drag things. So let's take a look. We put this here. I do find myself wanting to drag it sooner than I'm able, but it's not terrible. Yeah, maybe like 20 milliseconds sooner or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, this isn't bad. Hey, million levels. Things really haven't changed that much in the last few months. But yeah, you can check out the game if you want. Alright, I'm going to update this. This is probably the best I can do for right now. Double press threshold from 100 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds. A lot of players were complaining about their tap action being interpreted as a press action. Complain. Good job, Hideo. Alright. So we'll note that down here. I increased the press threshold, and then we'll file this as fixed for right now. What would cause someone to have issues when others don't with presses and taps? I think it can be differences in almost anything here. It could be the browser. It could be just the the human at the machine. Although granted, you know about this issue now, and you were trying it by clicking quickly, and it still didn't work. But I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, so if you still see this problem after January 2017, then please reopen this issue. I have just, as of version 0.1.2, the press threshold should be increased from 100 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds. If people still complain about taps not being recognized as taps, then I may have to fix this some other way. If people instead complain about presses taking too long, then I can try lowering this value a little bit. But 100 is clearly unacceptable. Oh, whoops, I probably should have wrote that I addressed this issue, huh? Well, I didn't push, so I guess I could still do that. What was that, issue number 9? I doubled the press threshold. I don't like formatting these things. There. Can you git blame this value? I'm pretty sure you already tried 200 and it was I can't drag complaints all the way. Yeah, I can. And you're probably right. Oh, this takes a long time, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, only update for keys, isn't it? Lower movement threshold. That's not it. Fixed thresholds. What is this? This is back when it was 100 here, actually. Yeah, and it was still 100 here. I don't know if it was ever higher than 100. I think it was the move threshold that used to be super high. I think that's what caused dragging issues. Wait, what? Unico Rush. What was the exam? And yeah, welcome back. The wait what was because I saw you type ranking before, and then you said I'm back, and I thought you were only gone for 2 minutes. Yeah, well, yeah, Hideo, and I don't know. Maybe at some point it was higher, and that was the default that was being used, and. But let's try this. If it works, it works. It seems to be fine for me, but then again, so did the old value. So I don't know. All right, consider upgrading Blockly. I kind of want to try just upgrading it blindly and see what happens. But how about this? Let's do it the right way instead of doing it the dumb way. Figure out what version I'm on and figure out what version they're at. So GitHub Blockly. What are they at? That can't be right. 1.0.0? Definitely doesn't sound right. Get started. Where do you download this? Here it is. View on GitHub. They have a releases or something here? Yeah, it's Azul Turk. How do you play? You go to this link. Where do they have their version? They didn't have a changelog? Yeah, I don't see one here either. I don't see a version here. I don't know where their changelog would be. Support maybe? Nope. Reference maybe? Alright, well I give up. Let's go take a look at my code and see if there's a version number in the code. So client, public, JavaScript, vendor, Blockly, readme.txt. What's this? Okay. Thanks, Adam. Great idea. Yeah, I don't know if a version number even shows up in here. I'm also not sure if this is a good idea to even use this because one of the issues that I'm running into right now is, and this is not really that bad, but when you switch between code and Blockly, or no, not that. When you switch between, how does this work? Let's create a script for that and then call this just JS and hit update. And then let's create a new script, Blockly, and save it. I think when you switch between these two, oh, that didn't even work. Is this happening or no? I can't tell. Maybe it's when you switch between two Blockly scripts. Man, I do not remember how to get this bug to happen, but I'm pretty sure there's a bug. Blockly 2, create. So I think it's when you switch between these. No, there's somewhere there's a black flash that shouldn't be happening. It might be that, and it's just not obvious. I don't know. Oh, at Azula Turk, I wiped out the database. Oh yeah, that's right. The Botcoin thing was just reset. All right, thanks Tarius Python. And sleep well. Hey, Liverdev Trying. Thanks for the host. And welcome to all of your viewers. If you all want to play Botland, you can go to that link. All right, so let's take a look. When I log into Botland now, I should get money. Yes, perfect. And check it out. 3 people failed to beat me. Pretty cool. So this is Hideo. Oh, hey, that melee bot actually lived. Nice. Now it's going to regenerate some life. That's great. This thing is actually doing really well. This is the only surprise factor on my defense. It teleports to enemy bots when they're in range. Oh, wow. Pretty cool. Yeah, I use JavaScript. That's Azula Turk. And then wait, who is this? PR boy? This is Syntonic. Syntonic thinking he's better than me. Oh, he's got stun lasers. Oh, that's probably just an underpowered weapon right now. The regen on the sides is a great tactic. And yeah, sure, Joey Rome. Oh, why do I use JavaScript? Oh, originally it was because I wanted to learn JavaScript. That was when I'd started the prototype for this game. And then I figured it's still a good idea because I'm targeting web platform for this and, you know, mobile and everything. I think it just makes it more portable for me. Yeah, having regen on the sides is nice because it at least forces the attackers to target both the top and the bottom, but I feel like those are just the most sensible chip positions right now for anybody. So this melee bot never got to go and attack. Syntonic spent his money on a ladybug head. Alright, let's see. So Zankro's attack. What do you have on your bots? Artillery, shield, and thrusters. You know, when I finally add infinite shield in the game, it's going to be a very overpowered strategy for attackers. In fact, actually creating infinite loops is going to be a very overpowered strategy for defenders now that I think about it. I'm going to need to write this on a very distant to-do list here. Creating infinite loops as a defender needs to be punished more because it's probably the best strategy in the game right now. You can prevent attackers from getting any turn because, actually, can you? Maybe you can't. I'm not sure how that works. Try this out. And thanks, Liverdev Trying. Is there a difference between JavaScript and Java? Yeah, there is. There's a pretty big difference, actually. So the typical analogy used in this stream is Java and JavaScript are pretty similar to car and carpet. There's no real commonality between them other than that one word contains the other. 1 minute response time on duplicate issue. Good job, Hideo. So as far as learning them, Code Academy is an okay way to start, I guess. As far as writing your own scripts for botting on an MMO, just keep in mind you're probably violating their terms of service. Oh no, this isn't 365. It's only 265 days. I haven't been developing for a whole year's worth of days. What? Can't hear me because people are screaming? Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Alright. Oh yeah, I want to see how Zankro's attack crumbled in the face of melee bot. who never gets to attack anybody. Okay, wait a second. How far away can we see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have a feeling that's broken now that I... Yeah, that has to be broken. Let's go take a look at my defense. Is this ever activating sensors? Oh, no. It's doing it wrong. Oh, man. Yeah, no wonder this wasn't working. I'm going to leave it as is. Yeah, let's just leave it as is. This is pointless, though. This doesn't matter. I'm going to remove it from my helpful botland script thing. So we'll just update and save that. Where is it? Melee plus surprise teleport. I got to get rid of this. Activate sensors. Oh, well. Although, really, what was the point of that? I guess it would increase 2 tile. Yeah, okay. There was a point. I'm not going to do it. All right, so what was I looking at? Blockly. Yeah, so we can try just updating it. If it doesn't work, we can just revert it. Yeah, let's try that out. Okay, cool. So what do we need to do that? Blockly compressed, blocks compressed, en. So we need Blockly compressed, blocks compressed. What else? JavaScript compressed. And then en.js. Where are the languages? Not there. There. Yeah, cool. What was the difference between JavaScript and Java? Essentially, it's the same as the difference between English and French. They're both languages. They've got some similarities, but they're not really that similar. Or English and, I don't know, like Korean or something. And as far as should I get a book, going to school for it, I think in general it's hard for me to answer these questions. The best thing I can do is point you to this PDF that I wrote, which is kind of generic here about how you might go about learning something. The other thing I said is that you should keep in mind that botting someone's MMO is very likely against their terms of service. So I'm pretty sure everyone who's going to write a bot knows that, but just keep that in mind. Yeah, so as far as books in particular, I would say look at reviews on a site like Amazon and see if they strike your fancy. Okay, so I opened, oh, whoops. Oh, God, why do I do this stuff? That's why I don't even pay attention. The whole point is I just opened up 4 specific tabs so that I could download them, and then I just closed them all. All right, so it was this one. No, wait, it wasn't that one. Blockly compressed, blocks compressed, JavaScript compressed, and then en. There. Now we have to download all of these. So raw, and raw. Perfect. So Blockly compressed. Let's go get that. So where are you? This. So just copy paste. Cool. All right. Blocks compressed. Cool. JavaScript compressed. And finally en.js. There. All right, and now let's just diff it and try it out. GL commit. What am I making? Gotland? It's botland. Transpile.js. Interesting. Okay, so that's a bunch of stuff that I can't tell what happened, but what else do we have here? Yeah, so some things changed. Auth. Please authorize this app to enable your work to be saved and to allow it to be shared by you. Interesting. Chat with your collaborator by typing in this box. Delete variable. Huh, okay. Oh, step-by-step advice. Yeah, that's not what the PDF is supposed to accomplish. The PDF is just there for people who are totally new to coding and don't know what to expect. And I think for a lot of those people, just having something to demystify it is helpful. So that's all that PDF is supposed to do. If your goal is, hey, I know some Python and I want to learn more, that PDF is basically not going to help you at all. Okay, so let's make absolutely certain. In fact, actually, let's try some things out. We'll just leave this tab open. Chips have been buffed too. Yeah, they've been buffed, but I feel like them getting buffed for life is good. Them getting buffed for distance is good, but those aren't make or break features. Yeah, people progressed a little bit. And yeah, Unico Rush, I don't know if you saw all the changes here. So let's take a look at whether Blockly still works. Whoop, nope, it's totally broken. It's totally broken. Where are you, Toolbox? There's no errors. This just doesn't work. Right clicking doesn't work either. There's no canvas. All right, well, let's debug it. Let's find out what's going on. So we need to find our Blockly component. Where are you? Here it is. Injective doesn't have anything in it. So it was never injected. They probably changed the inject API, but then why wouldn't it break? All right, let's look through their documentation. Resizable workspace, fixed space, get started. Injecting Blockly. This might be really tedious. So we used to call inject this way: media, toolbox, and zoom. What do we need now? Media, toolbox, zoom. Is there anything that's required? They don't say what's required. Options are supported. Okay, well then fine. Let's just put a breakpoint here. Why is it no longer changing? It's you have to type. So at Zilla Turk, the lights only change when viewers change them. So it's either when someone follows or when someone buys the lights. Hi, Grish. All right, let's take a look. So we're gonna connect. We'll go to edit this. And now we call inject here. So what's happening? Because the div that I wanted to pass in, yeah, the div exists. And the options exist, of course. So create DOM another div to inject into the injection div. All right, fine. Blockly.init. So at this point, it should be in the DOM and it should have been returned. And then we'll have a workspace, right? Yes, we do. Wow. Kazoos, what's gotten into you today? That's twice that you've given out 25 points. Huh. That is definitely peculiar here. So this does exist. And apparently everything else exists too. I just don't know where. It's set to a height of 0. I guess that's a problem. So I don't think this injection div used to exist like that. But its height is set to 100%. Instead of just being told what its height is. Yeah, that's the issue. Wow. What if someone buys the lights and then later on before the end of the stream someone follows? So Hayes, that's fine. If two people are trying to mess with the lights at the same time, then they'll just kind of stomp all over each other with that. Well, that's okay. I never meant for it to be sequential. The way, if 5 people follow at once, they are given out at a gap of 45 seconds, I believe. Okay, so I think this new version of Blockly, so they don't seem to have version numbers. They changed how they inject into a div. The injection div has a height of 0. So if I set that, we should be pretty much fine. Let's try that out. Alright, cool. So we just gotta go find that div again. I should have printed it to the console. Yeah. Alright, well, we have this. So let's set a height on this. Whoops. And then let's try to see where any of the rest of this stuff went. Something's setting this back to 0. Something's setting everything back to 0. Huh, well, too bad they changed that. What if we just set a minimum height property? Maybe we can trick them. Nope, that got overridden somehow. Yeah, that's too bad. So then something's actively removing this. Changing the height back to 0 and removing the min height property. I wonder where that happens. No, I think points just does that Unico rush. Yeah, it does. Oh, are you saying you just didn't want to know your time? Yeah, that's valid. All right, well, I'm doing some things on resizing, well, really everything. There's the resize handler here. All right, so bound resize handler turns to resize handler, toolbox style div max height, and then resize all this stuff. I wonder if I just got rid of this for now. This was a hack I had to do in the old version of Blockly. How many hours do you invest in learning how to code to be able to do what you're doing right now? Hi, Skith. I don't know if I can say how many hours. I imagine it was quite a lot. I've been programming for a long time, but I don't want people to ever feel daunted when they look at something like this. This is a pretty large project. I've been working on it for 265 days of development time now. So calendar time, it's over the course of a year and a half or so. But yeah, I say start small. I would just link this document earlier, but I think you should check that out. Okay, I have a feeling this is still not going to do anything. I also don't need that debugger there anymore. At least I don't think I should. Let's also set some other things as long as I'm at this. We'll say immediately edit defense is true and edit first blueprint is true. Did you draw the graphics? No, I didn't. There are artists who drew these graphics. So you can see them here. But yeah, they combine in cool ways. You can color them differently. Okay, so what I want to figure out is, how do I buy a chip? So you don't actually buy chips in the game. You just drag them onto a socket. So click chips and just drag it over to here, and you're done. Eventually this will be made a little bit clearer. I haven't gotten to that part yet. All right, let's take a look at this. Because these things should exist. Put a breakpoint here. Not running a scheme to get more points. Are you bribing people? All right, so that's fine. It's here. So we have this toolbox div. This is probably at a height of 0. Yes, it does. And we set a max height there. Drawer script? That's Azula Turk. I'm not sure what you're saying. How frequently is this resize handler called? It's not every single loop. Oh, it's on componented update. This is bad. This is just bad. It's really bad. Oh no, I didn't develop a program to draw them. That's not what I was saying. Or maybe I'm misinterpreting you. I'm okay. So I get a bunch of graphics from the artist, and those look like this. And then what I do is I take this image and turn it into a colorized image that looks like the bots that you finally see in the game. But none of that's really artwork. That's all coding. The artwork was all done by artists. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah. I have a feeling I need to resize something else now too. I like your lights. Let's search for injection div. The inject div introduced in 5.12 isn't removed on workspace dispose. So that's been closed. This doesn't fix things. And I wonder if React Blockly even took this into account. Because there are a decent amount of people installing this. But how frequently do they update this? Source 2 months ago. Man. Well, if you're tired, don't worry about it. But if you weren't tired, I would say, yeah, get off the stream and go code. I mean, I myself am getting toward the end of the stream. I've got about 20 minutes left. You guys can usually tell that by looking at uptime. I'm not sure if this is going to be an easy fix. Also, there's no real reason to update Blockly right now. But this injective, they just change how this stuff works. All right, let's do this. Let's say evaluate in console, and then let's take a look at this in the elements panel. Yeah, underneath this is where this injection div is. Let's flex auto though. I wonder if we just set a height on this, if everything would be fine. I don't think so, because I think this is going to get overwritten. Yeah, Unico Rush, you're right. Yeah, you can always check the VODs and find out when the last time I did that was. Oh, hey, there it was. It was there for a second. So it was when I set it there. Let's try that again. Let's have refs.injective. I guess the only way for me to get that though is to print it out or rely on Chrome caching it. So yeah, but this only causes it to work once. Oh, hey, there it goes. Okay, hey, we got some Blockly stuff. Create variable. I can't drag this onto the canvas now? Oh, that's not fun. Well, a lot of this is just broken. Wow. I don't know what's going on right now. Alright, so let's choose this. Okay, now it's super tiny. I can't use this. There. So now I have a variable. Create variable. What is this? Is still a dialog thing that pops up though. It was supposed to, oh, it's still window.alert. They're supposed to use a new thing for this. Delete the variable? Oh, neat. Have you checked their up-to-date documentation on resizable Blockly? If I remember correctly, you checked fixed size, or am I going crazy? I only checked their constructor, but no, I haven't checked the documentation. I was just seeing if there was a quick fix for this. It sounds like it's going to be pretty involved fix. Man, look at this stuff. Okay, wait, but the whole reason I wanted to look into this in the first place was because of this. Is this incorporated into their current build? Oh, with versions that match your own app. Developer has an opportunity to implement non-mobile behavior. They have code reviews in line. That's interesting. Yeah, so it looks like this thing was finally committed at some point. Reviewable.io. You have to implement the new dialog, otherwise it will default to default API, right? Yeah, you're right. I didn't know if they had done this already or not. But yeah, it looks like it's just something that gives me callbacks. Well, it's probably not worth touching this right now then. But if I ever want to update it, I got to keep in mind that I need to set a height and then go modify this stuff. Resizing should have done part of it at least. Well, I'll just write this down for later then. I tried upgrading on now, but I didn't get very far, and I didn't have a real reason to update. First, I overwrote all of the files in the vendor/Blockly folder. Then I had to manually set the height of Blockly injective. Something like 500 pixels, and then resize the page for anything to show up. And even then, rendering was iffy. I believe they've added a new injection div, although I didn't look into this too much. I may need to look through the documentation again to figure out how I'm supposed to construct a Blockly workspace. We could leave it at that for now. Yeah, I could just revert all this stuff. It's not like I changed anything. Man. Alright. Well, like I said, it's not super important to get rid of those window alerts just yet. Back when the game was real time, it would have been important. So we're going to probably cancel this for now. Keywords upgrade Blockly. Yeah, there. That's it. Maybe version. Alright, so the rest of what I have written here, is this actually. That uniform stuff that NPerry had reported. Let's take a quick look at that. Maybe I can fix the game for NPerry. Uniform. Null on uniforms. For all I know, this is related to Pixie.js initialization. So cannot read value of undefined sync uniforms. And where's this coming from in my code? Here, 587. What? Where do I even do this? Oh, that's in the render function. Oh, God. Which is this text manager that you're using? I'm using an editor called Sublime. Thanks, Hideo. Is there a way to turn on the XY chords? No, there isn't. Unfortunately, there's no easy way for me to render that stuff. The best you can do instead, Pawn, is press T to enable the grid on the arena. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I had this open. Let me check something really fast. There should be an injective somewhere. Where does this come from? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, they did not previously have an injection div underneath. Who knows? Oh, like I said, the best thing that you can do for right now is just press T and show tiles, but you can't know the exact positions. So the only place that I even apply uniforms is there are two filters. I think I need nperry around to help debug this. I don't have this happening. And these should exist and be just fine. Man. Oh, you are here. Oh, hey, nperry. Okay, so wait. I have a couple of questions. But let me look at your video first, because it might answer all of them anyway. So this was Chrome, and you logged in, and logging in worked, and then you tried watching a replay, and that's when things failed. And if there was some way to zoom in over here. Can I read property value of undefined? Okay. Yeah, and that's what you were getting here too. So this hasn't changed in any significant way. And it happens every single game loop, it looks like. No, it happened 4 times and then stopped. I wonder how many bots you have. You went to watch a replay. Oh, and you said a refresh fixed it. Does refreshing fix it still at all? Because my theories right now are that, one, it's having a problem rendering the DOM element bots. That's why the error only shows 4 times. Maybe nperry has exactly 4 blueprints. But this was when I was watching a replay. Oh man. I don't know why this would only happen for you and nobody else. Or maybe it's happening for everybody else. Let's take a look. Or maybe... What I'm running? I'm running uBlock on bot.land? God, no wonder we weren't seeing analytics for... Well, I wasn't seeing analytics for myself. Now it should show me as being online, right? Active right now. Yeah, 5 users. It just lit up in Washington State. I lost 10 Bitcoin. That must be a bug. Oh, Zankro beat me. And Antimatter Tape beat me too. You people are learning. This is not okay. Yeah, so there are no errors for me when I try to do this. Also, now I am curious to see how you beat me. Melee and Reflect. Yeah, I think I'm just weak to those. Yeah, very weak to those. Oh, hey, and that doesn't mean... There we go. Yeah. And what did Zankro do? What, the same thing? Yeah, Reflect. You guys are finding my weakness. Oh, it randomly moved up instead of down. If it had only moved down, I probably would have won that. You barely won, Zankro. Barely. Good job, guys. Refresh didn't fix it. Whenever I load the arena, this is happening all the time. Okay, so other questions. Is this when you edit your defense as well? Replay defensive... Okay, got it. Yeah. All right. What else could I take a look at? I guess I could log in and see how many blueprints you have. So that's what we'll do. We'll see if this is UC4. Okay. It sounds like UC4 no matter what, though. What would that mean? Always 4. So select ID name from users where name like NP. There you are. You're number 22. So now let's get your defense. Here's your defense. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bots. You have, okay, so 8 bots. Always exactly 4 errors. So he has 8 bots in his defense. How many do you have total? Select. So that number 4 is not related to the number of bots or blueprints you have. Unless it's visible bots. Maybe it's visible bots that it's trying to render for. Could be it. Definitely could be. Where are they located? 1526, 17, 18, 14, 25, 27, 36. No, those are all really close to each other. In fact, it's just around the CPU, right? Oh, you know what I could do? I could just edit your defense to see if it's related to that. But no, this is when you try to play a replay too. Okay, so how many filters do I create? New .star filter. Well, let's see. This doesn't count. So it's either here, in which case we call this for every bot that's ever used. Oh, hey, can you do this? Can you click turn off shaders? So there's a button here, turn off shaders. If you click that and then click edit defense, does it work? That would actually tell me a lot. Yeah, then it works? Okay. Curious. Huh. So that means that this can't be coming from the filter to use to color bots. When you do that, the blueprint bar has your colorized bot in it. Okay. I don't know what your colors are. We could figure that out. Primary color, secondary color. So here are your colors. Figuring out exactly what this is would be that only kind of worked. Anyway, you should have kind of a pink color bot over there. Your primary color. I don't even know what this is. Nor do I care to find out. So this is coming from. This is only coming from the shader that I applied to bots in the Arduino. Yes, they are. Okay, good. Huh, okay. Well, thank you, nperry. I will have to look into this now. I appreciate the extra details. So the one I apply here is this. I set filters. It has to be coming from this. So it's coming from make filter. Excuse me. And what's the call stack again? Can I read property value undefined in sync uniforms? So let's go through the Pixie.js code. So there's filter manager. By the way, if you don't know how to do this on GitHub, you just press T when you're on the page. I think it's amazing. So I'm here and I just press T and now I can start typing filter manager. And there we are. And if you're ever curious, just press question mark and you can find everything. which, by the way, this works in Gmail as well. So if you just press question mark in Gmail, you'll find all of the stuff that you can do via the keyboard. And yes, Unico Rush, I'm aware of that. I will be fixing that at some point. All right, so let's take a look. So sync uniforms, it's trying to read the value of something and it's failing. Where does sync uniforms start? 283. So when we search for value, we need to scroll up to 283. Here it is. Oh, this has happened before. GitHub shortcuts. Yeah, I think this is why watching people stream can be helpful sometimes. And I've been trying to do this more lately, where I'll just do something and then tell people what I did. Normally I just do things and ignore what I did. Yeah, Pawn, you could do that. Print out the whole file list, and then get a magnifying glass and a highlighter. It's pretty old school, though. So this has happened to me before. I wonder if this only happens in Firefox. You're on Ubuntu, right, nperry? Localhost 3000. No, you know what? Let's go to play.bot.land. Let's do the exact same thing that nperry's doing. In fact, we could even log in as nperry if I really felt like it. Oh wait, no, you're doing it on Chrome. Based on, Arch Linux? Okay. But the browser is what? Chrome? What, Zacro? Also, what? Oh, my password's different. Oh, God, I don't even know my password. Because someone logged in as me. All right, here it is. It's whatever this is. Who knows? So I click edit. Yeah, it's working for me. Zacro's attack was thwarted. How are you attacking me so much? Yep, extra/chromium. Okay. Pawn, I don't think I could attack your defense again unless I went through the like 30 people I need to get through before I could play against you. Alright. So the only thing I could think of is that the shader itself is something that nperry's computer doesn't agree with. Man, but why would it just be nperry's machine of all the machines? Because I've had this happen before too. Oh, wait a second. nperry, do you have any add-ons enabled? Let me look at that video again. There are no add-ons at the upper right, but then again, you might have just shrunk that UI. Also, is there any way to zoom on a YouTube video? No, you can't. Can you? No. Drat. Well, sure, nperry, but you can still have add-ons enabled in incognito mode. I'm guessing you had no add-ons enabled? Man, what could be doing this? So what was my theory here? No, this is not a theory anymore. Okay, so my other theory here is that the shader code is getting interpreted differently on his machine for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so no add-ons. This error is coming from this code in filtermanager.js. Here. Oh, we know it's for a float. Huh. So there's a particular float value that wasn't set. Or no, it's not even that though. Data I. I need to figure out where this is coming from. Okay, let's go back to here. And let's go to filter manager. Thank God we have source maps. Alright, so in sync uniforms, we have this. We'll just put a breakpoint there. It should break in immediately. Good enough. So shader.uniforms data, and then I is set to a greater than sign. Well, whatever, we have these. So shader.uniforms.data. Let's stringify that object. Great. Hey, pentahelix. Okay, so for me, this is what I have for shader uniforms. Oh, you know what? You could probably do this too, nperry. I don't know how comfortable you are with debugging this, but if you don't mind doing this, I don't know if you're still paying attention because I don't mind repeating this later. But if you have this open and select this, so it's originally, it looks like a stop sign. You click it and it'll show you this. You don't need to check this or not. That doesn't matter. And yeah, that was a long time ago. Pentahelix. And then it'll break in when you edit your defense on this section, and I'll know exactly what I is. That's what I need to know. So if you don't mind doing that, if you don't mind pressing F12, clicking the stop symbol at the upper right to pause on exceptions, and then clicking edit defense and hovering over I on the line where it breaks in. Because what do I have? I have this stuff, and we want to prettify this. So the only float value we have, test uniform. It has to be test uniform, or time. It can only be one of these two. And both of these are set in the arena. Test uniform equals test uniform value. What is it set to? Make filter? Oh man, oh, this could be, okay. There's a really, really bizarre bug that I've run into before here. And this has to do with scientific notation in JavaScript. When you type math.random, it's randomly generating a number between 0 and 1 inclusive because it's floating point values. Or anyway, it doesn't really matter. When you get really, really tiny numbers though, what happens is it generates a number like this. And nothing's stopping it from doing that. When you type that into Node, I can't type paste. Okay, fine. When you type that into Node, you get scientific notation for that. And everything chokes on this because this is now a string in most places. Well, it's not necessarily a string, but it could be. I is test uniform. Okay, does that support my theory? Let's go take a look. Yes, that does support my theory. Okay, but then there's one other thing that could also support my theory, which is that I wasn't using test uniform, but I am, because Pixie has their own logic for searching through the code. Okay, well, thank you for checking that. Then let me see if there's any other thing that I can have you check. Can you paste the result of this? Okay, can you do this? Oh man, this is crazy. Yeah, if somehow your test uniform is set to some really, really tiny value, or if somehow it's been converted into a string, then that's the problem. And this entire thing is absolutely pointless. Yeah, I know, you can use toFix. There are a bunch of ways I could have fixed this, but I wasn't even trying to do anything significant here. I just wanted, oh, I'll just set this to a random value and that way it'll be pink or blue or red or whatever. How do I get the console? control backtick is how you can get it up. I don't know why I used your terminology. You could also just click console if you want up here. But yeah, if you ever don't have the console showing, control backtick will show it. I can't believe this. Hi, Mitz. This is going to drive me crazy if I see that it's anything out of the ordinary like that. All right, bpaste, here it is. All right, value. Wait, what? What? All right, let's go fix this for a second. Let's go into Node, and we'll do JSON.stringify, JSON.parse this, and that way, whoops. Oh, darn it, what did I do? What did I do? What? Is this not closed or something? Something doesn't match right now. I don't know what it is. Oh, there's an extra closing brace. No, there isn't. Well, weird that I couldn't parse that. Alright, well, there we have it. Your projection matrix in uSampler. Strange. Very strange. In Perry's machine, though, we only have projection matrix and uSampler. How did that happen? So you're missing filter matrix, test uniform, time. How did this take place? Well, that's strange. Yeah, that's strange. Hi, Marv. And hey, the Funky Monkey. I can't figure this out. How would this ever happen? And by the way, tons of points to N Perry for helping with that. Wow, what does this mean? Yeah, I don't know how to fix this for right now. I think I'll need to look into this more tomorrow or something. I don't know why this doesn't happen to anybody else, though. Maybe it's because you're on the bleeding edge of Chromium. Now, Noob, there shouldn't be anything that happens like that, though. It could just be browser version. And Perry, does this... My last question here is, does the game work on any other browser for you? It could just be a new Chromium thing. Alright, I saved this investigation as nperry investigation.txt. Conclusion so far, nperry is missing all uniforms except projection matrix and whatever that other thing was. And uSampler. No, don't worry about it, nperry. You don't have to do that. Which Pixie probably provides for me, which means I'm not specifying. How could this be any different, though? I need to get that picture that you gave me. Okay, let's take a look at this one more time. Everything else the same here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know for right now. I'll need to look through Pixie's code probably. An issue specific to Linux for Pixie was posted a day ago. Oh, so this wouldn't be my problem? Breaks in Firefox too? Okay, yeah, then it's probably a Pixie problem. Yeah, thanks a lot, M. Perry, for doing this. Here's an extra 2 points. Source map error. It's related to WebGL, so all browsers would be impacted. Wow. Yep, well, can't do anything about that right now. I'll just paste in everything here. Yeah, and Perry, can you do me a favor really fast? Just go buy a new computer, a Windows machine, and just see if it works there for you. Actually, get a Mac Mini, and then send me the Mac Mini when you're done. I can use it to test Botland on a Mac. That'd be perfect. Great, thanks. All right. Well, that was fun. So we couldn't crack this issue. Let's see what we actually did get done with today. Show log. So compress images correctly. This bug was bothering everyone, so I'm glad I fixed that. This is that whole you have unsaved changes thing constantly nagging you when you didn't have unsaved changes. This was bothering nobody, so it doesn't matter that I fixed that. Yeah, I fixed very little impactful things today. Actually, two of them. Two of them were actually pretty impactful. The other ones, I'm not so sure. So tomorrow we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go through alpha feedback, and we're just going to take issues off the list and keep working through all this stuff. Add this to your notes while you're at it. Okay. Well, it is currently 5 o'clock for me, and my uptime is actually 8 hours and 15 minutes. So I made up for not streaming all day yesterday. We are gonna go host somebody. So thank you all for watching today. I'm also gonna shut down Botland. So if you're playing, save everything you're doing. It'll be offline within about 5 minutes, probably less than that. So yeah, thank you guys, and see you tomorrow. I'm gonna leave you guys with Skadog. Bye.